I guess they didn't like the fact that I was showing David Perron scoring that goal. They cut us. They cut us, is what happened. They cut us, chatters. It wasn't very nice of them. Now I got to send out the new link. I got to go through all this. How dare they? How dare they do that to your boys? I got to share it. Some would say I'm running late. Some would say that I made a mistake. I made a goof. I made an oopsie. Oy vey. That's no bueno. I gotta put it all out there on all the world's social medias. All right, there we go. Got it all fixed up. Just trying to get people back in here. Sorry, everyone, that stream had to end so abruptly. YouTube did not like that I was sharing that video of David Perron scoring against the Montreal Canadiens. They must be from Canada. I'm just joking. But thank you for joining me. Happy NHL Day, NHL Trade Deadline Day. Get your coffee, get your snacks going. I got my beef stick. I got my protein bar here, so I don't have to get up anytime soon. I do have some dogs that I will have to tend to, take them outside eventually here and there. But I do want to say thank you for joining me once again. If you didn't hear me say it the first time, but yes, also we will be having plenty of beautiful special guests joining us on today as they come and go throughout the day for the trade deadline, which is going to be a lot of fun. I do need to get the link for the stream and share that to the beautiful guests that will be partaking today with us on this live stream going over the NHL trade deadline. As I'm checking Twitter right now, let's see any updates. Devils continue to listen on Simon Nemec, who needs a new contract this offseason. New Jersey would only move him in the right package for a top 6 young forward that impacts the group. And that is Pierre LeBrun posting that just about 2 minutes ago. But yes, if you did miss it and you live under a rock, the Detroit Red Wings made a trade yesterday for David Perron from the Ottawa Senators in exchange for a 2026 conditional 4th round pick. And I will showcase that. We do have a graphic for that. This I know I at least can share. Because we made this graphic. This is ours. We can share this. The conditions on the pick are very weird. If David Perron plays one NHL regular season game, I think it also mentioned if he just plays one game in general, it might be just before the end of the season. And I will go and try and find those conditions for you guys. We'll pull up Puckpedia or something. I love Puckpedia. And if he plays like 50% in the playoffs, then that 4th round pick will turn into a 3rd round pick. It's a good sign. It's a good trade for Steve Yzerman. After what happened against the Vegas Golden Knights, the Detroit Red Wings, they were up 3-1. You go down, losing 4-3 in overtime. I know I'm kind of reiterating everything that I said, but after what happened against the Vegas Golden Knights, Steve Yzerman went out and got David Perron. He was like, yeah, I need someone to protect my captain a little bit better. Because David Perron's that guy. He did that when Dylan Larkin was unconscious on the ice against the Ottawa Senators. It's kind of weird how everything's kind of like connected like that, how the Ottawa Senators did that to Dylan Larkin. David Perron goes and attacks him. Then like a few years later, David Perron leaves in free agency and signs with the Ottawa Senators. He's there for a couple of years. Then he eventually gets traded back to Detroit for what he can provide for this team and his locker room personality. Honestly, he's such a dad. I love it. I love Daddy P. Big fan. What's everyone doing today? Is everyone working today? Listening, watching? At home enjoying the festivities? Yeah, let's pull up those conditions real quick on David Perron while I got it on my mind. Go to Puckpedia. We'll share that screen. David Perron. Let's see. We'll go over to Detroit Red Wings. I think it would be under... Oh, maybe I don't know how to work Puckpedia as well as I thought. Maybe I did. David Perron, are you even on here? Yes, you are. There you are. And I believe I could just go to your updates right here. Okay, so it wasn't even the Detroit Red Wings 4th round pick. Because I believe we had 2, unless that was the only pick we had. But if Perron plays in one game, Ottawa gets the Columbus Blue Jackets 2026 4th round pick. And it upgrades to a 3rd if the Red Wings advance to the 2nd round and Perron plays in 50% of 1st round games. Is that not a strange condition? I think it's pretty strange. But David Perron, 49 games played this season, 10 goals, 15 assists for 25 points, +/+2. That's actually not bad at all. Cap hit $4 million, obviously. You'd want a little bit more production out of him for that $4 million. But the Red Wings can eat the full $4 million, and all you gave up was a 4th. It's like less than a 5% chance that 4th sniffs any NHL action. Whereas David Perron now, where you have more of a need now for someone to come in and help out with the locker room presence and in the bottom 6, David Perron was going to be a really good bottom 6 player for us. Hopefully he does end up playing for us. He did have hernia surgery about 6 weeks ago. He was expected to be out 5 to 7 weeks. I guess before the trade, he has been practicing with the team and should be almost ready to go per the Ottawa Senators head coach. I did see someone tweet that. So that's great news. Love to hear that. All right, we got some chatters. Yeah, hey, sorry guys, but the YouTube didn't like that I was sharing the David Perron goal, so I can't do that again, unfortunately. But I still got to share some of these on social media too. So in that meantime, but yeah, David Perron, great addition. Hope this is not all there is today. Yeah, did Kosa play yesterday? Wednesday, sorry. No, hot wax. He did not. They decided to let Cam Talbot play, which you guys saw me during the live stream at the game where John Gibson was injured. The short video released. Yeah, they should have started Kosa. They should have started Kosa. And they have to send him back down now. And I believe they already did. I think they already made that call out that they are sending him back down, and they have to. I think they have to by today in order for him to play in the AHL playoffs. So expect seeing that today. Sebastian Kosa getting sent back down. And probably Dominic Shine as well. But yeah, we were talking about Elmer Soderblom as well, being in a package deal. I think the Red Wings just keep him as an extra for the rest of the season. Because then he's going to be a fourth line filler if there's an injury. You bump someone else up if it's someone who's higher up on the food chain, on the line chart, so to say. Don says, from what I remember, he was a good forechecker, not much foot speed though. Yeah, he's not gonna be a speedy guy. I mean, he's 37 years old, I think he is. David Perron. He's not quick anymore. Very hard to get off the puck, though. He's a sturdy guy. Very hard to get off the puck. Really good in the board battles, and he just does not put up with anyone's BS. And for a fourth round pick, I'm cool with that. I really am. I'm okay with that. I really don't think that fourth round pick that was originally the Blue Jackets was going to be a difference maker for us in the next 1 to 3 years. Fourth round picks statistically, someone go look this up. If someone wants to look this up, I would really appreciate it. If there's even stats out there on that, what is the percentage chance that someone selected in the fourth round makes it and plays a lot of games in the National Hockey League? It's got to be like less than 1%. It has to be, right? I think I was being generous by saying less than 5%. Did they honor Larkin on the ice or just with the video I saw? They honored him. I think, if I remember correctly, my memory's a little hazy actually. But they did celebrate Patrick Kane. They did talk about Larkin in the celebration, though. I do know that, but I don't think it was to the degree of the ceremony that Patrick Kane got. So I could be wrong. I really don't remember. In true Stevie form, flying in from 400 feet in left field with this trade that no one saw coming. With that in mind, what true dark horse blockbuster should we expect to be surprised by from Steve Yzerman? From JMax17. Thanks for joining the stream. Great question. What true dark horse blockbuster should we expect to be surprised by from Steve Yzerman? Honestly, people probably don't want to hear this. Pettersson. It would be Pettersson. Elias Pettersson from the Vancouver Canucks. Carlo is a Robert Thomas guy. I've always been a Pettersson guy. I don't think his last couple seasons are a reflection of his overall ability, what he can bring on the ice. I think it's just that bad in Vancouver. For whatever reason, things just always tend to go wrong in Vancouver. And it usually stems from goaltending. All those years ago with, who was it? Corey Schneider and Roberto Luongo. That whole entire thing that happened, that was 10 plus years ago. And then there was like another goalie. And then this whole Thatcher Demko thing now. He's out for the rest of the season. He was on and off the whole entire season. But my dark horse blockbuster trade for Steve Yzerman would probably be Pettersson. I think it's low enough. The risk isn't as bad as people seem to think it is. Yes, the cap is high. But what you get out of it, the risk versus the reward, risk, I think the reward is way higher than the risk there. And it would come in a little, I don't want to say a lot cheaper. I think it would be a little bit cheaper than a Robert Thomas would. I think St. Louis is less reluctant to move on from a Robert Thomas than Vancouver is to move on from Pettersson. But from both perspectives, both teams need cap too. There's a cap floor that you have to meet. So maybe Vancouver will try to tell Steve Yzerman, hey, we have to retain some cap on this because we need the cap. We have so many young guys that no one has, whatever. Or they go in free agency and they sign, the Andrew Kopps, the JT Compers, and the Ben Sherratts of the world and give them their $6 million bags. There's going to be players that want to go to these really bad teams just to make more money. It's going to happen. It happened with the Detroit Red Wings. It is what it is. But overall, I think it's Pettersson. Great question, though. Great question, J-Mac. Not Larkin Kane. Oh, my bad. Did I read that wrong? No, his ceremony was actually really good. He had a ceremony. Dune Trooper 13, fingers crossed for Thomas and Falk or Kyrou and some other D-men. I personally, to me, I think we're done on the forward end, but I do hope that I'm wrong. I think now Steve Yzerman is truly trying to go after a defenseman, whether if that's Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Justin Falk, Parayko still could potentially waive his no trade clause. Is that not hilarious that he declined to go to the Buffalo Sabres and then they had to pivot and they went out and got like 3 players last night instead of getting Colin Parayko? But that price tag for Colin Parayko, honestly, Buffalo Sabres fans are probably really happy that didn't go through, to be honest. If I were a Buffalo Sabres fan, I'd be pretty happy because Rad Merca and then your first round pick this year. Right, Merca? It was Rad Merca, right? The defenseman, right-handed shooting defenseman, which is so funny because that's what Buffalo's been needing, even though they already have Kesserling. Their defense is stacked. So I guess from that perspective, it was easy for them to move on from one of their prospect defensemen because they have Power, Byram, Dahlin, Samuelson, Kesserling. Their defense is good. Hot wax, why not both? Other teams honored their Olympic gold medalists on the ice. I think they technically did both, Hot wax. Why did Kosa get sent back? They have to send, in order for players to be eligible to play in the AHL playoffs, they have to get sent down. Plus Gibson, they said that Gibson's fine. So there's no reason to keep Kosa up. Unless you're trading Cam Talbot, which I just don't see happening. Would you guys blame Kosa? Or not Kosa. He didn't even play. Would you guys blame Talbot for the loss against the Vegas Golden Knights? You're down 1-0. You're up 3-1. You go down, or you're tied 3-3, lane the third now, and then you lose in overtime. Do you guys blame Cam Talbot? I think live stream that we did, I was asking, how confident do you feel in a Kosa Talbot tandem? We're kind of going balls off the walls with everything that was happening with John Gibson. It felt like that the world was collapsing. It's been a rough March so far, and we're only 6 days in, boys and girls. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. Need Kosa for backup. I think John Gibson has more than just a stinger. I don't know. I didn't really see exactly what happened or the replay. I just kind of assumed that it was a puck, just kind of caught him in an awkward spot that kind of hurt him a little bit. But I got to send out this link to the beautiful special guest that should be coming on the podcast live stream today for NHL trade deadline day. Thanks for joining me once again, boys and girls. I truly do appreciate it. I hate how Twitter, now you need a password for your messages. And then when you put in your code, it doesn't even work. Like, it doesn't even open. You get a link. You get a link. You all get a link. My beautiful special guests. I believe our first guest today is going to be Michael Devellano, Pucks and Dreams. When I was texting him yesterday, he mentioned 9:30 in the morning. Let's see if he's still good to go on that. All right, Michael. Maybe he's watching. Who knows? Just not saying anything. Just kind of creeping in the shadows. I feel you creeping. I can see you in my shadow. If you know that song, Akon. Akon and Young Jeezy. Trying to take it easy. Pick up the phone, Stevie. Steve Yzerman, pick up the phone, bud. Come on. Let's get her going. Let's hit those phones. The chatters want some action today. The chatters want some action today, Stevie Wonder. All right, let's see. What kind of updates do we have in the Twitter space? If you are not using Twitter X, I get it for some perspective. Maybe you guys just aren't really big on social media, and that's okay. But if you guys truly are sports people, if you guys enjoy watching or hearing the latest news updates on sports, Twitter X, the free advertisement, I guess. I don't know, sponsor me. Please, that would be wonderful. It's the place to be if you want to be as caught up and be the first to know what's going on within the sports leagues, the top major sports leagues like the National Hockey League. It's just so quick. It's so easy, user friendly. But yeah, Pierre LeBrun, 20 minutes ago, the Devils continue to listen on Simon Nemec, who needs a new contract this offseason. New Jersey would only move him in the right package for a top 6 young forward that impacts the group. Where are the Devils at even in the NHL standings right now? Are they still out of a playoffs position? Oh yeah, they're way down there. Look at that. Absolutely incredible. There's your Detroit Red Wings. Damn. Buffalo Sabres. They're just, I just can't believe it, honestly. Who do we got playing today? We got important games today. We had important games yesterday. Sabres beat the Penguins. We needed the Penguins to win. Or I guess I could have really gone either way, but probably would have preferred the Penguins to win there. Blue Jackets beating the Panthers. At least the Preds beat the Bruins. The Jets beat the Lightning. I don't know. Am I wrong to say that I wanted the Sabres and the Lightning to lose because they're ahead of us in the standings, when maybe we should have been paying closer attention to the teams that are below us, like the Islanders or, like Boston, like I said, or Columbus, or even like the Senators? Should I be paying more attention to these teams more than the teams that are right here moving along in the season? What other teams are you guys watching? If you guys are watching other teams, are you guys watching other teams, or just the Detroit Red Wings? Yo, Lord Venom, what is up, dude? Thanks for joining. Jeff Hurst, could Stevie Y be circling Nemec? Honestly, maybe. Could be. Why not? Should be. The GM, here's the thing. I believe when a GM hears wind that a player may be on the trade block, it is that general manager's duty and obligation to make the call just to see, tap in what's going on. What's going on? Hey, just wanted to check in, pulse check. Hey, how are the kids? What'd you grill over the weekend? Oh, Simon Nemec? Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's going on? Just not trying to say like make it a casual conversation, but when you catch wind that a player's name might be out there circulating, you definitely call and you try to you try to pick it apart and see what kind of information you can get and try and break a deal. What? Does anyone else have issues with Twitter X and their messages? Because I sent the link to Michael and he says, my app doesn't even allow me to see my messages. I think you got to update your stuff there, Michael, if you're watching or listening to me right now. I got to scroll back up, boys and girls, because I know I've missed some stuff that people have said in here. I want to make sure that I touch on everything that everyone says here. Dune Trooper 13, 4th round picks. You did get, wow. Okay. So you did get the percentage. Dang. Okay. So minimum one game. It's a 40. I'm confused here, Dune. So minimum one game, 528. 41%, 0 game, 59% chance. Yeah, Dune Trooper. Where'd you find this? Where'd you find this information from? And I'll go and look at it. All right. So does this mean that? Okay, so they have a 41% chance to play a game or to not play a game. And then 92% chance to not play 500 games? I'm very confused by that. It's not you. It's literally a me thing. I promise you that, dude. Thank you for finding that information. Jeff First, 8,700. EP40 trade is the type of deal Wings need. Paying high price for all these other players available won't turn Wings into contender now or in the future. Yeah, Jeff. Okay, I agree with you. I also don't. I guess I should be careful with what I said earlier. And I should say this too: that if Steve Yzerman, being the dark horse, trade and goes out and get Pettersson, I don't think Pettersson would instantly make us a contender this year. Have you seen that defense? Like, with our defense, no, I don't think we're a contender. Even with EP40 added. So you'd have to add another defenseman, I think, to be. I wouldn't even say we're like a cup contending team, even if we got EP40 and Justin Falk. Just throwing out a name. That's just my opinion, but I'd love to hear what you guys think. Do you think EP40 and Justin Falk, if we just went out and got those two, would the Detroit Red Wings be instant cup contenders? Speaking of messages, I really need to upgrade my phone because my phone says I'll receive text messages and then I don't get them. Like, it's so weird. I just need an upgrade. All right. What's going on in Twitter? All right. Sorry. All right. Where are we at now? Let's see. I want to catch up with the chatters here. Chatters, I'm trying to catch up to you guys. My concern with EP40 is the lack of grit. Don Dobney says that. My concern with EP40 is the lack of grit. This team already struggles with playing up to their size. Don, that's funny that you bring that up because I and Carlo kind of almost said the same thing. And I was curious. I was like, okay, I'm going to go on Money Puck and I'm going to look at their stats. Robert Thomas has 3 hits this season. 3 hits this season. 3. It's only 3. It might be 4 now. it could be 4. And then Pettersson has like 40 or 50 something. It was so, I was just like, wow. If we're going to talk about grit, it doesn't really seem like Robert Thomas is that guy. $41 points in 92 games with Ottawa for David Perron, marathon man. That's actually not too bad, honestly. But it does sound like that he's been injured most of his time in Ottawa. I think he missed some time for like a family matter too when he first signed with them. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's something like that happened. Dang, you guys are quick with the chatters. You guys are chatting them up. Trying to catch up with you guys. Let's see. Talbot partially responsible for the loss. Need our goalies to make saves when really needed. Yeah, I mean, Talbot probably wanted 1 or 2 of those back. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he probably wanted 1 or 2 of those back. But what goalie out there could we really go out and trade for if we were to try and upgrade Talbot? Who could we upgrade with? I as much as I want to say Kosa, he just doesn't have the experience. And the last thing we need is to trade Talbot, bring up Kosa, and then John Gibson, if he truly isn't healed up all the way, re-aggravates his injury, and all we have is Kosa, and then we have to call up Postava. Oy vey. No. I could see the nightmare happening now. Don't put that in the universe now. Don't. Please don't do this to me. All right, let's see what's going on Twitter. Good morning. New York Rangers have indicated they are prepared to keep Vincent Trocheck if they don't get what they feel they need. told teams they are not trading him just for the sake of making a trade. That's per Elliot Friedman 2 minutes ago. Deadlines spur action, ... We will see what the day brings. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No Vinny Trocheck. We're not going to trade him just for the sake of making a trade. Dune Trooper says, no, I wouldn't blame Talbot. Our defense is very inconsistent, and we wouldn't have been in that spot if Edmondson didn't take that penalty. True. That twice now in OT where the size of defensemen hurt us. Yeah. When you make costly mistakes, it affects you 100%. It's the little mistakes. And that's something that Simon Edmondson's going to learn from very quickly. I mean, he did straight up early in the season. Like, I remember, like, he was taking a lot of penalties, and Carlo was saying, like, he's got cable in the penalty box. That's how often he's in there. Probably pays rent. That's where some of the money goes. Dune Trooper says, also, my dream scenario for a trade is we get Thomas and Nemec. Both would solve problems we have currently, but wishful thinking. It is a lot to do that. When it comes to trades, this is my thought process, that you're always going to pay more at the deadline because it's a deadline for a reason. Oh, you want this thing last minute? Well, how much are you willing to pay for it? Versus in the offseason near the NHL draft, I think teams are more willing to take less from their original ask, much like you look at John Gibson, and you can look at it from the perspective of, you know, his term went down, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z, whatever. But that's a good example where John Gibson, the Anaheim Ducks were asking for a first-round pick, and like Albert Johansson for John Gibson at last year's trade deadline, and then Steve just waited a couple months and got John Gibson for a second and a fourth, and Peter Mrazek. So I get it from everyone that, you know, we all want the same things. We want the Detroit Red Wings to be as good as possible. We want them to be great. I want them to make the playoffs just as much as you guys do. But we have to do it in a smart way, right? Where not one, two, maybe not even three players would help elevate the Detroit Red Wings to become Stanley Cup contending team. Yo, Lord Venom. So is Steve Yzerman going to nothing yet again? Is Steve Yzerman going to do nothing yet again? Lord Venom. Oh, you got David Perron. I think my dark horse prediction is Pettersson. I'm going to put that out there. My dark horse. And then my second pick is going to be, I really think Justin Falk is out there. I really think we have done so many deals with St. Louis too, that I think, what's their GM's name? It was on the tip of my tongue too. Doug Armstrong and Steve Yzerman. They're best buds. They're tight knit. They're like this. So they've done plenty of deals in the past. Jeff asks, could he be circling back on Nemec? Yeah, maybe. I think you call just to see and inquire. Lord Venom, all it took to get John Carlson was a first and a third. Ugh. John Carlson, how's his season this year? Let's share this tab. Let's check out John Carlson. Is he already on the Ducks here? He is. 36 years old, right-handed D. We just don't need an offensive right-handed shooting defenseman when we already have ASP. Granted, ASP isn't putting up a lot of points right now, but wow, 10 goals, 36 assists, 46 points in 55 games played. I mean, a first and a third for John Carlson, yeah, but for a rental, that's the key piece, is that Steve Yzerman he's going on and saying, I don't want to trade for rentals. And I get it from this perspective because a first and a third, that's a lot for a rental. Could the Ducks potentially re-sign him? Yeah, absolutely. I could definitely see John Carlson going back to the Washington Capitals after this season, though. Honestly, he's been there with them forever, unless this is where he says it's a done deal and calls it a career. But I mean, still dang near a point per game player. So I don't see how he would say that's it. Still very good. He could go, honestly, he could either go to like the Oilers or like the Avalanche or the Panthers or Tampa Bay. Who knows? Who knows? He could take a cheap deal and go and win somewhere. I'm sure that's probably what he wants. Probably not so much the money and just wants to win. Buffalo needs to settle down. Yeah, Don, I agree. Buffalo really needs to settle down. It doesn't really hurt as much because they are already ahead of us in the standings. I think it's going to be tough for us to catch up to them because of how hot they are. So just as long as we don't have to play them in the finals or the finals in the playoffs. But if it goes this way, if the seeding it's 1, 2, and 3, and it finishes out the way it is right now, then we might have to play them. All right, I had to send the link over to Michael Devolano, our first special guest of today. Should be joining us here relatively soon. I believe he said 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Marathon Man Wings blew a 3-1 lead to a tired team missing their captain. They played Buffalo the night before. Petrangelo's been out the whole entire season, though, hasn't he? So I think saying that they're missing their captain is a little irrelevant in that because they still have Jack Eichel and they still have Mitch Marner. Their team is just stacked. So it's tough. I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to make excuses for the Wings blowing a 3-1 lead because I think that's not good either. They shouldn't be blowing 3-1 leads. Something within this team. I mean, Todd obviously must be tired of going into the locker room every intermission to this team and screaming at them or something, getting them going because I don't know what it is with these boys. They need extra motivation. Maybe we just don't have enough of those guys either. And we still have a lot of weeding out to do, which kind of sucks to say. Maybe there's a lot of weeding out Steve Yzerman still needs to do. All right, back to the chat. Don, I watch Edmonton and Colorado in the West and Toronto and the Wings in the East. Okay, nice. The best teams that you could probably want to watch, so that makes sense. Okay. Also, tough to watch Detroit struggle with even strength offense. Didn't all their goals against the Knights come in even strength? They've picked it up. They've picked it up even strength scoring. Marathon Man Perron hasn't played since January 20th. That's okay. That's not really a big deal. Is it going to take him time? Yeah, but he's been practicing. Since leaving the St. Louis Blues in 2013 after 6 seasons, he has changed teams 9 times. 9 times. Wow. David Perron. Honestly, I think he likes that, though. He's got a lot of kids, and I slightly do feel for his kids, but maybe his kids like it too. I don't know. That's got to be a hard family dynamic, but I'm not really sure. But I'm not concerned with Big Daddy P, to be honest. I'm really not. All right, guys, bear with me here. trying to keep up on social media too while I'm trying to entertain you guys. Having a lot of fun though. What the shoot? Also, I do have 2 dogs. For those that don't know, I have a golden retriever and an Australian shepherd. They will probably eventually at some point today be joining us on this stream. We are live from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. Thanks for joining me. If you're catching me late, I do apologize there. So, but yeah, if you guys are joining me late, yeah, thanks for joining. I truly do appreciate it. Happy NHL trade deadline day. Hope you guys got your drinks ready. Get your snacks ready too. I got my beef sticks here. I got my protein bar. I got everything I need here in my little space. And I also got my retro reverse jersey on. Moritz Cider. You already know we out here. It's our boy. It's our boy. Mo Cider. It's our boy. All right. Just posted that one. All right, chatters, I got a request for you guys. If you guys are liking this stream, please go ahead and hit that like button down below. That truly does help us out. And tell your friends, tell your family, tell them to join the stream. It's NHL trade deadline day. What could you guys possibly be doing on this Friday morning? Working? Work. There's NHL trades to be had. Come on. Who needs work? There's one of my dogs. Come here, Miss Ellie. Come here. You guys want to see her? Come on. Up. Come on. There you go. Can they see you? Say hi. You guys can slightly see her, girl. And then my Australian Shepherd, he's over there, and he's just a little baby. He's got his thunder jacket on. It was raining and storming last night, so gotta keep him protected, you know. All right. Someone just asked me when I'm going to start talking about the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I said the Toronto Maple Laughs because that had me funny. Whoever commented that in here earlier, I'm sorry, I forgot who that was, but that was hilarious. And I'm so glad that I got to use that in the text message. And I got that is absolutely hilarious. I love that. And look who joined us.
Is this random?
No, hey, what's up? Good morning, Michael. How are you doing today?
How's everything? Sorry for popping in. I was just trying to make this work.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Like I said, you can join whenever, you can leave whenever, no obligation, no nothing. Everyone's coming in and joining in. I was just talking with the chatters and everything going on. We were talking about the Toronto Maple Laughs, not the Leafs, but what a deal for that Nick Roy trade, eh?
I mean, I guess, yeah. If that's your final return on Mitch Marner leaving, they did get a first, so that is, probably more than I think Nick Roy is probably worth normally, right? And then they got like what, a fourth with it or sixth or something? It was something later after that.
Something like that.
Yeah, it was like 2 picks and then maybe a prospect as well, which I mean, normally that is a lot for him. But he's a big, reliable guy. I think he's more useful somewhere else. He's not going to be a top 6 even in Toronto. He's not
Right.
going to. So it's probably good for Colorado. Like Colorado's stacked down the middle. Like, that's crazy. So now you got him on probably the third line. You got Brock Nelson on the second. And
Yeah.
then, Mac Truck on the first. So that's a pretty useful move for them. I don't think they care too much about the first.
No. If you're the Avs at this point, no. And that solidifies their opportunity to go out and get that cup run, right? Going up against, even if they have to, the Edmonton Oilers, if they can withstand holding their playoff spot, we're going to have to see. The West is pretty wild. But how about your Anaheim Ducks? We got John Carlson pulled up here. We know you're a big Ducks guy, Michael. Why don't you talk about that for a second? How do you feel about that trade?
Can you guys see me still? I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm frozen.
Oh, no, we can still see you. We can hear you too.
Okay, good. Yeah. So yeah, first off, I think you looked at the off-season moves by them and it was very positive, and I think everything's kind of panned out the best case scenario the way I kind of thought. Like even following Quenneville, his pattern of having a fast early start or going on a big run, that happened. So then they have a little dip in between and they seem to be back on track. So, wow, what a time to grab a guy like John Carlson. I'm kind of surprised. We saw Washington in the playoffs last year, and I guess they're a seller now. And this guy's been a cornerstone there. Like, what a great piece to pick up. Maybe he's not what he used to be, but he's still a really effective top 3 type guy. Like at the worst case, is he the second?
Yeah.
Is he the number 2 or 1 on that team now? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you look at those points, 46 points in 55 games, and that's 10 goals right there too. John Carlson, his age, maybe that's a worry for some Ducks fans out there. If they are watching and tuning into this live stream, if they are, that's great. But if not, no worries. But Anaheim Ducks, they could swallow that cap hit, so no retention there, which is great. So they got to probably save a little bit on that deal. So John Carlson, are you surprised by that return? Do you think that Anaheim Ducks got him on a good return there for just the first, and then I believe it was the third?
Yeah. What a crazy pickup. Like that's the same price as Nick Waugh.
Yeah. So and it's because they were able to eat that cap, right? I would assume that's probably why.
Maybe, it's not like that much cap, really. What is he on?
$8 million.
And then it's like prorated or something. So yeah, that's probably maybe part of it. Long term, that's not bad for a guy. I mean, the guy's like is he top 10 or 15 in scoring for a defenseman?
I would probably safely say top 10 with those types of numbers. Yeah.
So he's a very effective player. He's quiet, good defensively. He's going to fit in there and really help them. I mean, I'm surprised Washington let him go, to be honest with you.
I'm very surprised too, and like how you mentioned too, that the Washington Capitals last year, they're not that far removed from being in the playoffs just last year, and they're really not that far out of a spot if they truly wanted to go for it this year. But for whatever reason, they decided now might not be the time. But let's go ahead and shift focus over to the Red Wings player that just signed or got traded to the Detroit Red Wings from the Ottawa Senators, which is David Perron. Michael, your first initial thoughts on the Detroit Red Wings trading? It's supposed to be a 4th round pick, but that condition is super weird. So touch on that too when you get an opportunity. But your thoughts and opinions on the David Perron trade.
I mean, I thought when he left he was still a very effective player for Detroit. I think I was a little like, well, man, that kind of makes them worse. And you saw when they didn't have those 17, 18 goals he had, and it was more than that with him. But that was part of the voodoo math where they lost Fabry, they lost Perron, they lost Sprong. And that together, along with Ghost, was like 75 goals they lost. And it
was a lot.
Seemed to make them take a step back. Now it opened opportunity for young guys. And you look at his numbers this year, he had some family, I think, issues, right? Like with I think related to a newborn maybe, or his wife. I can't remember. It was one of the two. But, and so that kept him out. But he's like, kind of 10 goals, 15 assists in 49 games. Like this is kind of pretty good production for him. And he's a strong physical guy. He's not a fast player. I think the team is faster than when he left, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's so smart. He's so competitive. He was an alternate captain when he was in Detroit. They don't give up any of their young players to get a guy that can fit in the top 6 or 9 with them. He can play on the power play if you want, and he's probably very effective in the bumper or other roles. I mean, this is a good pickup. It's just safe. His contract expires, like it's not like a long-term commit. Now, the condition I was confused on is that, like, if they make it to the next round, it bumps up, right?
Look who else decided to pop in and say hello, Michael. We got Carlo joining the show.
Was popping. I had to join because Devillano's here, and we're talking about Perron's production.
Oh, classic! Because Carlo, I was going to say, you're right, because when Michael was on, I think it was the last time or the many times that Michael's been on, we would talk about how much Perron meant to this club and how much they would end up missing him. And it's now back in full swing of Perron coming back, and all it took was Dylan Larkin to get cross-checked open center, middle of the net like that, right?
It's so funny because, yes, that's just the way that worked out. But, I mean, we all know David Perron was the coach of the Red Wings when Snoozy was running the show, so I'm going to go ahead and say that. But what I wanted to say was 25 points, 49 games played. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
How many points does Michael Rasmussen have right now this season? 14?
Yeah, maybe.
I think it's like 5 or 6, actually, right?
Welcome back.
No, he's got 14 points. He's got 6 goals, 8 assists.
Oh, yeah.
14 points in how many games? I don't have
in 57 games.
Bang.
So,
welcome home, Big Daddy
for sure.
P.
Big Daddy P.
I mean, I think even a better comparison is, what does JT Compher have?
100%.
Like, JT Compher is similar production. He's got 8 goals, 12 assists, but in 62 games. So you're like, he's got, I don't know, it's a more useful piece for them. It doesn't hurt guys like Finney or, JVR is still in the mix. Like, he's been quiet, but he can still help. And, Kopp, as much as you go, he's had a great year, he's got 35 points. He's got 8 goals.
Well, you look at the line mates that Kopp's playing with. I mean, naturally, I think he's going to be elevated in points. But I mean, honestly, dude, you put Kopp in the bottom 6. I don't know if he's going to be. And that's not a shot at Kopp. That's a shot at the surrounding cast. So I think with the surrounding cast and the bottom 6 being upgraded with players like David Perron, who's actually got some pretty decent 5-on-5 numbers as well this season in his limited time. I think it's not a needle moving move, but I think it's a safe move. And, Red Wing fans all around, I think, are going to be happy with it, because I don't know a single person who doesn't like David Perron.
Well, and I think that is the case in the dressing room, right? So they already know what they're getting in the dressing room. He's going to be a net positive in the dressing room.
Totally.
He is high hockey IQ, good skill, not fast, but he's got the ability to slow down the universe.
Yeah,
and he's in great shape.
Infinity Stone.
He's a physically, the Infinity Stone. He's in great shape. Like, he understands how to keep himself in awesome condition. So I think it's a safe move. It doesn't hurt them, and who knows, maybe they keep him after this, maybe they don't.
Do you think that the main reason why Steve Yzerman went out and got this, and partially it's a joke, but partially a little serious with it, I want to believe that Steve Yzerman, the hit with Dylan Larkin, yes, it's laughable, but it's also, I think partially of that is true, that he saw what happened to Dylan Larkin. No one stepped up to the plate to go out and help out his captain. And David Perron is that guy who does not deal with the no-nonsense type of shenanigans that happens out on the ice. And Carlos says this all the time. He is such a glue guy. There were many times when Snoozy Lalone was the coach and David Perron was acting as the coach while he was out on the ice and drawing the plays for the boys, and what he does out there in the locker room between games too. And we hear what Tom McClellan is saying, and it's got to be frustrating for him going into each intermission trying to get these boys going, where maybe there's something going on within this team. I don't think it's Larkin. I don't think it's Raymond. I don't think it's Seider. I don't think it's some of these other guys, these top guys that we have. But is there still some, so to say, like Todd said, guys with just jerseys on this team that Steve still needs to move on from, that just aren't showing up when they need to?
I think there's still a talent gap, and you've got young guys, right? So, like, Marco Kasper's best days are ahead of him.
Yep.
Emmett Finney's a rookie. that shouldn't even be on the team by all logic, right? But he's there.
That fourth line looks great, though. Can we say that at least? That fourth line, third line, whatever you want to call it, Casper, Finney, Appleton line.
You're not going to rely on them. And, Mason Appleton and Kopp are character guys. Comfort, the coaching staff liked before when I talked to people that they liked the way he prepares and approaches the game. But you see what he is. This is why it never worked in Colorado. He's not Brock Nelson. So that they still have this huge gap in there. I don't think Perron solves it, but it doesn't hurt them. It gives them third line guy that can go out 5-on-5 and step up to PP2. He's going to be reliable in every situation, and he's got that chops where he's got cred in the room already. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if there's guys that you got to dump for character reasons. It doesn't seem to be. That's why guys like Sprong aren't here, like that's very like it's sad because that guy's got all the size and talent that you would need to be successful. And you saw when they like bite their tongue, what happens? He gets numbers, and now he's wearing KHL or something. I mean, or Switzerland. I don't even know.
Did he? I think he fizzled out of the KHL.
Did he? He has. Yeah. Whenever we see, it's like one of the hockey news hubs or something. KHL, it's like Hockey News Hub always posts about it, where he still leads his team in points or something, but hasn't played a game in so long. It's crazy.
Well, they moved him, right? So he was CSK Moscow, and then he went to like some team. I don't even know what the hell this team is. Like I'm like, have you heard of Yekaterinburg?
Isn't that where Datsuk played?
CSK.
Oh. Yeah, well, hometown team.
He was with Avto.
CSK is the Russian Red Army team. I mean, that's but the other team is not like.
I'm pretty sure this is the team that Datsuk went back to when he left the NHL.
No, he went to CSK, didn't
he? Did he? I thought he went to this team. I could be wrong.
Maybe,
but this name rings a bell.
Like, I'm curious now. I haven't heard. I mean, that would be weird.
Yeah, all right, real quick.
He was St. Petersburg. You're right. He played 2 years there.
Yeah.
Oh,
so he went back to St. Petersburg. That's what he went back to, SKA, which is another big name. And you're right. He played this team 2 years. Wow, that's crazy.
All right, real quick, because we did ask it in the chat for the chatters, and we're going to say it on stream. We did type it in there, but we want everyone who's in here right now to let us know who your dark horse trade target is right now for Steve Yzerman. I've said it already. I think it's Pettersson. I think that's the dark horse one. Personally, to me, it's that or Falk. Just to pick some names out there. Michael, who do you got? Who's the dark horse target you think for the Detroit Red Wings and Steve Yzerman right now?
I mean, dark horse would be getting a guy like Pettersson. Or Thomas, right? Like if they could pull that off. Are these guys even going to be moved is what I'm curious about. It's really late in the game. Like we're down to the wire here. Most of the moves feel like depth moves. Like is there, aside from John Carlson might be the shoe to drop that maybe cracks it open. Like John Carlson to me, like I didn't even know he was available.
Yeah, true.
I mean, what would Detroit look like with John Carlson?
So, Carlos, your thoughts on the John Carlson trade too?
This is an interesting discussion now. So this is what we got to talk about. So my dark horse pick, excuse me, all day is Robert Thomas, and then Michael brings up a really good point. We don't even know if these guys are going to be moved. Hell, does St. Louis really need to move a guy like Robert Thomas? Probably not, unless the offer is what meets the bag that Armstrong says, hey, you got to fill this. You got to fill my bag with this type of offer. So now let's talk about that. Are we good with spending what is required to spend on a guy like Robert Thomas? Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's big. It's like 2 first-round Dude, 2 first-round picks, possibly 2 prospects, A-level prospects, and a roster player.
Because look at we just paid for friggin' Nick Waugh.
There you go. I mean, whoever's saying it's a buyer's market is heavily confused because it's not. Like it's not a buyer's market.
I think there's a lot of guys available, and that's probably part of it. But the sellers are still asking big numbers. You know, like if you pay a first round, well, I guess it's like is the Colorado first is guaranteed, right, to Toronto for Nick Waugh?
I think it's top 10 protected.
Yeah, they're never going to be. So it's guaranteed that they get aside from that, which they're not going to be top 10. So I don't know. I think that's expensive. Now, John
Are we
Carlson, then
prepared
you
to
would
pay
say is
that?
cheap. I mean, if you got John Carlson is he a 1-year rental?
I
He
think
doesn't have
so.
any term, right?
I don't think he does. And that's the other part. Like, are we giving up
Yeah.
assets for players with 1 year left on their deal?
I mean, presumably, they would have, if you're Detroit, you would have taken that deal, but they're not, they would rather move him to the West Coast than face John Carlson in Detroit, who maybe would be able to re-sign him. He's old, he's not young, but all right. So just flipping back, like Robert Thomas, the price is clearly, to your point, a bunch of pieces. So if they get like a Nate Danielson and a first and a third,
I would think Armstrong wants MBN, Danielson, first, and then maybe a Comfer or something, a Rasmussen, like a roster player that can go in there. Like, are we ready to give up that? Like, are we ready to part with MBN and Danielson? Forget about the picks for a second.
Okay, well, here's the flip side. You know what Thomas is. He's a point a game guy. He's he's an alternate type captain guy. He's perfect second line centerman.
Yeah.
He solves a problem that that's a massive upgrade over Kopp. If you bit on that, it's a lot of assets, but you're getting a point a game guy. Like, this guy immediately is top 3 or 4 in scoring on the team.
Are you concerned?
Now, is Larkin even a point a game guy?
No, I mean, these are all fair points. My only drawback with Thomas is he's only played 182 game season. Does that change things?
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
But I think it's like, all right, you're Detroit. You still have Carter Bear. You still have Marco Casper. You still have like, what's his name, Genborg. You still have Bukhalnikov. You've got a lot of parts. So if you're going to make a move, why wouldn't you make a Robert Thomas like that? He's a younger guy. He's got all the character and style that you want, and he's going to fit in there and could really, really help you.
I agree. That's why I'm like all over this guy, but it's just like I struggle with giving up, what we've recently just put in the cupboard and seen develop, because
they have so much. That would be the type of move you make. Like, I would almost rather have him than Pettersson. Like, Pettersson has the top end potential, but Vancouver's crumbled into oblivion. Like, this is supposed to be their top guy. He's got a massive price tag. Like,
he hasn't even registered a shot on goal since he's been back from the Olympics. I was reading.
That's crazy. I mean, he's got a wicked shot. He's got he's a hot, good playmaker. He's lanky, and he should be back where he was, 80, 90 points. But maybe it's the environment, but I think you've already had multiple coaches in there, and you had the JT Miller thing, and who knows? Like, it just seems like Thomas, you don't have any of those issues.
Is Robert Thomas better than Dylan Larkin? Don Dobney made that comment in the chat.
I don't think so, but he's in that. He's close. Like, he's not better than him.
I'd say they're very similar, and it would be very tough to say who's better than the other.
Maybe. I mean, I think I would put Larkin ahead of him, but he's still like, who cares? If you have them both, you don't care.
Oh, exactly. To that point.
And it's a good comparison, because you go, well, if there's that much debate, then they're interchangeable.
Yeah.
Nobody's keying in on Dylan Larkin to shut him down. Nobody's keying on Robert Thomas to shut him down.
All right, we got It's not all right. We got a question from a chatter here, and then I want to pivot to a different topic, but still relevant to asking who the dark horses are for you guys. And speaking on EP40 and Robert Thomas, but this question comes in from Anthony Manzano. I believe I'm saying that name right, so I do apologize if I am not, Anthony. But thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Hockey Town, what are your thoughts on this trade? Montreal gets Bob. The Panthers get Reinbacher and Alexander Zaborski.
Wait, what's the name?
So Montreal gets Sergei Bobrovsky from the Panthers, and then the Panthers get David Reinbacher and Alexander Zaborski.
Why is Zaborski not clicking in my brain here?
I don't.
Off the top, I'm not familiar with Alexander Zaborski. David
Reinbacher.
Right name? I'm not sure, but
I mean, Reinbacher is still a prospect. I think he's capable. What is he going to be? He's had obviously physical issues. I think he's
I don't know if
capable
that's
of
enough,
being in
though.
NHL.
I don't know if that's enough to get Bob.
No, of course not.
You guys
Yeah.
are
That's
first
like
round
the
pick, I think.
2-time in a row Stanley Cup champion goalie. Like this is one of those, Canadian fanboy trades. Let's get a real trade. Like you're talking about a guy that is presumably the all-world goalie. Like,
well, what is the issue right now with the Florida's goaltending? Because I did see something about how like they've been using other goaltenders a little bit more this season.
I mean,
Florida?
matter.
I mean, Bobrovsky's up there, dude. You got to game manage the hell out of him.
yeah,
He's
not
good,
young.
but like he's not. Yeah, he's not young.
And it's one of those situations I
they don't
look
have
at it where it's like it's almost kind of like where the Florida Panthers, they don't always have to be the number one team in the regular season because we know in the playoffs they're going to be a top 2 team in the playoffs. So it doesn't matter where they go in the seeding, so to say. So I look at it for Sergei Bobrovsky, because he hasn't maybe played so much in the regular season, that doesn't really matter. And like you said, Carlo, you got to manage the hell out of someone like him. So I don't see why Florida would want to entertain moving Bobrovsky anyways. I get the contract isn't a good situation, but like you said, Michael, back-to-back Stanley Cup winning goaltender for you. Like that kind of sounds silly, doesn't it?
Nuts.
Yeah.
That guy's nuts.
You're going to pay for that.
100%. You have to. Like it's not
Good
like
question,
Florida's
though.
like trying to dump him with zero leverage, right? Like
I don't like. Are we hearing that they're trying to dump him?
I heard San Jose a lot with Bobrovsky.
So for Florida, yeah. So San Jose was linked. They were saying that someone made the comment, and it was a post that they were sending Bobrovsky for the game that they played last night, because they played last night, I believe, and then they're coming into town today to play against us. I would assume that we see Sergei Bobrovsky in between the pipes going up against John Gibson, right? That makes the most sense.
If we don't, well, we'll know about it in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Well, if he doesn't get shipped,
Florida
up against Bob.
It's safe to say they've lost 4 in a row and they're not making the playoffs after winning back-to-back. That's really, really hard. And they've been to the final, 3 years in a row? Like, how many years have they been to the final?
3. They've been to the finals because.
Did they lose to Tampa? No, that was before. So that would have not been the final. Where did they lose?
3 out of 4 years, I think. 3 out of 5 years.
Maybe something like.
Oh no! So yeah, they made it through. No, they made it. No, it was the Oilers who have made it 3.
Oh, Oilers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. How can we forget Connor McDavid?
Yeah,
I mean, at this point, I just kind of hope that it is at least one different team.
2 is like crazy. Like you've seen the wear and tear it takes on Kachuk. Barkov's out. Like Bob's out. Like it is. I can't see why you would move him. Just let him retire there. Like he's going to retire in Florida or Russia. Like
the only reason why I can see him doing it is because
they went 3
Bobrovsky's one of the only guys they can freaking trade. Everyone's already locked up to a no mover, no trade clause. So they got to recoup some assets.
Nobody wants out of there. Will Bob? It's funny that he's like, will he leave the Panthers today? Maybe. So people are saying maybe, but Minnesota acquires Jeff Petrie from the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, he's 8. I think he's their 8th D. I don't even know if he's going to see the ice.
Michael, this question's probably more pertained to you. You could probably answer this one a little bit better. I can't speak on this one, but someone in the comments, TDP8955, says AJ Greer thoughts.
It's big. He's like, useful bottom 6 guy. I don't know what his numbers are. Okay, right? Like I can't remember what has he got this year. Let's look. Yeah, 11 goals, 11 assists. I mean, he's a big kind of power forward guy. He like plays physical. He's got some offensive chops, but I don't know. Again, like maybe they move him, maybe they don't. If you're Florida, do you feel any pressure to move anybody? I don't know. Is he coming back? That might be a question. He would be useful on a playoff team. He's been, he played 16 playoff games last year. 92 penalty minutes. You don't see that often. That's 92 is the new 300.
So it sounds like that the question was more based around the fact that this is a guy who comes with grit, tenacity, a little bit of sandpaper.
He's got some offense. He's got some size. Like, I don't know if are they trying to move him? If they would, it doesn't seem like the price would be that high.
Now Anthony Manzano is trying to make a case. Anthony, are you a Habs fan or are you a Panthers fan? I think you need to comment that next.
Very different. So Zharkovsky is a top friggin' prospect. Like Zharkovsky, that's who I was wondering because the name didn't jive. So Zharkovsky is like maybe the steal of that 2025 draft, like one of them. Might be a gold star prospect, guys.
Subtle plug.
This kid's great. Like he's a very talented player. That's what I was wondering. If it was that, then that's a lot because he's a very good talent, like high talent player.
I'm convinced Anthony is a Panthers fan because now he's asking, can the Panthers get anything for Evan Rodriguez?
Probably. I mean, yeah, Evan would be Evan. It would be a useful depth player. Like he's been to the show, like he's been to the final.
I think Evan Rodriguez has a spot for any playoff team. I think he could play in anyone's bottom six. I think he's a great centerman. He was good for the Colorado Avalanche for that short amount of time, then going to the Florida Panthers and a couple other spots that he's been to. So anything's possible. You truly never know. It just all depends on the GM, really. Steve Yzerman can say, I don't see anything that I'd want out of Evan Rodriguez, but maybe the Carolina Hurricanes do, or the Colorado Avalanche. It's all different for every NHL GM. But let's pivot the focus here because let's go back to the dark horse thing. And we were talking about how much it's going to cost for Robert Thomas, and maybe somewhat similar, maybe a little bit less for an EP40. But Michael, you brought it up. We have a lot of pieces that we can move on from. We have all of our first round picks, all of our future first round picks. But looking at the depth for the Detroit Red Wings at center, it's still Larkin, Andrew Kopp. I don't know why JT Compher isn't here, but let's assume that he would be in here. Michael Rasmussen,
winger.
You got Casper, you got Finney, Danielson. You got players like Ammo down here, and then you can continue down here. You got Raymond, Soderblom
on the left wing.
There's Carter Bear, Max Plant. People really don't talk about him too much. Yep, Eddie Genborg, you mentioned him. Buchelnikov, Michael Branzig-Nygaard, Kiskinen. I think he's had not a great season this season. I think it's actually a downward season. Let's go Red Wings prospects. He even touched on that a little bit, I think, on one of his recent posts as well. Brent Solomon looks like he could potentially be something. I think that's
like the same numbers goal-wise, but it's the assists that have dropped off. Like he's got 15 goals again. He had 14 last year.
Yeah. Then you go down here. Then you go down here at the goaltending position. You obviously have Kosa. Postava, I'm very curious to see what they end up doing with Postava in the offseason. I know he's still got term left on his deal, but Trey Augustine, Michael, he just won another Big Ten championship with MSU last night. They won the Big Ten championship. So the deal is
sticking around, right? Because if Trey's coming to GR, if Kosa's going to the Wings as a backup, presumably Trey's going to GR, they still got to keep Postava around if it all shakes out like that.
100%.
Well, you look at Carter Gylander as well, who has put up good numbers for GR when he gets the call up and has a great season in Toledo this year too. So Carter Gylander, does he want to be in Toledo for another year? Do we want to lose on a Carter Gylander?
I think you'd rather keep Postava than Gylander.
I think they could probably figure out how to keep them both, but I think Trey's definitely, if first you got to get the guy signed.
Yep.
I think that's going to happen, but we don't, people say, oh, he's a hometown guy and everything, but you don't know till it happens. By the way, he's played 31 games. He played 30 last year, and his stats have gravitated right back to what they were last year almost, which is not bad. It's just like, I don't know what he's accomplishing there. He's got like a 206 goals against average. He had 208 last year, and he's got a 930 versus a 924 save percentage. So he no longer has a 1.7, no longer has a 940. Like, I don't know. Get that guy in the AHL.
The record there, the numbers, they all look so phenomenal. I mean, MSU up in front of him too. They have a really great team, so that definitely helps out. But that don't take credit away from Trey Augustine. He is an incredible athlete, an incredible goaltender. And
Get him in the AHL. Get him in the AHL, guys.
Yeah, it's time.
Even with Postava, you look at Postava, he was injured this season. So I agree with you, Michael. I think that there might be a way for Chris Draper and who's the other guy? I'm blanking the name on him. Please help me out here. Horkoff are going to try and figure out a way on how to keep all three of the guys. Somehow, though, they
the important thing with Trey Augustine, they have to try and implement him to get him the most starts out of all three of the guys. I think it goes Trey Augustine 1, Postava 2.
But he played 30 games and 31 games. How many starts is he going to be able to handle?
Then he played for World Junior, so you add that in as well, and then everything else that they do as well. So he's going into the tournament as well. You add that on top. But you're right, Michael. And then also, too, if he doesn't win a championship with MSU, does he sign right away, go and join Grand Rapids? And at that point, you look at it like, hey, what even is the point? Take the time to rest. So there's a lot of things to consider here with a Trey Augustine. But what's everyone's thoughts? Let us know in the comments if you think Trey Augustine signs when his season is done. Does MSU win the NCAA championship? Hopefully my Broncos can go for 2 for 2. Let's go, Broncos.
Trey's not going nowhere. But heads up, Emily Kaplan has officially called out Stevie Y.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she called out that she doesn't want the Detroit Red Wings to be frauds today. And she's expecting and hoping for a
what does
splash.
That mean?
I think everyone thinks that
that's a stupid thing to even say. Like
I agree with you.
Playoff position. They got a platform. The young guys.
This is my thing.
I think they made a smart, safe move that can help their team, and they didn't give up a single asset.
Yes. Listen, if the Wings do nothing, if the Wings do nothing because of the prices out there in the market, there's going to be people that are ready to jump off the Gordie Howe Bridge and the Ambassador Bridge simultaneously. That's just how it is right now within the Twitter space, the hockey world, within the Red Wings specifically. The negativity is insane. But people need to remember, why would you – that's why I asked the question about Thomas. Why would you be down to – now, on a guy like Thomas, I'm down with that.
Doesn't impact your lineup in nothing but a positive way.
Right. But now, there's really not much left you can really do to go and get another player because you just spent a lot to go and get one guy.
That's actually not true because, if you move Jenborg, Danielson, and a first, and if that's enough to get you Thomas,
I don't think that's enough to get Thomas.
What else? I don't know what else you get. Another pick, or you've already you want a roster player. Who do they want? They're going to want a Finney or something.
Maybe Cop, Finney, Casper, MBN.
I said Jenborg, but MBN, Danielson, a first, and maybe a part, right?
I think it would take a second round pick too. I think
they
what did they say they wanted?
You do that.
3 first round picks.
Do you care? Because he's what you want Nate Danielson to magically be. He is that. He is, and there's already enough comparison. Like Larkin's 54 points in 62 games. I haven't looked recently, but I think Thomas is in a similar realm.
Yes.
So what is he at? He's at 30. Well, actually, he's 37 points in 44 games, alluding to the injury issue you mentioned. So that could be a concern. But I mean, the pace is the same. If you think he's healthy, you're like, all right, whatever. We gambled, we gave up a lot. I still got Carter Bear. I still got Marco Casper. I still got Emmett Finney. I still got Jenborg. I still got Bukelnikov. I still have other picks. I still have Max Plant.
Mm-hmm.
I still have Trey Augustine. I still have Sebastian Cossa.
Yeah, there's definitely a point to be made with the goaltending depth that we have. And if one of those are at play to pull in somebody. But I really wonder if Yzerman's MO today is to go and get a top 6 forward and a defenseman. Which shoe drops first there? Does he go and get a D-man first to see what his leftover stockpile is, and then he puts that towards a forward? Does that even matter? I don't know. I'm just –
Well, I really missed on 2 pieces, right? You missed on Uyghur and you missed on Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to assume you weren't willing to pay for that. Both of those guys would have been what you need.
Yeah, but are they the right fit?
Yeah, those both would have been perfect.
I'm just looking at age and age. I don't think Steve Yzerman wants to dish out assets for a guy that's got a year or 2 left on his career. But Uyghur is good for 5 more years, but is that concerning to people? He's going to be playing until he's 36.
Well, that's what Carlson is 36, isn't he?
He is, and this is his last year. Did we confirm that on his contract?
Yes.
It's his last
year.
So I don't know. And again, would Washington even move him? But that's the type of guy that would have helped short term, and maybe you keep him for an extra year or 2. So who's left? I don't know. Logan Stanley's gone. Yeah. Luke Schen's gone. Both the same team. That was kind of a crazy move.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Ristolainen, Falk, Dougie
Falk,
Hamilton.
You can count Parayko, I guess. That's not close technically.
Parayko would be. I mean, that would be a huge impact, right? Like if you
tell me that wasn't funny though. You see what the offer was, and then like I don't know. Does that sting more for St. Louis Blues fans knowing that they could have had what they were given for Parayko, or is that sting more for Buffalo? It was
a rich offer.
Radim Murka, and then who was a former 9th overall pick, right shooting defenseman, and then this year's first round pick for Parayko.
Wait, who's the defenseman?
Radim Murka. I might be saying the name wrong. Right-handed shooting defenseman, former 9th overall pick.
9th overall pick. Are you talking about the guy in St. Louis or in Seattle? Is he in the WHL?
This was between.
He might be in the WHL.
No, he's in the Yeah, that's a really good player. That's a great.
He's good.
Yeah.
If that's who you're talking about, which is the guy for the Seattle Thunderbirds.
I think so. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a great return. I mean,
so is that sting more for St. Louis not getting that return for Parayko, or for Buffalo not getting Parayko?
I think that stings for Buffalo, but I think Buffalo dodged a little bit because I think they were giving up I think there was more that they were. I think there was wasn't there a couple picks plus 2 prospects for Parayko? Trying to find it. I can't.
There might have been more, but I think that was the basis of it, and everyone was like, "What? This is a crazy deadline if that's the price for a top 4 defenseman right now with just a year and 20 games left for you."
It was heavy.
Yeah, and you were pronouncing it probably correctly. I was like, it wasn't registering in my brain, but he's like Murka in Seattle is a big. Now it's funny. He's only got 1 goal this year. That's interesting, but he's like 6'6". He skates really well. Like he's a good player from from Czech Republic.
Edvinsson comp.
Who's that? The other player?
Edvinsson comparison? Would you say potentially?
Edvinsson. Yeah, maybe a little. I don't know. Edvinsson's kind of got some edge now to him. There's some similarities. I think Edvinsson's probably a better skater, probably has more offense. And the other guy might end up being a little meaner, and it might take time. Like he's not in the NHL. He's only got 1 goal with Seattle, which I was actually surprised at. But he's got some offensive capability. I thought his numbers actually would have been better this year, just looking at what he is. But I mean, that's a good return. That if you can get him, he's highly regarded. I don't know if Seattle's super strong this year.
So the Detroit Red Wings just announced that. Is this for tonight? Hold on, they just tweeted this out. Tonight we celebrate the next flight era at Little Caesars Arena, and then gave a opening night roster of, I don't know what era this is, but it's next flight all team for the Detroit Red Wings, and this is from top line to bottom lines. Starting on forwards, Zetterberg, Datsuk, Nyquist, Raymond, Larkin, DeBrincat, Franzen, Filppula, Cleary, Tatar, Helm, Hoodler. On defense, Lidstrom, Cronwall, Seider, Rafalski, DeKaiser, Erickson, and then in net it's Howard and Osgood. I'm confused on what this is. Is this like a 21st century team?
It's an all team next. It's an all team, but I don't know what next flight means.
Is it like?
It's got to be this century, right? Of players?
Probably.
That sounds weird. I don't even understand the context.
That's a sick lineup, though.
So you're just being honored before the game? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I guess so. Hold on. There's another tweet here. It says, next flight, a new millennium brought new faces to Hockeytown. The most successful American NHL franchise claimed its 11th Stanley Cup championship and continued a streak. I'm actually going to share this tab so everyone else can see it too.
Next flight a sponsor or something?
But continued a streak of 25 straight playoff appearances with help from a Magic Man, Hank, and the Perfect Human. The next 100 years begin in Hockeytown's new home, Little Caesars Arena.
I almost don't care about looking at it. What is this?
It's the centennial. It's all the centennial celebrations are doing.
Right. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Pretty sick lineup, though. This would be a Stanley Cup winning lineup, personally, to me.
So it's basically take out the word next flight because I do not get what that means.
I don't get
It's the Red Wings all team. What does that mean?
Well, it's the Red Wings all team like after 20.
After 2000.
After 2002.
Oh.
So the 21st century team, I think it's the all-team Next Flight 21st century team is what they're trying to say. They just didn't do a good job at explaining it in this post.
I don't understand what Next Flight even means. Like, I'm like looking for that. Is that a product or a business? Like,
yeah, I don't know. There's also a link here for tickets. Will not be going to the game, obviously, but should be.
Yeah, because then you look at this other one. It's called the Centennial Equipment, presented by Cat. So it's like that's why I was wondering if it was a sponsor, but then it's sponsored by Meyer. So I don't get it. I don't know. It's something that I'm not going to buy, obviously, because I don't know what it is.
All right, boys, I'm going to try to hop back on. I got to hop off right now, but I'll be hopping in and out all day. So hopperoo. Michael, good to see you. Good to chat.
Yeah.
Go Wings. Go Stevie Y. Pick up the damn phone and let's get cooking. But I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
All right. We'll catch you later, Peter.
That's all that matters. Get in the playoffs.
Yes, please do get in the playoffs. Forgiven, but I mean, right? Today kind of helps with that a little bit. You look, man, I don't even want to look at the standings right now. I don't want to look at the standings.
If anything, the big move was the John Gibson move. That's paid off great.
That's paid off for sure.
I mean, that's been, it started with an adjustment period, but man, that's paid off great.
But listen, Columbus, let's look at the teams above us and who's chasing us. I am worried about Buffalo because they're loading up. And I'm worried about the Columbus Blue Jackets because they got Rick Bonus. And
they're three games ahead of us, Buffalo, which is crazy. Now you've got 4-game losing streak for Tampa, so I don't know, but I don't know what happened there. But
Columbus, dude, I'm telling you, we have to be worried about Columbus.
Real quick, Carlo, before you take off, thanks, Lord Venom, for the dono. Definitely appreciate that. Says that the dark horse trade that he has is Nyes and OEL from Leafs for a first, second, Danielson and Jacob Bernard Docker.
Wait. What? Oh, Matthew Nyes is in that deal?
Yeah.
Matthew Nyes.
Why would they trade Nyes?
For a first, a second, Danielson.
Toronto?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that deal. That's like a no-brainer.
No-brainer deal.
Nyes and OEL, sure, take all of it. Like,
there you go, Lord Venom. No-brainer deal.
Hey, Venom,
yeah, good deal. That's
throw in a third-round pick too. Just
because like Nyes is not the problem in Toronto. The guy's got 51 points in 60 games. He's improved on his stats from last year. So I think you want a big, powerful, skilled guy like him. I've been watching him since he was like 14. I remember when I saw him in Arizona and I'm like, I'm looking around. It's one of those ones where you're looking around the rink. Is everybody noticing this? Am I crazy? Am I just hallucinating that this guy's really, really good? And he was, really 14 at the time. And that was actually, I think that was the same team as Josh Doan. I'm pretty sure they were on the same team.
That tracks because I think they're the same age, right?
Is Josh on that team? I think Josh might have been on that team too. And I was like, man, he's the best player on the ice.
All right, let's manifest Nyes. I like that deal. What a
I mean, that would be
boys,
crazy.
I'll be back. Take it easy.
You get that. That's like, yeah, who's on that 14U team? Let me go.
Yeah, go ahead and get out of here, Carlo. We'll talk to you later.
Ryan Botterill, Matthew Nyes, and Josh Doan. Yeah, those are the three big ones that were on that team. And I just remember watching. I remember thinking, is this guy Czech or something? Like, did you guys get this guy from the? No, he's from here. I'm like, what is going on? This guy's so good. They're like, yeah, you like him? I'm like, yeah, I like him.
All right, Michael, here's a really good question that I think a good amount of Red Wings fans have been asking for quite some time. And it's I guess it's a little worrisome, but how come majority of NHL players, they don't seem to want to come to Detroit, whether that's via trade or free agency? Why do you think that is? I can't assume it's one reason, but do you think someone in the comments asked that? But some fans seem to believe that Steve Yzerman and NHL players just don't want to come to Detroit, and some of it may be an impact on Steve Yzerman or Chris Ilitch or a multitude of reasons. But your take on that, do you think there's a reason at all, if any?
How about 10 years without the playoffs? Like, that's concerning, right? Yeah. I think there's still an obvious talent gap, but I don't know. Maybe you don't want to live in Detroit. Like, Detroit's not like a premier destination.
And that's fair to say. That's really fair to say. There's nothing wrong with that either.
It's reality. I mean, make it a better city. Like,
well, when you look at it from the perspective of 10, 15, 20 years ago, you can even look back as even 7 years ago, Michael. The NHL was so different than what it is now. I think players have so much more leverage and capabilities to do what they want when they want. And GMs have they're chained to it, right? That's what kind of sucks. And I'm kind of someone who says at this point, the NHL should go to lesser term contracts. I think that would create a little more chaos in the league, kind of like an NBA style, but I really don't care for it. And I do say this argument to my friends that I don't like how there's not any, what's the word I want to use here? Commitment to their players. So they're very movable. They're very interchangeable. They don't really provide them as much growth. But the Detroit Pistons, on the other hand, they do a really good job. But nonetheless, either way. But yes, Michael, is there anything else outside of that?
I think it is what it is. I don't think there's any. Everyone knows it's a premier hockey destination. I think it's got premier hockey people. They're not a premier hockey team. You know, they're just not there yet. There's still a drop in talent. Are you the difference making guy? Question, you know. But look, John Gibson came here from Anaheim.
Chose to come here too. Yeah, he chose.
Yeah, he was always kind of in control a lot of his destiny. Like he could have balked at it. Who have they tried to bring that hasn't wanted to come? You know, Stamkos chose Preds early.
Yep.
So that was probably more money than anybody would have paid. And look, it's actually, you know, it's funny. Like he's had a really good year. Like if his numbers are back where they normally are, and even his bad year was 27, 28 goals. So he's got 30 goals in 60 games. That's where you wanted him, 40 goals, right? That's the pace. So, you know, he's probably justified his price tag now. Not a playoff. Well, he might be in the playoffs. We'll see, but I don't think so. I don't know. I don't see it a big issue. I think Steve Yzerman is clearly stuck to his plan, and he's in the catbird seat, man. Like if he adds any more good prospects, like this team's like nuts. Like they're so stacked. Like what other team could you take out a top guy prospect like Nate Danielson? You could throw out a guy like MBN, and you could throw out like a pick and not worry too much about it because you know behind them you've got Max Plant and Carter Bear and Marco Kasper's in the NHL and Emmett Finney's ahead of schedule. I mean, they're very deep. So I don't know why you would have a big rush to get like an expensive free agent. And now the cap's going to the moon and the top players making 8.7 million.
Well, and I think a lot of, and I kind of think about it from this perspective. I'm not going to put it on other Red Wings fans because I don't know if they think about this as well. But for me, I look at it from sometimes I wonder if it might be better for the Red Wings to, I'll use Michael Brandsegard as an example, who is currently tearing it up in the AHL. I think he has like 13 points in his last 10 games or something ridiculous like that. He's been on fire lately, where some fans are hesitant to bring him up. You let the ELC slide, all that stuff, right? But I wonder if it's almost beneficial for the Red Wings too, because you look at some of the other teams who did this, brought up the younger players sooner. You can sign them to these more team-friendly contracts with the cap going up. So would it maybe be beneficial for the Red Wings to, much like how they did for ASP, they also had to do it for Kasper. I think both of them are going to lose a year or did lose a year off of their contracts, their entry-level contracts, and you're going to have to sign them sooner to probably a lot bigger deals, but for longer term. So could it be more beneficial for teams to, much like the Red Wings, to do that for some of their young players, to go that route?
You know, you want Detroit to make the playoffs, but aside from that, like they got just better days ahead with the volume of talent. Again, we saw one wave make the team and look at how much they've improved.
Yeah.
It's kind of settled us all down because like even last year, we're like, man, are we on the wrong track?
Right.
No. Seem to be doing good. All the guys are panning out. Like, who's a bust? People complain about Danielson, but he's doing what Danielson does. You know, he's like a big guy. He's fast, and he's producing in the AHL. 15 points, 18 games. Yeah, you want to see more goals, but that's just what he is. I don't know. Carter Bear's crushing it in the WHL.
Yeah, he's picked it up lately, too.
Max Plant's crushing it in the NCAA. Like,
Genborg's doing really good over there.
Genborg's doing really well. Like, there's another great pick. You know, like, yeah, I don't know. If anything, you just want D. So to answer your question, I don't think there's any pressure, in my opinion, today to actually make a panic move. If they made an aggressive move, it would be out of character. And getting a Thomas would be that type of move. I don't think you swing lower than that, or a Parayko. Like, those are impact guys. They're going to improve this team. And if they don't, then it's on the player and the coaching. But I think anyone that comes in here is going to improve them if they're of that caliber. You know, Perron helps in one way, but he's not going to make them, oh, there's so much, they're going to crush everybody. You never know. Maybe it's like an emotional thing, but talent-wise is what you want. You want another piece in that top 6 that's going to bump them up.
And could that potentially be any of the players, the prospects that we haven't seen, that could any one of those be that next season, as soon as next season? Because you look at Patrick Kane, you can tell that he's slightly losing it, you know, in terms of what he can produce on the ice. Sure. You could see he's losing a step a little bit. I do think you sign him again for one more deal, but he ain't going to be a top 6 player for you forever.
Yeah, they need a piece, right? They need a piece. Do you hit the playoffs and a guy like Casper elevates his game, Nate Danielson elevates his game, you bring an MBN, presumably Grand Rapids is a favorite to win the Calder, right? So they're going to have a run of their own. And all these guys in a year have got playoff experience then, right? So if let's say hypothetically Grand Rapids wins the AHL championship, Detroit's ousted in the first round. Okay, good. And then what? Now you got all these guys from the AHL that have just won a championship. They've got experience. They crushed that league. Some have to come up. They do the Emmett Finney. Like Emmett, they step in. They fit really well. They already know the systems, and they begin their journey. Marco Casper gets back to like a 20-goal pace. Nate Danielson pops in. He's like a 25, 30-point guy in the third line. Like, you know, maybe MBN gets in there and he's like a 12, 15 goal guy. And those are all improvements, right? Like there's nothing wrong with any of that without getting a Robert Thomas or anyone else. Does it address that second line center spot? No, maybe not. But I shouldn't say that. Casper will, I think, eventually be that guy. Like, why would he not? He's had games I watch him. I'm like, he's the best guy on the ice. His stats suck. He had a horrible start. But you got to look at him. It's not like he looks good, man. He can play still. You can see the sophomore slump bit on him in a year. Like, I think he's just back in that consideration. I'd be shocked if he's not. Like,
he's had a way better second half of the season anyways than he did the first half. That's for sure. And I would agree with you, Michael. I mean, the underlying stats, they really don't look that bad. But when you look at it from the production standpoint, which is, you know, not to criticize fans, but that's what a lot of fans look at, and that's okay. That's what helps you win games. But Marco Casper has picked it up, most definitely.
Yeah, I think you can safely say, like, whether it's in the playoffs, that's the type of guy that suddenly is like, oh, I survived my sophomore slump season. Slump season. The playoffs is another season, and a guy like that could step up and be really effective. Or, you know, maybe it's next year, or Danielson or whoever. Like, I think to your point, there's guys internally that could have an impact now. Worst case, you've got like kind of the scenario I mentioned, which is maybe they lose in the first round. Grand Rapids has a run and makes it to the final or wins the Calder Cup. Again, now you got layers of options and you haven't given anything up. And you got another draft coming up. So you can add more guys. If you get, you know, I don't know, does Bukelnikov come over this year?
So his contract would be up in the KHL after this season. He's come back after injury. He's been doing pretty well after coming back from that injury. I think he had shoulder surgery.
Is that what it ended up being?
I think back in November or December. So he's back from that. But yeah, Michael, you're right. I mean, the Red Wings, I mean, whether NBN's probably going to make the team next year. I think that's the plan.
God. He looks like it. He's going to be a really good player. That's
exciting. Yeah. So the next wave is, so NBN, the next wave is coming. Kosa. There's probably not going to be a defenseman, but that's where I want to go to next, Michael. I am showcasing to everyone Puckpedia, the Red Wings salary cap projections for next season. Right now, currently, it is just over $12 million. Next season, it's going to be 38. But that's not only why I wanted to showcase. I actually wanted to show everyone the active roster right here going into next season is 16 out of 23. So there are 7 spots technically open for next season. So I wouldn't say that we're going to see a whole bunch of players that we haven't seen within the system take all 7 spots. You got to go in free agency and get some sort of vets, maybe some big time impact players. But Michael, I want to shift focus over to some players on the Detroit Red Wings prospects board, so to say. Like, what does the future look like for players like Carter Mazur and Amadeus Lombardi and players like those of that stature, William Wallinder, Shai Buium? Do we ever see them get action for the Detroit Red Wings?
I don't know. They're all struggling for different reasons. Mazur's got 8 points in 6 games. Is he back finally?
He finally got his first game back the other night.
Okay, good. So that's good. I mean, that's crazy. 5 goals in 6 games. I thought last year, I mean, my projection would have been he's in the NHL before Emmett Finney, but Emmett Finney's there. So, yeah, he could be, again, like this just goes to the depth of options they have, and they've got to be better than the next guy. Lombardi, you know, still point a game, health issues, smaller guy, really high skill and talent. Tough to project where he fits in unless he comes in and has a major offensive impact. Yeah, I don't know. They still have the same issue, right? They need a top 3D and they need a top 6 forward. Where does that come from?
Yeah, and Red Wings, some Red Wings fans are hesitant to, on one side of the coin, we're hesitant to move on from some of these young players because we want to see if they can end up being these players that the other fans on the other side of the coin want to trade for. So I don't think it's right or wrong. I don't think one side is right, one side is wrong. You just don't know what you're going to get from either option because you have to go in one direction and you have to stick with that. So it sounds like Steve Yzerman, and this has always been the plan, it's don't trade what you've gathered and wait and see what you have and then make the moves from there.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the safe bet. You know, they keep adding pieces that will not, you know, hurt them long term. You know, 2 names were mentioned in the chat. Trocheck, I'm always like a little, but his numbers are good. Trocheck and Thomas, you know, I keep forgetting about Trocheck. Like, does Trocheck get moved today? I don't know. That's a great question. He's smaller. Like, I'm not in love with Trocheck, but he does play the right way, and he fits, I think, character-wise, and he's a bump up over a Cop by probably quite a bit skill-wise. Yeah. He's had good numbers. So if you insert his numbers in there and he stays healthy, similar to Thomas, that would be the type of guy that could really improve the second line. I mean, if you have him, who's he going to play with? He's going to play with DeBrincat and Kane. That's a real small line, but maybe. I mean, I think that could really help either way. He's capable.
So apparently Carter Mazur did have a goal and an assist in his first game back and looked really good. Corey says that he was at that game. Thanks for letting us know about that, Corey. So yeah, that's good for Carter Mazur to it's going to be really tough. I think a lot of these, I mean, Michael, it might be a little too soon to say this. Maybe it's a hot take, but I don't think it is. I think Carter Bear would have a better shot at making the Detroit Red Wings next year than probably Carter Mazur would.
Question, was JT Miller just traded?
Oh, we're about to find out.
Because, you know, what's weird is on Hockey DB, he's not shown as being on the roster anymore.
Really?
Yeah. There's a star next to his name. Do we know why?
Would that be because he's injured?
No, usually that's just a gray, isn't it? Why would
I have not seen anything on JT Miller pop up on Twitter.
Why is he showing as a star next to his name?
We can check.
It's maybe the injury.
I was
upper body injury. Yeah, he's placed on.
Could you imagine if the Rangers just went up and did that?
And that's what I was like, wait, what's that little star? OEL would be great, by the way. Like, I've said this for a while, and people were like, nah, he's no good. I'm like, watch the guy. He's good. OEL's been to the, you know, he played great when Ekblad was hurt in Florida. He's big, tall, lanky. As a number 3 right shot, he's smooth. He's got a good shot still. Like, he's Swedish. Like, that's a guy that would improve the top, you know, 3. Like, he would immediately take pressure off of ASP. and give him the time he needs. And he would be a great mentor for ASP even.
Great contract hit too. I mean, $3.5 million cap hit. He's got 2 more seasons after this one too. And I agree with you. You could start him in the top 4 position now. And then ASP, when he finally gets his groove going in the next 2 seasons, you can interswap those 2 or whenever throughout the season. I agree with you. I think that would be great. But would you give up a first for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Michael, if you were Steve Yzerman?
The first for Detroit would be around the 20 spot, maybe.
Correct. I would assume that as well.
So like, oh fuck. So here, sorry, this is the issue. If you look at where Detroit picks right now, and I don't know if this will end up being this way. Right now, at the 22nd pick, there's a name, JP Hurlburt. I think you would really not ever want to give up JP Hurlburt if he was at the 22nd spot. I believe JP Hurlburt will keep moving up. Like, I know this age group really well. I've watched JP since he's 13. Like, I know who else is on that list. I gotta think he's gonna move up. This is a guy who was projected as a 2nd or 3rd round pick, and now he's leading the WHL in scoring. American-born Dallas Star. So that would be concerning to me if you gave up the first and end up being a JP Hurlburt. That could really burn you, because I think he goes to the NHL at some point. Super high hockey IQ. He's produced everywhere. So that would be a concern if that's the pick. Normally I'd say no in the 20th spot, but if you're looking at that, if that's the projection and that ends up coming true, that would be a real concern for me. Otherwise, I mean, the other names around there do not bother me. Like, I don't really care about any of these other guys if that's who you're giving up. This is why I look at the names ahead of him on this list, and I think like people are going to clue in. JP is much better than a lot of these guys. Like, I could see JP going around 12 or 10, you know?
There we go. I fixed the layout. I've been trying to figure that out this whole entire time. Sorry about that, everyone. I know that was probably annoying.
Right? OEL's having a good year.
Yeah, so for the Detroit Red Wings, you probably wouldn't give up that first round pick if that was the ask from the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Well, the risk is that it ends up being JP Hurlburt. Otherwise, I don't care about any of those other names there. Like, so that's the only asterisk. Like, normally I would say, yeah, give up a first and get OEL, and he's there for like a few more years. He's going to help this lineup. He doesn't look any worse than 2 years ago. He's big, smooth skating, big right shot, and maybe still you do it. But you know, the only thing that gave me pause was looking at who's at 22nd right now. Yeah, I'm like, I would, if it ended up being JP, then you might kick yourself.
Well, the likelihood of the Detroit Red Wings even selecting that type of player, or even Toronto, if you did make this trade. But the other question that I wanted to ask you about that, Michael, is even if let's say the Red Wings do have their first round pick of this year's draft out on the table for any player, it doesn't have to be OEL, but based on what you just said, even if it's not JB, your favorite player's name. Yeah, it's fun.
JP Hurlburt is legit. Like, I think people are, they're smart enough to watch them all year and on the correct stage. And you're like, oh, wait, this is like super high hockey IQ, great shot. Okay, if you compare JP to Macklin Celebrini, this is going to sound stupid. Both these guys played a year up in tier 1 the whole way. You look at their stats in that level, very similar characteristics, both like great shots, elite level hockey sense, elite level playmaking. Maybe you would at the time look at the skating and go, I don't know, but it won't matter with him. I think he's not being considered first overall, but he might be one of those guys where you draft and then he just he walked into the WHL in a year where it's not, he's got 86 points in 60 games in the WHL.
Wow.
As a rookie. Really good.
Yeah. Wow. That's incredible. So if he doesn't land in that realm where the Detroit Red Wings would pick
anyone else there, I don't care.
In general, neither do I technically. Personally, I really don't care either. But what does the draft look like in that range anyways? Is it more worth it to ship off the pick in this Red Wings?
For sure. Normally I'm shipping that pick. Like, that's why I say, like, if I look at any of the other players around him that's in that projected list, which is why I think he's going to move up and it won't be an issue. You just go, yeah, I don't care. Here's a first round pick to Toronto. Let them rebuild. We have a lot of prospects. OEL is going to be here for 3 years. And he solves a problem. He's better than everybody below like Edvinsson, and in some ways maybe better than Edvinsson.
And thank you for bringing that up, because that is something that I've been meaning to say as well, is that some Red Wings fans and Bert Furful here, actually, it kind of touches on that. If you want something another team has, you are going to have to pay a little more than you want. Otherwise, you have to accept moves like Perron or Smith last year. And I agree with you. That's the whole point of a deadline, is that you waited up until now, you have a need, it's last minute. How much are you willing to pay for it? So the seller doesn't have to sell. How much does the buyer truly want that? But in that scenario too, you know, it's got to be at least somewhat realistic for a team to be able to overpay. You know, if they said,
I don't think a first for OEL is overpaying either. Like you look like if you look at what Nick Waugh got, you look at the John Carlson.
Yeah.
You know, John Carlson's numbers are crazy. What does OEL have? OEL has 8 goals, 27 points, 35 points in 61 games. That's pretty solid. That's on pace for like 45, 50 points. That's pretty good. And what is Carlson at? Carlson's probably on pace for 55 points. Or maybe that's under. Whoops, wrong Carlson. I got Jack Carlson. Wasn't Jack Carlson? Yeah.
Jack Carlson.
46 points in 55 games. So I could see you're going to give up a first to get OEL. It's not bad. I think that's the right price, maybe. If you can get less than that, great. But he's a guy that's just, you know, he's won a Stanley Cup, and he saved Florida, 2 years ago when he was filling in for Ekblad was out. And that was their number one guy in Florida during that first run until the playoffs. So he's got the right pedigree. He's got the right skill set. I think he would fit in really nicely as a number 2, number 3 in Detroit, and for a few years. It's not young, but the first round pick, I just highlight that I would be like, it would be like, what I wouldn't want to do is go down as the guy that traded Vasilevsky for, you know, Kevin Quincy.
Kyle Quincy. Yeah, Kyle Quincy.
Kevin was his brother. Sorry.
Might as well call him Kevin at this point.
Kevin was his brother. He had Kevin. No, he's got a brother named Kevin.
That's funny though. That is pretty funny.
But sorry, Kyle. I wouldn't. And they go, "Whoa, Vasilevsky's all-world goalie." I wouldn't want to be that guy. Not that it didn't work. I think they probably won something. But.
What are your thoughts on kind of shift in focus? Never really had a chance to talk about this with someone, but some Red Wings fans, I think majority did not. But some fans were interested in trading for Artemi Panarin when he was available. And speaking about Ken Holland and some trades because of the Kyle Quincy thing, trades and gets Artemi Panarin. And then Kevin Fiala gets injured at the Olympics. Is Ken Holland kicking the tires currently?
I'm confused. Like they moved Warren Fogle, who has not had a great year, but Warren Fogle a year ago had 7 game-winning goals and 24 goals. And the year before he was with Edmonton, I thought was a big part of that team. I was, disappointed they moved on from him. I wasn't sure what that was for. Was that to make another big move and just clear out salary cap? They're on the cusp, but they're not in there. Like they're a weird lineup. They would benefit from someone like a Peterson or someone like that, or a Robert Thomas. Like if they got that type of piece, I would solve a lot of problems for them.
Do they have the pieces to get a Robert Thomas?
It's a really good question. I mean,
and I'm curious to see what, if it's not the Red Wings, I am curious to see if it happens, what the actual price is to get a Robert Thomas, because I think there's some people that might think that it might not take that much. And there's some people that think it will take 5 premium pieces. I mean, some rumor came out saying that they are wanting a ready now impactful player. And to me, that sounds like a Lucas Raymond. That sounds like a Seider. That sounds like an Edvinsson. I don't know about it.
What, for Thomas?
Yes.
No.
It's a rumor. It's a rumor that's an ask.
That's not getting that. That makes no sense. if they're moving him at all, they have no reason to move him except if they just think they're going to retool and start from scratch. He's had injuries, so that is an issue, but I don't know. I think he would command a pretty big premium. I might be shocked, but they have a few pieces there that would get some money. What about, I don't know, what would it take to get Ryan here? Get Ryan O'Reilly here? That would be a huge impact. Like if you got Ryan O'Reilly in Detroit, I'm not sure he would want to come from Nashville to there or not, but it is close to, it's closer to Toronto and family's not too far from there. Like a Ryan O'Reilly would, man, that would be a huge impact. He's had a very good year, by the way. And he's cheap.
I agree with you. And let's talk about Ryan O'Reilly. That's someone who's on our big trade board. I would love to have a Ryan O'Reilly. I love his contract. I love the term. I love the player, his points, his production, two-way game. He can help you on the power play and probably on the PK as well. So I think all around he's won a Stanley Cup too. So this is a player that I would really, really much love to have for sure, Michael. So yeah, touch on him. What would he bring for the Red Wings?
You saw what he is, where he was having a year that was not bad, but the team was not doing well. And he had kind of like a calling out of himself in public. It looked like a meltdown. And I was like, I've seen this from him. And I was like, I think I know it's going to happen. Let's watch. What I think is going to happen is he comes back and does something nobody expects. And that's, I think, what's happened. Like, he's got his highest standards for himself, and guys follow him because they're like, man, Snook, you're too hard on yourself. And he's like the last guy. He's, was he 35 now, 34?
Michael, real quick, I hate to cut you off here,
the
but
last guy to come off the damn ice still.
David Jiricek is heading to the Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh my God, that's over.
That's reported by Frank Saravalli.
What did they give up originally to Columbus to get him?
Oh, and Minnesota Wild are acquiring Bobby Brink from Flyers.
Ooh, that is a good pickup. Isn't he?
Okay, so it's David Jiricek for Bobby Brink, is what it sounds like.
I mean, that's great. He's a Minnesota guy. Like he's from Minnetonka, if I'm not mistaken. Is he not?
Okay.
Let's look him up. Yeah, he's from Minnetonka, Minnesota. So he's like originally from Minnesota. Yeah, Bobby Brink is gonna fit in the top 9, and he can flex up to the 6. He's not a big guy, but he's got skill and talent. Like he can. That's probably helpful. They're picking up pieces to get them depth. He's got pretty decent numbers this year.
So the Wild are trying to create cap space then, because David Jiricek had a didn't he have a cap hit, right?
I don't know. He's a bust, it looks like.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. He had some pretty high hopes, and then all of a sudden, kind of just what happened?
Yeah, he's just the skating. He played 25 games this year and not a single point. And that was after coming over from Columbus, right? Where Columbus kind of new management moved on from him. So what did they give up? 5th round pick with him for Damon Hunt, nothing, and a conditional first, who ended up being, yeah, wow. That's a pretty big fall from, dang.
Puckpedia needs to catch up on these trades. They haven't even updated it yet, and I can't find.
Oh, for the deal for him?
David Jiricek in Puckpedia, yeah, so they must be working on it.
The guy was a 6th overall pick. He looked like in the World Juniors at that time, but this was kind of like bubble time, right? This was like COVID time. You were like, oh, he looks like he's going to really pan out, and he's got really good offensive tools, and he had good numbers in the AHL at the beginning, and then, man, just crashed. Like he had 38 points in 55 games with the Cleveland Monsters his first run. And then it just went down from there like crazy.
So he's on the last year of his ELC, 900K cap hit, no points in the 25 games played, but he's got 10 points in his 24 games with the Iowa Wild in the AHL. Yeah, so
that's not a strong team. But well, that's an unfortunate. I think the writing's on the wall with him, and they get an NHL roster guy. I don't know Bobby Brink's contract status, but Bobby Brink's a good player. Like he'll help Minnesota, and he's from Minnesota.
Bobby Brink. Let's pull him up real quick.
He's got like probably 12 or 13 goals this year or something.
He's got 13 goals, 13 assists for 26 points and 55 games played. Former second-round pick with a cap hit of $1.5 million.
Dang.
He's 5'8". Wow.
Yeah, that's why I say he's a small guy, but he's talented.
168 pounds though. Stocky.
He's not that big, man. He's like
hey, I'm around that height. That's pretty stocky, okay? Leave us alone. Leave the short kings alone over here, Michael. Okay, we're doing just
I'm
fine.
Same boat, but I'm not like calling myself big. I weigh more than him probably. So.
Why do you think the Philadelphia Flyers would do something like this? It sounds like that they moved on from someone who is in their bottom six to get a defenseman who, like you just said, is kind of not living up to his potential, but maybe still serviceable.
I don't think this helps Philadelphia, but maybe, I don't know. Like maybe they don't see him in their future. Maybe he's if you look at, they have a few similar guys in that realm. So maybe that's why. I'd be curious. This is it's a weird year for deals. Like as much as there's big names. So let's look at where he is, because he's kind of middle of the pack on their scoring. Konechny is going to play way ahead of him. That's their best player probably. Zegras is obviously their top center guy. Dvorak's had a really good year for him. I think that's a good bounce back for him.
Yeah.
Tippett's obviously ahead of him. Michkov, I think, is down a little bit, but that's obviously ahead of him. Noah Cates is a big guy. It's got better production. Couturier and then Brink. I don't know. That's so weird. Like, look at the D on Philadelphia. Sanheim, Drysdale, and York are all playing. That doesn't change any of that. Like, they're all going to play ahead of him. Is he going to play ahead of Noah Juleson or Nick Seeler? I don't think so. I don't know. That's a weird move.
So backtracking, just kind of touching on some of the comments that we've received here. Preds don't want to move on from anyone. They want to finish the season with Trotz. Didn't he get canned? Trotz?
No, he retired. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They need a they're going to get a new GM and coach presumably.
Bert Furful says problem is that Steve doesn't like a bidding war, which is what this is.
Totally.
Well, I'm sure no GM likes a bidding war.
He's probably going to stick to his guns then.
Yeah. Preds players have no move clause and verbal no moves with Trotz. Ryan O'Reilly, too old for my taste. I would pass unless we miss on everything else and the price is right.
The price would probably be the similar or cheaper, and he would have a bigger impact than Robert Thomas, in my opinion.
I think
I'm biased, but
I kind of agree with you, and I think, and I'm.
But Thomas is there for a while. Like, Thomas is young, right? Like, there's like 9 years between these guys.
I'm at fault of doing this, though, of looking at age and being like, ew, that's gross. He's so old when he should be going to a retirement home next year. And I'm going to be 32 this year, Michael. So it's like, I think we got to stop doing that, especially for these players that were so good in their primes that their hockey sense is so good that it's still going to make them impactful players for you. And Ryan O'Reilly, really good centerman overall, two-way player, probably can still play on the power play. You put him on the power play too, and probably some PK.
He's a monster off the ice. You will never, ever have a guy in the NHL doing more than Ryan O'Reilly off the ice.
He seems like a hardworking man.
It's like you take a hardworking person, then you go 20%, 50%.
Well, in the game when we played against them too, he was all over the Detroit Red Wings, and I was like, oh, that's a guy I wouldn't want to play against in the playoffs, and that's a guy that you would go on and trade for because you don't want to play against him.
He's just not just the mindset, but the physical training part. Like, he's set the precedent that I've never seen. I think I've seen a handful of guys meet his precedent. Like the only guy that I ever firsthand saw that was similar to the effort off the ice would probably be Zellweger. But it's still, Ryan is like another level off the ice. I mean, you see him off the ice, he's just a mountain now. He really is. And he's built his body over time, and he's still like, he's not a guy that takes the foot off the pedal. Like, he's super strong and fit. He does yoga, I think, 3 times a week. Like,
wow.
He's a vegetarian.
Really?
It's like, yeah, he's never eaten. I don't think any time I know, like, I told someone I saw him eat a bag
O'Reilly.
of O'Reilly, yeah.
He looks like he would be a carnivore. Like, he looks like he came straight out of a cave. Honestly, he does.
He does. I know when you like, and he's like when he was a kid and we had him, we lost him one time by accident. I don't know. He snuck. It was so weird. We're like at the TELUS Cup regionals, and we go back to the hotel, and he's not with us. I'm like, what's going on? So fast forward hours, I find him finally with a security. Found him. He crawled under a table in a room and had his headphones on at the arena. Crazy. I go, Ryan, you hungry? He goes, no. I go, Ryan, you haven't eaten in like 8 hours. He's like, no, I don't want to, because he thinks I'm going to take him for burgers or something, right? And I go, Ryan, do you want to go to the grocery store and get a box of cereal and a bag of apples? He goes, yeah, let's go. I've never seen a guy eat a bag of apples. He blew through a bag of apples.
A bag of apples. Wow.
I don't think we made it back to the hotel and the apples were gone.
That's crazy. Dude,
Yeah, it was like
a freaking rabbit.
Yeah, but then, and he used to eat this stuff that was like Vector cereal. If you're in Canada, you know what Vector is. His mom actually told me he would, when he went to Erie, she would have to ship him boxes of Vector because you couldn't get it in Erie, Pennsylvania, or Erie. What was it? Where's Erie? Is it Pennsylvania? No, New York. But you couldn't get it, so she was like shipping him boxes of Vector cereal.
That's crazy. Oh my god!
But he is the most. Yes, he's old. I'm not saying he's not. He's 91 birth year, but man, he's a specimen.
I mean, you even look at I know this might not be a great example, but Jaromir Jagr's still playing.
Oh, same. Yeah, he's like that. He is like Jagr off the ice.
Sidney Crosby's going to keep playing in the league, I think, for the next 5 seasons, to be honest.
Yeah. Again, there's another guy. It's an absolute machine off the ice.
Look at Nathan McKinnon. Connor McDavid. These players are going to play a lot longer than what we're kind of used to. I mean, players around this age, like that are Ryan O'Reilly's age, we were so used to them retiring 10, 15, 20 years ago. It was next to nothing. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, see ya. So I think Ryan O'Reilly, going back to it, I think he could make an impact on this team. And you look at the depth chart, and I think that's where fans are getting a little confused, is that they're saying like, oh, this player isn't a needle mover. It's minimal at most. And it's like, but you look at the roster and it's like, would you rather have Ryan O'Reilly or Andrew Copp? And if you can have both, and you can put Andrew Copp down to the third line center, and then JT Compher down to the fourth line center, that's a nasty center depth for you. Larkin, Ryan O'Reilly, Copp.
He's point a game. Compher. He's got more points than Larkin.
Bert Furfall says, "Go get Jagr."
Yeah, sign him. I don't think Jagr would come, but just to finish on that, like our captain has 54 points and Ryan has 59.
Oof.
Like this was like I was saying, like he had that meltdown moment in public a little bit, and I was like, I think I know it's coming, and sure enough, like the guy's point a game. He's a +8. So he set his own standard. He's got like 22 goals, 59 points, and I don't think he's dropping off anytime soon. Like he would be here. I don't know, till he retires if you want him. But I don't even know if he wants to come. I'm not sure. He's got he's got 4 kids, I think. But it would be closer to his family. Like family's a big deal for them. Anyway, so who else would there be? I think I would rather have him than Petey.
Some other comments. What about Nico Hischier or Dylan Strome?
Oh my God, why would they move on from Hischier? Dylan Strome is weird for me. I don't know. Dylan Strome, he legitimately is the top center on Washington, and he was, overlooked by Arizona at the time in the regime that had him, and he's done nothing but produce big points, and he's shown he can play with big players. He's not a great skater. He's got mitts, he's got good hockey IQ, and he's a pretty big body. I don't know. Like Detroit, that would be weird for me I think he'd be fine, but he would be a weird fit skill wise, maybe. Like he's not a fast player, but he's good. He's a very good player. And then the other one, Hischier, I mean, you would think like, are they looking to move on from Hischier?
There have been, I think, when it comes to the Devils, you look at the Devils, they want Cap. Okay, totally get that. Then maybe they want to make room on the roster somehow. But I think what what they're trying to do ultimately is get a ready now impact guy and move one of the guys that they have on their roster to replace it and see if it changes a little bit. We got a new special guest joining us there. What is up, Travis?
What's going on, guys?
Not much. Michael, Travis, have you guys ever met before?
No, I have not met Michael. No.
Oh, well.
Follow him on Twitter, though.
Oh, there we go. Michael, Travis is with Hockeytown West podcast. They are Grand Rapids and Toledo based. So they're having a really good season over there, Travis. How's it been going with the Grand Rapids boys? We were talking about Carter Measer a little bit ago. He had a good first game back, eh?
Yeah, he, found the score sheet, goal and an assist, and he's just such a good player. Like, if he could just stay healthy, that's his biggest thing. If he can stay healthy, the sky's the limit almost. At least to potentially get to the NHL. Like, you've seen the flashes, and clearly the plan was to call him up last year for the stretch run, and just didn't work out because he got hurt. But
yeah, he's got the right profile, like he's decent size and he's got good all around game and hockey sense, and guess we'll see if he can stay healthy. He's 23 now. It's crazy how old these guys get old fast.
It's crazy when you say a 23-year-old old.
Well, for a prospect, that's an old prospect. Like that, you're to the point where you're deciding, is this guy never going to make it? And anything beyond that, like, it is luck, but that's pretty much where people are like, wow, he is what he is, right? And they get to that determination, and sometimes he fits in somewhere else. But I think he's of that age where, you're not considered a prospect anymore.
Yeah, it's just tough because, like, just the one game and it didn't last long. That's the tough part about it. And
right.
Health aside, I think he'd be there.
Yep. I had him ahead of Finney, so I think. Guess we'll find out. Like, he needs to get a full year in somewhere.
Could be a very like a deadline pickup for Grand Rapids almost. They've been this good without him all year, and now you get him back at the end of the year. That could be an impactful piece for them.
So you obviously watch the Griffs. Like, talk about Nate Danielson. Like, how has he been doing?
Yeah, please. I'm gonna go get some coffee, boys. So I'll be right back. You guys go ahead.
I'll say the other two guys, Nick and Brandon, they are at every game. I don't get to watch as much, but he's going through it a little this year, right? He was hurt, then he was up, then he was down, playing up. It's just been a roller coaster year for him. I know, like, a lot of people worry about the goals with only having three of them.
Three goals, yeah.
I mean, you look at it, he's a .833 points per game player. Like, I don't know that you're gonna maybe see the goal total flash. I think it would be more the assists where he's going to gain most of his points. He's just got such good vision, and then he's that two-way center. That's what he was drafted to be. It's just a matter of now staying healthy and developing. But he's had his moments where he's been great, and he's had some learning moments still for sure. He's a young player.
And again, these guys get old real quick, but I mean, I know him from watching in the WHL and the feedback people had there, and then Team Canada. And I remember when he was drafted, I was like, to the brass of Team Canada, because our coach was the coach for Team Canada at the time in Everett, and it's like, well, would you guys pick Nate or Zach Benson? Because at the time I thought Zach Benson was the guy that Detroit should have grabbed. Now Benson's made the NHL, but they were all unanimously, they thought Nate. Now maybe that was wrong, but he's got such high character. He's a much better skater than people realize, and he's a big body. And I think, to your point, like, the goals, I would like to see more. But he does so many things so well. Like, he's like, he could be a really useful player in the future. I mean, I guess we'll see, but
it's funny for me because, like, I've said a couple times, like, with the guys and a couple other people, like, you look at, like, Ammo, right? Big offensive production, and then, like, getting better defensively, right? Like, he's taken a step back there this year. They want more still, but, like, you heard Watson before a game a few weeks ago even say, like, he's just got that offensive mind, like, that's not a problem, right? Just round out your defensive. I always said, like, if you combine Nate and Ammo, with the two where their strengths are, you'd have Yeah, like that would be the guy, but it doesn't work that way.
So, the comparison for me too, for Nate, and this is why I kind of like still have a little bit of hope, is in St. Louis, Dvorsky. And you look at how well he played at the Olympics. You look at how well he's played for St. Louis, and he had, his AHL stats are very similar to Nate's. And I always kind of thought they're very similar players. One's probably a little more conservative, but not much. Like, they're both big bodies. They both can skate. Like, they both got some abilities. So I think your hope is in the next 12 months that's who he is, that you get a Dvorsky.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I'd love to see him just get healthy and see how he does down the stretch.
So is he currently hurt?
He's missed a couple weeks. Yeah, see, Zach's got another list, another friend of the show here. But yeah, he's missed some time the last few weeks, but the Griffins posted photos the other day and he was in a regular jersey practicing. So, and I think it was maybe next week or the week after. It's so hard with the American League because they don't give you injury updates. Like day to day is like month to month.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if I look at Dvorsky, is similar size, 6'1", 207, drafted 10th in that same draft right after him. He's playing with St. Louis. He's got 9 goals and 6 assists. I thought he played really well at the Olympics. So it's not like his numbers are blowing your mind. And then the AHL, very similar point per game. Like, he was 45 points in 61 games last year, and he's 5 points in 6 games this year. And I think Dvorsky is a good prospect. And if I don't see how Nate has fallen off from that. To your point, like, you got to be healthy. That really helps. But yeah, I think that's okay. What was he? How was the defenseman? Like, do you think that the team is really good? Because they do have a couple of NHL guys that came back, or at least Justin Hall came back, and they had Gustafsson. Has that been a big difference maker for them?
Travis, can you also talk on Wallander and Shai Buium? Because we were talking about some of those guys as well. Talk about the defense as a whole for Grand Rapids, because it definitely seems like not only goaltending has taken a step up. The whole team obviously has taken a step up. So please talk as a whole.
Well, I think having Gus and Hull has really helped everybody there, right? You get 2 guys that are, Hull's maybe not the player he was a couple years ago, a few years back, but still, he's played in maybe. But you look at like, he's played in the NHL. He's played a lot of games in the NHL. That's a guy that those young guys can lean on. And Erik Gustafsson, the same thing. Like, I really thought he was going to get claimed the other day. Like, you look at this time of the year, everybody's looking for a depth defenseman. You can pick one up for free. Like, that I was stunned that he made it through waivers. I am, but I'm not.
An imperfect individual.
I just look at it for the fact that, like, I feel like there has to be a team out there that he could help in some manner, but I guess not, because he made it back through. But again, then you lean into the young guy. Like, you still got William Lagesson. Like, that's another key piece, a steady guy that's played a lot of AHL games.
True.
And like Wally and Shai and Tuo, those are the 3 young pieces right now. And I think you've seen growth in all of them at points. Obviously, Shai missed a lot of time this year. And this is where I need Brandon and Nick, I'll be honest, because they're at every game, one of them for the most part. And they see them on a more regular basis than me. But as a whole, like, you've seen the improvements. Like, Wallander is probably the last month. I think you've seen probably the most growth. Shai, he's getting there. I mean, they still have their deficiencies, right? Everybody does. They're all humans. But I think as a whole, it's just like, when you have those guys, like that I said, that are the veteran presences in that room, it takes a lot of pressure off of these guys. Because last year it was Wally and Tuo to kind of lead the way with Lagesson, and that was the top of their D core for the whole year. And the second half, it fell off, right? You go back and look, and Nick did a great job calling. I thought he was crazy, but he was right. I was wrong. I mean, I'll give him his flowers. And like, he made it a very good point of, like, pushing the panic button at the right time, because he was right. Like I said, it derailed, and it wasn't because, like, they just didn't have veterans, the vets with the kids, to kind of, like, this is what it takes, right? Now you have 3 of them this year. It just helps all around. And like Ian Mitchell's been a key piece too. Like that was a sneaky good signing by Yzerman to keep in GR. He's been pretty productive. So the whole team as a whole has been really good. And when your team defense as a whole, the goaltenders, they don't face as much high danger.
Helps. That's why they're like, this is a product of the whole, right? Like,
it's,
not that they haven't done well. The goalies have done exactly what you want them to do. They're big. They're stopping the shots they should. Perfect. Give them less of the other type of shots. Like, yeah, they're interesting. I think the curious thing for us as prospects, sorry to cut you off, is the D, right? Like we just don't see depth in defensive prospects overall. So it's kind of like you're kind of projecting. Like I think Wally is what he is. I think Tuomisto maybe. There's the guy that's overseas. Who's the other guy that's
Anton?
Yeah, Johansson.
Which he was a very like noticeable piece when he came over for the playoffs and the stretch run last year. Like he stepped in and didn't really look out of place, which when you come in that late coming from overseas and playing in Sweden, I think it's Sweden. It's not an easy transition, right? You're going from the big ice to the small ice, and you know, he did relatively well. And I know that all three of us are looking forward to potentially him coming again this spring.
The other crazy thing was the Trollmarks guy from the Czech guy, like, and apparently he's going back, it sounds like, to the Czech Republic maybe next year, but like he's
Latvia. He's Latvian.
He's Latvian, but he played in the Czechia League.
I think that's right. I'm not 100% sure.
We're talking about who?
Eddie Trollmarks.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and Latvia. Like that's a guy. Latvian, went over, had a great Olympics. Like he was a very huge piece for Latvia. And yeah, he did. And like that's a guy, like some nights he's on the third line in Grand Rapids. That's how deep they are.
That's crazy.
And he has 18 goals. Like
I know. Yeah, wow. He's a big boy. Is he not a great skater?
Listen, I'm not the best judge of skater myself because I wasn't a good skater. But
that's how
he's just like, he's got a great shot. Like I remember one game I was at, like they won a face-off and he just top of the circle coming off the wall, just rips one, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like he's got a great shot.
He's like such a big boy too, 6'4", 209.
Yeah, great personality too. Great, like stellar personality. If you go back and watch, like the guys do post game every game, and like if you go back and there's been some great moments in post game with him, he's a great character. So that's another like guy with, you know, he's a little older, closer to 30 years old. Like experience is key, right? Even if you're coming from the Czech league. Yeah, he's 29.
29. And he played in the Boston Junior Bandits U16. He's been in the United States for a long time. He went to the NCAA, played for the University of Maine. His freshman year there, he put up 25 points in 37 games. He topped out at 30 points in 34 games. Played in the AHL for a little bit for the Providence Bruins. Then eventually made his way over to Czechia. He played in Czechia for a little bit, and that's where Grand Rapids came along and signed him. And now he's got 27 points in 47 games, 18 goals, and had one hell of an Olympics. He was a point per game player in the 4 games that he played, and he was a +-+1, 6 penalty minutes. So one hell of a player, and good pickup for Steve Yzerman and co for signing someone like that. And it's very interesting. You said, Travis, that, you know, Nick, hopefully he can join later at some point today, but they needed vets on this team to help them keep them in composure mode when things start to go the wrong way, or just help them in general, and even going into the playoffs. And is that kind of like to help these young guys as well when they do eventually make it to the big club? Is it kind of like a pay attention to your leadership group and follow the guidelines that they're showing to you guys and make that transition a little more easy for when they do make that jump?
I mean, any veteran presence helps. And I think it starts, honestly, their veteran group, it starts with their captain, like Dominic Shine. Like, if you don't know this guy that well, like, he is a Grand Rapids guy at this point. Like, he's been there his whole career. Obviously, he had the big moment last year getting his first NHL experience after all them years in the minors. And he was, I believe, a Northern Michigan guy. And if you look at the record I don't have it off the top of my head. With him in the lineup versus out of the lineup, it's unbelievable. Like, I think they've only lost like 3 or 4 games without him all year. Like, it's insane. And he just has found another gear at this point in his career, which is just crazy. Like, he's just like, he is I guess you would say the diesel engine that runs the bus as far as like leadership and glue, right? But he's productive. And he had the rock star moment this year in the shootout. He comes down and just rips a slap shot from the hash marks. Like it was just some crazy stuff.
That's some jam, right? Like I remember him in the
jam.
camp and in like I think he played some exhibition. I thought he was like in guys' faces and going to hard areas and just got a little bit of something. All right, so we've been dancing around this, Zach, but let's talk about Nygaard.
Yeah.
Because I think this is like where you're licking your chops going, oh boy, this guy's 19.
He's having a really good year, especially the last probably month and a half. Like, yeah, look at that. 13 points his last 10 games, 6 goals his last 5 games. Like, he plays heavy. He is like the type that Yzerman, like you see it, 2-way, in your face, can score, can shoot the puck. Like, it's not very, I mean, for me, I think it's crazy when he shoots the puck and like it hits a blocker, like the goalie will make a blocker save and you hear it all the way up in the press box. And it's just like, it's like, man, he can really shoot the puck. And he hounds the puck, right? You've seen it with Detroit. He was all over hitting guys in the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
He's not scared to get in the corners.
He's still top 10 in hits for Detroit.
Yeah, it's really? Just the way he plays. Yeah, he's
what?
It's that crazy. Yeah.
He's really found his game the last few weeks. And like for me, the one guy that really I think helps him is like you got a guy like John Leonard, who's really almost a goal a game. Well, the guy knows how to score.
Yeah.
So like you got a young player learning his way to score at the pro level. Now they don't play exactly the same style, like
big size difference.
But you got the finish ability. Like you can. That's a guy that's got a great shot, and NBN's got a great 20. Shot. So it's like that's a guy for me that like when you have that lethal of a shot and you have a guy that's putting up that many goals at the American League level, you can pick his brain, about shooting the puck, being offensive, and stuff like that. But as a whole, NBN, I mean, he's really come to life last few weeks. The one goal he scored the other night was luck, but it was kind of cool luck. Like he just pokes at it and it hits the defenseman and goes in. But like he's at the side of the crease and just throws his stick at the puck and it goes sideways off the defender and in. And that's just kind of like when you score like that, everything's going your way, right? You get the lucky bounces. But I really like his game. He plays heavy, high motor, doesn't stop. I think that's probably the one thing too that everybody's gonna like. Like you've seen it with Marco, right? High motor. He works hard, but NBN's got that works hard and has that major finish ability down here.
Yeah, he's an exciting prospect, so I really like him.
Which is crazy because like he was at the time the highest drafted Norwegian ever.
Yes. So, the other one was Detroit Red Wings legend Thomas Vanek. Right?
No, he's Slovakian, right? Or no, or Norwegian. Was he Norwegian? Was he Norwegian?
Who? Brandsig or
Vanek?
Vanek is Austrian.
Dang it! I was so close. So who is it? I was so close.
For Norwegian?
Is it Zuccarello?
Zuccarello is
so popular.
Is Norwegian,
yeah.
That's who it is. Thank you. I was so close. But let's talk about his draft profile from Elite Prospects on his draft guide. Michael Brandsig Nygaard is a gamer far from just holding his own. NBN bullied his opponents most nights. He went into every retrieval seeking out contact and almost always connected. Thunderous hits sent his opponents flying from the puck, and when he couldn't overwhelm them with brute force, technique would take his place in the form of reverse hits, subtle jabs at the puck through contact to keep it from his opponent's stick, or a drive up and through their hands to establish inside positioning. Does that sound about right from what you guys see over there in Grand Rapids, Travis? I mean, that from what you already said, that sounds to a T what he does night in, night out.
That's what he's doing. Like the night I was there about a month probably about 3 weeks ago at this point, 2-3 weeks ago, and that game he was one of the best players on the ice, doing everything that just said. So, like, I left that game like, yep, he's taken a major step since he came down. Like, if you look at, especially from a production standpoint, like,
yeah,
he'll probably push for 25 goals. I bet it'll be a race, but he's got to get 9 in the last month or so. But if he could get to that, I mean, I think he'll get 20. That's probably how hot he is. He could get 20 this weekend. He scored so crazy, but it does shoot the puck.
Yeah, it does say on Elite Prospects he's on pace to complete with 67 games played, 22 goals, 29 assists for 51 points. So a little short of the 25, but anything's possible if he continues his hot hand at this point. Yeah, he could definitely reach that, which would be insane. And Michael, we were talking about it, Travis, right before you joined in. You know, the Red Wings, Patrick Kane's not getting any younger. You can tell that he's taken a step back a little bit. I do think that the Red Wings probably try to sign him to one more deal next year, make him a bottom 6 guy if they can, but could possibly MBN be the guy who starts in the top 6 for the Red Wings next year if he continues being hot going into the offseason next year?
I mean, I'm not going to rule anything out, but it's hard. You never know, right? There's a lot of time between now and September, October of next year. And it's just one of those things. You're glad for the development, and can he have a big playoff? Like that guy is built for the playoffs. You look at last year's playoff run.
Look at these numbers here. Yeah.
Look at those playoff numbers overseas and in North America. He played 3 games of the playoffs, had 2 goals and an assist, and that was a very short playoff for Grand Rapids, sadly. But he was one of the guys, like, he was right there. And that's a guy too that'll go to the front of the net, score within 2 feet of the net, and he can score from distance. So like, he's one of those guys that can score from it, like, anywhere, because he's got the big shot, but he's not scared to go to the hard areas either. So
in the future, I made this call out on Twitter one day, and it was on a Let's Go Red Wings Prospects Eddie Genborg clip. I think Let's Go Red Wings Prospects might join us at the tail end of this stream, hopefully. So stick around. We are going until 4 p.m. today. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you are tuning in, we truly do appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, in the future, I want it. I'm going to pound on the table. Give me a line of NBN, Kasper, and Genborg. My God, could you imagine the physicality on that type of line? And all 3 of them seem like they would be the playoff type of players, right? That you would want, because Marco Kasper, Michael, we were saying that numbers wise on production, it's not there. But you look at some of the underlying numbers, he's sometimes one of the better players out there. He's very physical. And then MBN, we just talked about him, and Eddie Genborg, I'm pretty sure Let's Go Red Wings Prospects mentioned that he might lead the team in hits. He's got a decent amount of hits. I think you guys actually asked the question on that. Maybe I'm wrong, Travis, but I'm excited for that type of line. Honestly, I think that's going to be fantastic. But I would love to see MBN potentially be a top 6 player. It's just tough because I know a lot of players want to see Steve Yzerman go out and make a trade for one right now. Travis, where do you stand? Who is your dark horse candidate for Steve Yzerman to go out and get this trade deadline? Whether if you think it's going to happen or not, but who's your dark horse pick for Steve?
I wouldn't say it's a dark horse because they've been around, like, they've rumored to be around him, but like,
so it's a dark horse. It's a dark horse.
If you can get Robert Thomas,
there it is.
That's my guy. That's the guy I would like to see. Like,
why would you go over Robert Thomas versus Pettersson real quick?
Probably just for the fact of, like, it's going to cost you more probably an acquisition to get Thomas potentially than it would potentially Pettersson, just with Pettersson's performance the last couple of years potentially, and that high cap number. Mm-hmm. But like, the ceiling could be higher with Pettersson. But for Robert Thomas, like, you guys were referring to it earlier, like, he's very comparable to Dylan Larkin. If you have a 1-2 punch of Dylan Larkin and Robert Thomas down the middle, that's a tough 1-2 punch to go up against when you don't have like a, 120 point player in like McDavid or somebody like that down the middle. You know what I mean? Like, that's like death by 1,000 cuts more so than anything else. I think even if you had to overpay a little bit, like, Detroit can afford it. They can 100% afford it. You got every first forever. You have, like, you could go through Puckpedia and go through all the prospects, NBA Bear,
Yep.
Plant, like, just look at your center depth down the
Oh
middle.
my God. We
Like,
did that earlier. Yeah, Travis. We'll do that again. We'll pull that up actually. But yeah, continue on. Sorry.
Like, just take the center depth, because they're probably going to want a young center back, right? You've got Marco, you've got Nate, you've got Ammo, you've got Becker. Bear can play in the middle. Like, you've got
right here.
Finney can play in the middle. Like, and then there's the Plant. He can play. That's 7 guys. Like, that's
wherever Plane is on here. He's somewhere around here on here.
Still got, and then you got wingers. You got Buchelnikov.
Dylan James is a sneaky guy too. I think Solomon is a sneaky guy a little bit. I'm not saying they're going to be top 6 guys, but to your point, it is so deep that, like you said, we still have all of our future first round picks, that it's okay if we move on from picks that are going to be in the 20s for a guy right now that can get you the 80 points that we desperately need as a 2C, or you can even move them up to the 1C. I really don't care what you do there. I think it could be interchangeable there, but I agree with you. And I think Michael is also on that as well. Michael, you give up what you can for Robert Thomas at this point, right?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. Kind of, I was saying this before, like the depth is obvious of what they have coming. You know what Robert Thomas is. He's had some injury problems, but point per game, he's very similar to what Dylan Larkin is. So now you're able to get a player of similar production. You want a guy like Nate Danielson to hit those numbers someday, and you don't know he can. So why do you care? MBN would be risky again, but you probably got to, if they have to give up a Danielson and MBN, that might be the price to get a guy like this. He's going to immediately slot in at your number 2 slot. And maybe he can fit number 1 on some nights. He can play in all situations. He's an immediate upgrade. You probably get your 3rd or 4th leading scorer all of a sudden with that immediate trade. So if you give up a pick, 2 young guys, it's not the end of the world, because you got more coming. You've got Jenborg, you've got Carter, you've got Max Plant, like you've got still Marco Kasper is not off your roster. And he's, most nights we talked about it, he's like, had a good year aside from stats. Like he had a rough start and some downs, but I don't know. I think if you do that, you're looking at it because you're like, well, this is not a short-term rental one, because I don't think they're making a run for the cup with one move. They still have a hole on defense. This guy can be around for a while. We can keep him. And he immediately gives us what we need, which is we're searching for that second line guy and who could flex up to the first, because your first is good, but not like superstar maybe.
Well, like, here's the thing with Thomas too. He's 26. His contract ends in 2030. So you have 5 more years.
Yep.
He's 31 at expiration.
And the cap's going to the moon.
And he's only making 8.1. And then you think of it, and you think for the fact too, like,
slots right in.
Detroit's in a very tough situation, kind of at the same point, because you have Larkin and DeBrincat. You got a couple guys that are closer to 30, and then you've got Edvinsson, Sider, Raymond, like, younger guys. You have to bridge that gap, right? Yeah. And can you afford to wait for like a maybe Danielson or a Plant or any of these other young players? Can you afford to wait that long before it's too late on a DeBrincat and a Larkin in their window of, really good years still? And here's the thing too, is Larkin gets into his 30s. I think his contract takes him to 34. Like, you could flip-flop them in, say, 2-3 years. There's nothing that says Thomas slots in at the 1C, Larkin slots in at the 2C.
Right.
There's endless options. Like, you're kind of filling that middle of the 2 age groups that you have, like, as far as your core goes. And I completely agree with you. They definitely need to address defense as well. But, like, here's the thing for me, and it sucks that, like, you talk about the defense, and the only like premium asset that they have is ASP. That's a defensive prospect at this point in time. But this is where I love Yzerman's approach at the draft. It's always, for the most part, best available. Like, well, who is the most best available option? And it's not reaching for a positional need. That's one thing that I think that Yzerman's always kind of done well in the draft.
And that's why we saw them take Carter Bear. It was kind of a risk at that point because he did have that Achilles injury. So some teams thought that maybe that would
still be a problem to this day, but he's definitely proving the haters wrong. But I agree with everything that you guys are saying. I think from the perspective of you got to do something to separate yourself from the other Atlantic teams, especially now that you look at the Buffalo Sabres on the hot run that they're having. You look at what Montreal has done and how they've been able to draft. I mean, the players that they have, Nick Suzuki, Cole Caulfield, Slavkovsky. They went out and traded for Philip Deneau earlier this year. They got players like Kirby Dach. They have Ivan Demidov. Then on defense, they went and traded out for Noah Dobson. They got Lane Hudson. They got a couple of other names too. So the Red Wings somehow have to do something to separate themselves, whether if it's now or in the short, long-term scheme of things, because this is who you're going to be competing against. And then you look at it from next year. I think the Red Wings in general, and maybe some of these other teams, honestly, maybe getting a little bit lucky because the Florida Panthers, they got riddled with injuries. I think the Senators, they kind of took a step back because of the whole Olmark situation. So
they're hot right now, though.
Season,
they are hot right now.
Yeah.
You said Ottawa. I just want to point out, like, if you go look at their last 10 games, they're coming on. So, like, wouldn't rule them out for a late push either.
And when's Tampa going to start falling off? Some would say that it should have been the last couple seasons, which they have. They've been knocked out of the playoffs, but they're a hot team right now too.
Kucherov, he's incredible.
But you get what I think you guys get what I'm saying,
year.
right? What can the Red Wings do to separate themselves to be on the same level as these teams, but still be different and just as competitive, especially when we get into the playoff situation?
I mean, right now it's open season in the East, right? There's a lot of parity there, and it seems to be star power. So going back to it, they need a top 6 and they need a top 3D.
Yeah,
and you just go, okay, well, if I'm going to dump a bunch of prospects that could eventually be that, am I getting enough boost from a Robert Thomas or a PD, or even, I brought up Ryan O'Reilly, that is a difference. Like that we get, a overachievement this year would be not only make the playoffs, but win a round. That's kind of where they're at.
Yeah.
And so if that gets you that, then you're like mission accomplished. If the guy stays beyond 1 year, mission accomplished, right? Especially if Grand Rapids, like we say, goes to a final and maybe even wins a Calder Cup, then you got all these guys that have had veteran help in the AHL that are also younger, and they've had the experience of winning something. And that's kind of what they want. They want guys that win at whatever level they're at.
And for GR, they're going to get an influx of people potentially.
An influx. Like, do you get Max Plant next year? Maybe. Do you get,
Carter?
He might, Carter Mazer, you're saying, or Carter Bear? Carter Bear maybe. I mean, should get, because he's an 06.
Like for this run, especially, like look at some of the options. Like Anton was here last year.
Carter's no 06. So yeah, you would potentially get Carter Bear, not Carter.
Depending how deep they go in the playoffs. If they go all the way to the Mem Cup, then you might not get him, which again, Nick did a great job of pointing out. But like, as far you look at options that could potentially come over, you look at like Kiskinen could maybe come. These are all maybe.
I think he should come. That would be good. Bukelnikov, you got to get these guys over here.
Yeah, Butch, if they can get him to agree to a contract, maybe, you PTO him in GR. You've seen that before at the end of the year just to get him through the rest of this year. Like, you got Bukelnikov, potentially Kiskinen. Would Dylan James come out of college and go to Grand Rapids potentially? What does that potentially look like? Anton potentially coming over from Sweden. Like, there's 4 more prospects to where if they're around, they at least get to see what it's like in a playoff run, like just being around the team. Maybe they're not regulars into the lineup as they're working their way into the pro game over here, but they're there and they witness it and they can at least see it. That's a big piece too. Even if you're not playing every night, you're still around all these guys and veterans and seeing what it takes.
Yeah, and that's not out of the ordinary, Travis. They've done that in the past. They did that with MBN. They did that with ASP. And I think they did that with Nate Danielson, did they not? And maybe a couple others.
I don't remember on Nate. The other two would definitely know. They did it with Finney, too. Emmett Finney was one that came over. Right. And he got into games late in the year that year. He came over before he went back to junior the next year.
It is announced that Alex Nedeljkovic is staying in San Jose and signs a 2-year extension, $3 million AAV.
Good for him.
I mean, he's been pretty solidifying there. Like, our guy Askarov's there, and he's working his way up. The numbers on the save percentage, or maybe you'd like to see a little higher. And I think the defense on that team is terrible right now, but so I think that'll improve over time. But yeah, that's interesting. I know there was talk of them getting another goalie, but I think they need D.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine, like, just if they got in this year, like, Celebrini's the MVP, right? Like,
are they on a 3-game winning streak? I think they're 2 or 3, right? Like something like that.
They've over
3-game winning streak
this year. I think. Like, I don't think anybody expected them to be in the playoff race this year.
No.
And again, I've watched Max since he's 13 playing up against 14 and all the way through Shattuck. And I always knew he was really like a top player at that age group. I'm shocked at the level he's reached. Like, it blows my mind. He's the impact so early blows my mind. He's just such a good player. He's always had a massive hockey IQ. Like that should be the indicator. He's always had a really good shot. He's always played up a year or two, but man, this is crazy.
Let's go over to some of the comments here. I just want to touch on some of these, make sure that you guys aren't being left out. We promise. We're just trying to give you guys some great dialogue and great conversation over here. Thanks for joining in, tuning in to us. Definitely appreciate it. Happy NHL trade deadline day. Charles Henley. Hi guys. Did you see Pittsburgh doing anything today? I didn't hear anything of Pittsburgh doing anything today, unfortunately. Andrew Webster, did anything happen? We signed David Perron. Travis, do you want to touch on that? You like the David Perron signing?
I like the Perron
or trade.
Ad.
I keep saying signing trade. Sorry.
Obviously he's coming off of an injury, but like huge vocal leader. He has the ability to play, on the second power play unit still. He's a depth forward at this point, but the one thing for me that I love and this team really, I think, could use is his board play. Like his play along the boards. He's always been great along the boards, getting the puck out of the corners. And, he's a little jam, as you said earlier, Michael. Like, he's some jam. He's not like, the enforcer type, but, he can play that, little bit of sandpaper. But obviously health's the big thing. Can he get healthy enough to get into games down the stretch? And let's not forget, I think it was a couple years ago when he was here. It might have been his last year. They went on a road trip, and Perron, I remember, I think it was Lalonde said this or maybe he said it. Somebody said it. They were like, David Perron in the locker room was like, we're winning the next 3 games on this road trip, and we're going back home.
He said it on TV, didn't he?
He might have. Somebody said it, and I just remember,
I remember seeing that. I'm like, wait, I remember that.
Yeah, it's just like, like that's a guy, like that's a voice. Like he is. Yeah. He's a.
And they won, and they just missed on that last day, right? It was like a thanks Torts moment, wasn't it?
They pulled their goalie, which was so stupid in Philadelphia. Yep, exactly that.
Crazy.
Well, they still had a shot too. They didn't have a choice. They had to win in regulation.
I guess
so. It's tough.
It's curious, how you say like, oh, look at how hot Ottawa is, and then they move Perron. It's kind of weird when you think about it, because
then they added They just added Warren Fogle too.
Well, I do like Fogle, and that Fogle's had an off year, which I don't know. Like he had 24 goals last year, and he had 20 goals the year before. He's a big body. He's got more skill than people realize. He only plays like 15 minutes a game, and normally he has good production. He had 7 game-winning goals last year for LA. And he has 1 this year. So I don't know what the heck changed. Like I was actually upset, but like, I thought Edmonton should have kept him. Like he was like, why would you get rid of this guy? Like, it makes no sense to me. And that's funny. He gets rid of him again. Like, so Kenny Holland got rid of him. And then let's not re-sign him and let's move him. So he's something there. What is that?
Well, I think Edmonton.
Your team's not in the playoffs. Like, what are you doing?
Funny you bring up Edmonton, and like their biggest need right now is goaltending, and they traded away the guy that got them to the finals, and is he's had a great time in Pittsburgh, and like,
of course, yeah.
Like if I'm Edmonton, I'm calling St. Louis, and I'm like, will you take Jari? It'd be a money in, money out thing, but can they go get Binnington? Like,
I guess both have terrible numbers, but at least Binnington fights. Like Binnington's got scrap, and like you know what I mean. Like he will battle to stop a puck and keep his team in. He's not a big goalie. Jari shocks me because I always thought, man, he's going to be such a good NHL goalie, and it looked like he was for a while, but I don't know what the deal is there. And I thought it was he coming out of the W, and even when he was in the A, I'm like, man, he's going to be a really
because he helped Pittsburgh go to that cup run, right?
Yeah. I don't know what. I guess it's hard, you know. I don't know what's going on in Edmonton. They got Smurf like one thing under Kenny is they had some big bodies. To not match Broberg and not match Holloway is like that blew my mind. I'm like, did you watch them?
Especially
of course they're doing well in St. Louis. These are cheap. Like Holloway's making $2 million, and I think Broberg's making $4 million. Keep your own guys. You know, Podkolzin fine, but he's not gonna do it. Holloway's upside is. I don't know, some questionable moves there. I don't get it. They moved what's his name for Savoy too? Who would they move? Ryan McLeod. Like, do you move on from Ryan McLeod? He's like 6'2", 20 goal scoring third line center. You're like, why? Why would you move that guy? Like, fall in love with your own guys sometimes, you know? And I think that's the risk there. When you look at Detroit, you're like, oh, well, I covet someone else's player. I'll give up all my guys. Stevie Yzerman doesn't do that. Right. I think they do a really good job of assessing talent. So I think that's the positive, because you look at the flip side is like, if you're Edmonton, you would want McLeod, you would want Fogle still there. You would want like some of these big bodies that were scoring, contributed, even spent. Like, I didn't think Skinner's always streaky. He's always been streaky, but it wasn't like we were getting a clear-cut better goalie.
Yeah, I think they downgraded myself. That trade never made sense to me. Like, he's streaky, but he got you to within a couple wins of the cup multiple times. Like, they could be 2-time cup champs if something goes a different way. Like, you look at the first year in the final with him, like, they lost 2-1 in Game 7. Like,
crazy. Twice in a row. Like, what are you doing? I don't know. Like, get another goalie. You're putting Pickard in there. You're like, oh, Pickard didn't work out. Let's trade Skinner. Wait, what? What are you doing?
Then they go get Connor Ingram. Like, I don't think he's the answer.
Connor's not going to help you. Like, I like these guys as, like, not that they're bad people or anything, but they're not, on paper, that's not going to fix it. It's just you're wasting McDavid's best years.
Michael, I have a quick question for you.
They could have signed Markstrom.
Michael, I got a question for you, because I brought this up a few times, even on record and off record. But what is it with Canadian teams minus you can remove the Senators now because they have Allmark, but they still have issues there, whatever. But then you look at the Jets, they have Connor Hellebuck, whatever. And then now Calgary has Dustin Wolf, who could be really good. But what is up with Canadian teams and not being able to figure out their goaltending issues? Do they just not think that goaltending is going to help them win games and it's all offense and bust? Because that's what it seems like.
I don't know if that's – I mean, Vancouver's got a very good goalie, Thatcher Demko.
Just always injured.
He's had injury problems, right? Mm-hmm. San Diego kid, which is funny. You got an American goalie in Canada. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I mean, it's a pressure cooker in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Montreal, like, they've got the guy. Fowler is the guy. They talked up Montembeault. I'm like, Montembeault is not a great goalie. They're look at his numbers. I'm like, yeah, wait, just wait. He'll come back out. Dobes is like, I think, a good even if he's a backup someday, that he's ahead of schedule. Fowler is, in my opinion, Trey Augustine's contemporary, and he played in the AHL and NHL this year. Mm-hmm. He's a little, like, that's they've got a guy. Toronto, I always liked Wall. He's had injury problems. I thought Stolarz did well for them, but injury problems, so that's a bit of an issue. So it's not like they have a bad goalie. I mean, they used to have Freddie Anderson. He's doing okay still.
Yo, what's up, Justin?
Calgary, we love Dusty.
What's good, Zach? How's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. Sorry about that, Michael. Yeah, we got Michael and Travis in here. Thanks for joining, Justin. How's NHL trade deadline day treating you, good buddy?
I mean, the Perron deal, a little breath of fresh air. I know he's on, IR, but I mean, I like the move for the locker room, and he adds a little grit that this team needs and a little bit of piss. I mean, you saw what he did to the guy who cross-checked Larkin a couple years ago. I mean, need a little bit of that in this lineup, so I liked it so far, but I'm hoping for a little bit more. I know the prices are, astronomically high at this point, but
Sounds like it.
I think we still got to move in us.
Who is your dark horse candidate if you had to pick one that you hope or think that Steve Yzerman will go on target? We've been saying EP40, Robert Thomas, really could be anyone, but who's your dark horse pick?
I mean, I think if he's giving up the assets, it's going to be for Robert Thomas. I just can't see the EP4. Like, that's so much more of a riskier move, I feel like.
Money is nuts.
For where Robert Thomas, wins over 50% of his faceoffs, point per game guy. I really like Robert Thomas's game, and also the pairing it has with a guy like Lucas Raymond. I think at that point you'd put Larkin with DeBrincat, and you would put Raymond with Robert Thomas because of Thomas's goal scoring upside. And I think that gives a lot of flexibility in your lineup. So I would like Robert Thomas. I don't think it's going to happen though. I think if we're seeing any move here, it's going to be an overpay for a D, and that's about it.
But they missed 2D. That's what I don't get. Like if you're going to overpay, they could have paid reasonable to get Uyghur or Carlson. Now they may not have wanted to move Carlson to Detroit. That is possible. Move him west, and you don't have to worry about getting that in your face in the future. I'm actually shocked Carlson was moved, but I guess they want to give him an opportunity to play in the playoffs.
Well, while we're on the topic of defensemen, I do have pulled up here one defenseman that may be intriguing to some Detroit Red Wings fans is Dougie Hamilton. While his contract cap hit is very high, he does fit the mold of a top 4 defenseman in terms of for the Detroit Red Wings and would be an impact player now for them. So what do we think about Dougie Hamilton's situation, Michael? Go ahead, speak on it. Would you like Dougie Hamilton for the Red Wings?
Dougie's like $9 million plus. He misses half the season every other season or the full season. He's got offensive ability. Like he's a 15 goal, 55 point guy in a full season, but you never seem to get a full season out of him. He's always been a little bit of an odd fit in dressing rooms, although I think in Detroit, maybe it's different. He doesn't really hang out with the guys apparently. And he's a cerebral type kid. Like he was like academic player of the year type. And he's a little different. He's not a hard nosed defenseman. Like he's
like a Jimmy Neutron guy, huh?
I don't know who Jimmy Neutron is.
Sorry, Michael. Okay, only I guess we would know. It was a cartoon back in the day. That's so funny.
What we're referencing as a cartoon? That's what you're talking about. Oh my God.
Never mind, but go on.
But he's not a hard-nosed defenseman. He's 6'5", but doesn't mean he's great in his own end. He's kind of soft. He's positional and not necessarily physical. So I don't think I love this. They list him as 6'6". Wow, he grew an inch. Wonder when. I don't know if that's true, but
what about you, Travis? What do you think about a Dougie Hamilton?
I don't think he fits the mold for what they need. They need that big body, can clear the net front out, can eat a few minutes where needed, kind of like maybe shelter ASP a little bit more, or Bernard Docker, like somebody to play with Aljo. Basically, is kind of what they're looking for. I think they need that big body on the right side, somebody that can maximize minutes. I don't even know if it has to be a right shot, like even like an OEL potentially on the price.
I like OEL. I think OEL even paired with ASP solves a big problem, right? Like it doesn't address the right side necessarily, but I like that move.
Even like if you want to go right side, you could look at Risto from Philly.
No, thank you.
But
why did people like this guy? How many games he played this year?
Games. That's one of the things.
He was always so terrible defensively and offensively. He's just a weird. He's like a Dougie Hamilton without the offensive production. Although they say he's improved defensively, but what, in 24 games? Like, magically you're better defensively in 24 games.
I just look for that big body, games, right? Bigger body that can clear the net front. That's the type they need.
That's what they want. I think Justin Falk is not necessarily a big body, but he can play like a very complete game. Parayko is obviously a monster, and that's maybe a worth consideration because he's a monster. He's not a wonderful skater, but it doesn't really matter. He's gonna like crush your heart, and he can shoot the puck, and he's a leader, obviously. I thought Uyghur would have been a good fit. He's more offensive, maybe, but he's a good defensive defenseman. And I mean, Carlson would have been really good. I don't know, but I don't think they would have moved him to East Coast team.
Who is off the board that you guys wish that Steve would have traded for so far? Justin, can we start with you? Is there anyone in particular that you can think of that has gone already that Steve Yzerman should have taken a crack at?
Honestly, in terms of the prices that we've seen, I'm still kind of stuck on Kiefer Sherwood, to be honest with you. I know he hasn't played all that well in San Jose, but it was just it was a second-round pick, and he was willing to talk extension. I mean, at like
5-year extension.
Yep. At $6 million though for a guy that's never scored 20. That's
no, he's $28 million over 5 years, isn't it?
I mean, the contract was definitely an overpay, but even for the rental, I mean, I feel like
you're right.
I mean, that still would have been worth the conversation with him about trying to get him on a more team friendly deal. I mean, obviously San Jose has money to blow out their ass, but it's just like with the price points where everything's at right now. I wish that he struck earlier. We talk about Wegener. I mean, the early deals in the deadline have been the most friendly out of all of them. I can't understand how the price continues to go up on all these guys as we're going to get to a point where these selling teams are just going to have to pocket these guys for nothing, and they're going to be depreciating assets.
And that does seem to be the issue right now, is that these sellers, where it's supposedly a buyer's market, which I still don't understand, that if there are that many players out there on the block, then these sellers, these GMs, they got to be a little more realistic with their ask. But Travis, I think we said in our group chat, and I think we all primarily agreed that there really is no buyer or seller's market. It's kind of all just the same, and it's always been the same, and it's just a different year within the NHL at the trade deadline, right? I mean, this doesn't seem like it's out of the ordinary. It doesn't really seem like it's more than what we've seen. Just kind of different types of trades. I think while we did see the Mikko Rantanen trade last year twice, we got Quinn Hughes this year. We've seen Artemi Panarin go. We just saw John Carlson go too. So maybe it's a little different because we're seeing some bigger names, or maybe players we just didn't expect to see get moved. But it's kind of a weird vibe for the trade deadline this year, and a lot of teams are trying to figure out how to maneuver their way into next season and the continuous increase of the salary cap in the years moving forward, because there's still a floor that teams have to meet. So, or if it's Dougie Hamilton, EP40 with these players with such high cap hits, I mean, I'm honestly surprised, but I'm not surprised. Does that mean that the Washington Capitals are going to try and extend Alexander Ovechkin because John Carlson's now gone? They didn't have to eat any cap. They didn't retain anything. So it goes back to that, right? Some of these teams have to meet a floor.
John Carlson resigns in Washington.
Well, wouldn't it be crazy too? And I said this earlier before you joined, actually. Wouldn't it be funny if John Carlson just went back to Washington after this season? Which could happen, because Ovechkin, he said it's the saddest day of his life right now because his best buddy is gone. They're like the stepbrothers combo over there in Washington.
I was surprised. He's kind of like, maybe they just wanted to give him a chance. I don't know.
Is there anyone on Washington that you guys are interested in? Because now it seems like they're one of the primary sellers at the moment.
Weird.
Is Chychrun somewhat available?
Oh my God, really? Is he? I think that's why they were. I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. You asked. I said a name. Okay, give me Chychrun. I would
22 goals and 49 points. Like
there's your Carlson replacement.
Oh my, he's already replaced that. 2 20-goal seasons back to back. You're Ottawa. What did Ottawa get for him?
It was Nick Jensen in like a second.
A third.
Oh, a third, even worse. Jeez.
That's one where you look and you're like, man, that's one we should have been all over.
I was praying we made that one. That one seemed like such an obvious fit.
This is where you're in a fishbowl in Canada, and they're like, "We hate that guy," and then it's Larry Murphy, and he goes to Detroit and wins 2 cups. Thank you.
He was probably one of the biggest snubs for Canada defensively too. Like,
Chychrun?
Yeah, like.
Okay, come on. Like, how do you not take this guy? I don't get why people don't understand how good he is.
Like,
dude, he's nuts. He controls the ice so well. Plays with so much pace. Like,
something weird there.
I think I look at Drew Doughty, no disrespect, but I think Chychrun would have been
That is a good point. I love Drew, but I mean, I still
at this point.
Oh. Yeah, Drew's a gamer, but come on, like Chychrun deserves a shot there. Even like you got Thomas Harley ahead of him,
right?
Like I get why Thomas Harley, but I mean,
we got an update on David Perron a little bit from Ansar Khan. I'm just waiting for this to update here. He did say that John Gibson will be starting tonight against the Florida Panthers. No surprise there. They said he was pretty good after taking that stinger shot. Not exactly sure what that means, but Ansar Khan said something about David Perron, but the tweet's not pulling up. It says that David Perron won't play tonight. Oh. Yeah, it said that Tom McClellan, not sure when Perron will join the team for practice. Visa paperwork involved. Okay, that makes sense. Perron, coming off a hernia surgery in January, has been skating in before the trade was said to be a week away from playing. So potentially next week we'll see Big Daddy P make his Detroit Red Wings appearance.
Good news.
How do you guys feel about that condition, by the way? If he plays one game before the end of the season, it's a 4th round pick. And if he plays in 50% of the first round, it becomes a 3rd round pick. I think that's an easy no-brainer move, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because once you win a playoff round, I'm totally down with giving up a 3rd and $4 million. Well,
100%.
$4 million. Like that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Right now, I don't value anything behind a 2nd round pick. Like 3rd to 7th round picks, I just don't value. Like, I mean, we're at a point where our prospect pool is honestly overrun. Like, we're getting to a point where there's only so many spots in this team moving forward. And that's where I think we're in such a place to use this ammunition to make a trade and bring in a guy who can actually make an impact.
And it really comes down to the locker room, too, because Tom McClellan, he's sick of seeing guys just wearing jerseys. It feels like every intermission he has to go in there and spark the team. He's probably getting really annoyed of that. And so Steve Yzerman took one look at that team after Dylan Larkin cross-check, and he's like, yeah, I need David Perron back. You know, I just got, PTSD from a couple years ago, like you said, Justin, of what happened to Dylan Larkin against the Ottawa Senators. And so I'm going to go get that guy, right? But it kind of goes against the mold of what he said that he wants to handle going into the trade deadline. He doesn't like going after rentals. Could David Perron be a rental? Absolutely. Could we re-sign him? It's unlikely. Part of me still thinks that there is something up Steve Yzerman's sleeve. But I did send out that tweet. I think it was yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. I could definitely Steve Yzerman going into the post-trade deadline conference and saying, yeah, NBN was our trade deadline ad. That's it.
Here's something I wonder about is there a I can't hear Michael.
Michael, are you muted? Oh, his mic might be unplugged. Go ahead, Travis.
Here's something I wonder about, and you've seen Yzerman do it in the past. It doesn't necessarily affect Detroit, but is there something that potentially you see a smaller deal that even helps Grand Rapids more? Like, I would not be shocked if something like that came to be at some point today. Like, that would not surprise me. I know everybody wants the Flash. Mm-hmm. I would love the Flash, but I wouldn't rule out anything small that helps just organizational depth, like somewhere. I'm not like, because if MBN comes up potentially, right, there's an option. Is there a move that they make that a guy could potentially go down? You know, that's something I always think about. I wouldn't rule that out either.
Yeah, 10 points in his 13 points in his last 10 games with 8 goals, 5 assists, and then 6 goals, 3 assists for 9 points in his last 5 games played. I mean, Justin, what are your thoughts on that? Or just everyone in general who's in here, would we be disappointed if Steve Yzerman did nothing else and says, NBN is our trade deadline call up and this is our move?
I think that's an easy escape route that he's going to have, and I don't want him to take it. NBN should be on this team regardless. I mean, we're talking about passengers on this team. MBN, even when he was up here and not scoring, was not a passenger. He was a dog. He led the team in hits, and he brings a lot of sandpaper that this lineup is in desperate need of. So I think MBN needs to be an addition to whatever else he does. I think that Perron up here, already saves you from one of your like I hate our I'm gonna be honest, like I hate our fourth line. Like I'm gonna be straight up. I do not like our fourth line at all. I think that I like the new combination of that third line. I think they got a lot of speed and they're finding a really nice chemistry to them.
Casper, Finney, Appleton.
Yeah, but I mean, other than JVR, I mean, there is no one safe on that fourth line in my opinion.
I would agree.
So I mean, you and then also I think there's I don't know. I think MBN needs to be playing on your first or second line with the way that he's scoring right now. If you can keep his pace at any like sustainable like half point per game pace playing on the top two lines, just throwing in a goal here and there from Raymond or from Larkin or whoever he's playing with, like that's what this team needs. Like they need that sustained presence on their top six. Like they're desperate to find anyone that can play that last top six role that they're so desperately trying to find. And Kane, Kane probably doesn't deserve to be playing top 6 minutes at this point either. And that's another conversation to be had. That we're probably 2 top 6 forwards away from truly being, competitive in the Eastern Conference. But that's why I think it's such a desperation move to bring in like a Trocheck or like I really like Trocheck. I really liked Ryan O'Reilly. I know Ryan O'Reilly is way more unlikely to move. That was the guy who I really loved with his term on his contract with the low price. I mean, he's got a point per game this year. Like that was I love his game, Stanley Cup champ. But I question the price. That they're talking about a high level prospect and a first for both those guys, and I question if Steve Yzerman is going to have the chops to send Carter Bear or Plante with a first to get a guy who is essentially only going to be here for 2 or 3 years.
Has anyone really considered? And Justin, this isn't really to call you out, but I love that you brought this up. Is Max Plant, because he is having such a phenomenal NCAA season, and he had a really good season last year too. But it's definitely taken a step and has elevated, and he is mentioned for Hobey Baker Award nominations. Is this someone that the Red Wings could dangle in a trade front for a piece? Do other GMs maybe value Max Plant as maybe as high as we do? Michael, you are muted. We might be able to hear you now, but it says you're muted.
Oh yeah, I put it on mute. Can you hear me now?
My bad. And I always say I cannot get out of the habit. I know it's Plant. I've been corrected so many
you're
times.
Good, Justin.
I keep forgetting. Yeah, it's a mental block for me. So I appreciate you calling me out. But I mean, there is an element to capitalizing on such a hot season. Like he was never regarded as this like otherworldly prospect. Like he was very solid. Especially I remember watching him at World Juniors, and he made some plays, but he was never like going into this season, this was a total surprise to most people on how well he's playing. So I definitely think that like this could be a time where you move him as like he could be considered in the elk of a first round pick pedigree, even though he was a second rounder. So maybe that is something to explore. But also like he seems to have a lot of value. He used to be known for pretty much only his playmaking, but if he's able to continue to score goals at this clip, he's a really well burst offensive player.
Let me read some names to you. Zam Plant, you guys know who that is? Jason
Plant's brother.
Yeah, Jason Shogabe, Ty Hansen, Callum Arnaud. These are the top players on the team he's playing on. He's producing so well. These guys are not going to be in the show. Like it's just not. We got to be careful about where he's playing and what he's producing. And you look at the teams that team plays. And
some high quality teams.
Like, come on, let's be honest. Like these are great teams. Let's be honest about the level. Trade him. If you got a legit player, if he's a part of a Robert Thomas and somebody's jazzed about him, I'm not that worried about losing Max Plant. Nothing against him, but look at when he's in best on best. How does he produce? He's okay.
Yeah, I'm proven over prospect all day. So I mean, if you can use him in a first to get Vinny, like I'm right in there. I think that'd be a great move.
That does not bother me at all.
So you look at his brother Zam, who currently plays with him, and then Victor Plant. I believe he's a Pittsburgh Penguin draft pick in last year's draft, who is supposed to be a really good prospect for them. But a little bit about Max. At his draft prospect profile, He's one of the most skilled passers in the draft, especially off the backhand. He feathers pucks through the tiniest of openings. Defensive pressure only empowers him. He takes advantage of assertive defending by ripping a pass right through it. He deceives enough to open lanes, but also knows when to make the quick pass for the counter attack.
He's a good player, but he's not like, I don't look at him and go, this is a top 6 in the NHL. If he does, that'll be overachieving.
I just want to say one thing. Like I know you don't, like Michael, you just said, like, maybe it's not the best talent that he's playing against, but like the NCHC's tough. Like Nodak's a good team. Denver's a good team. Western, good team. Like there's some tough, I mean, there's some tough matchups that he's going in, but like you said, I mean, you maybe want to see more at the, best on best for sure.
He should be producing at that level. Let's put it this way, right?
Yeah, like, I agree with you there, but like, I think you have to, I think you got to take a look at it from like I said earlier, we were talking about the center depth and prospects. Like if they make a big deal, you got to leave one to maybe hopefully develops further. And I think if you look at the center depth that they have, that's one that if you trade one of them top tier guys, like a Danielson, like you're hoping that you can replace at least what Danielson could do with what Plant can do. Is that something that you think is a possibility that makes moving a Danielson even more a reality? Like that's something for me that, like, can you replace what you're leaving with what's potentially coming? Like, is that player coming?
Is Casper, right?
Yeah.
Like, to me, Casper and Danielson have some similar qualities. Casper's shown he can hit 19 goals in the NHL. He's going through a sophomore slump. He's played very well in a lot of games I've watched him in. I don't think you worry about Nate because of that, and you got Carter Bear. Max, to me, is a smaller two-way player that I don't see having the high offensive tools to be a top 6 in the NHL. And if you're looking at him as a top 9, you go, is he 5'10", 5'11"? Like his dad carved out a role that in the NHL for a long time, but that's not like an elite offensive player, I don't think.
Okay, can I throw you a question?
I'll also be right back, boys. So continue the conversation. I'll be right back.
Sorry if I cut you off, Travis. I don't.
No, you're fine. So like, here's a potential comparison. Like, who would you rather keep for the future? Potentially Plant or Lombardi? Like,
what's the difference?
Like, I guess, like, if you're gonna keep one of those two,
they seem like the same player.
That's the thing. Like, can you
Lombardi has a high hockey IQ. He's not a 200-foot player. I don't know if his size and his other liabilities prevent him from being in the NHL, unfortunately.
So let me ask you this question with Ammo.
How is he going to crack your top 6? The same issue as Max Plant.
I think with Ammo, if you're going to get that, it's on the wing. I've said it on our show for the last few years. I think if that's his best pathway, but like it sounds to me like you're potentially trying to get like Plant and Ammo kind of fall in that same area. Issue. Yeah, like
it's a different nature, but
right.
Like you're both going, who in their top 6 is he going to take their job? Is he going to take DeBrincat? Is he a replacement for the great Patty Kane? Like, I don't think even projecting 2-3 years out, it's now or never for Ammo. And he's had a hard time staying healthy in the AHL. The NHL is another animal, obviously. And he would have to come in and his offense would have to absolutely be lights out. And he's the type of guy where he could play with better players and that could happen. But he's only point a game in the AHL, which is pretty good. Like, it's a tough league, right? And it doesn't have the top talent. So his issue will always be that.
Right.
And I just don't see him cracking Detroit. Like, I think you would have a better shot at even Bukhelnikov cracking it. And even he might have a big issue.
I just wondered, because we were talking centers.
Yeah, no, I told him, you're hitting it on the head, right? This is my point. Okay, now go to Max. What's the difference?
Right.
I mean, Max is a smaller two-way guy with, I don't think, the hockey offensive IQ of Ammo, but he's a better two-way player. Well, okay, neither one then has what Nate has, which is big body, fast, protects the puck well, good playmaker, not maybe a hockey IQ in sense of being a goal scorer, but he's going to make guys around him better. And that may not even translate to second line stuff in the NHL. That might be third line, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like,
I don't know.
This is for me where it all comes back to the Robert Thomas thing. Like,
make a trade.
Well, yeah, but like
right?
when you have the ability to land a top center, like the only way to get them is to trade for them or draft them.
Or
like
sign them.
those very seldomly do the top centers hit the market though. Like,
yeah.
Like,
and
very,
I think
very
Robert
rarely.
Thomas is a good comparison to Dylan Larkin. Like, I think he's
Right.
a shade below Larkin, but in specific games, the coach can swap them out and you can move pieces around them. He's an upgrade over anything they have on the second line at center right now. Long term, I think Kasper fills that role, but to be determined, right? So I think it's a great move. Like, you've hit it on the head. None of these guys are perfect. None of them absolutely project as a top 6. Robert Thomas is a top 6 in the NHL.
It's just
I mean, I just think that he's definitely a shade below Larkin because he doesn't have that full 200-foot game. But I just think he's very like Larkin-esque though in the way that he plays offense. And what I do love about him is he's very like versed in front of the net like Larkin is. Like, he's very good at finding the open holes, getting those rebound chances, finding his 1T spots. Like, that's and I just want to get more dynamic offensively. Like, seeing the 5-on-5 stats of this team just constantly like in the bottom third of the league, and we're still like where we are, like, it blows my mind. And it just really feels like if you add anyone that adds some oomph into that top 6 to really just like solidify them and make them be consistent. Because like I think there's another level to Raymond. I think Raymond could be like he's got a wicked shot on him, and he's only just starting to learn that he has a wicked shot, in my opinion. Yeah. And so, you pair him, like seeing with him with DeBrincat has been honestly a breath of fresh air. See, like with their chemistry is honestly way better than I could have anticipated, and they play way better than I could have anticipated too. Their knowledge for space and the way that they can feather those passes to each other, and both of them being goal scoring threats, like. Maybe that's the solution to losing Kane, and you're looking for a running mate for Larkin. I think there's a lot of possibilities there, but I do think Robert Thomas is a very intriguing one, and I do think that he is worth the heavy capital to get.
All these guys are safe, right? Like, all these guys play. We're not like a super elite skilled team. DeBrincat's got lots of talent, but he's a smaller guy. Yep. Raymond's not a huge guy, very cerebral, high hockey IQ, above average skill set in a bunch of areas, but he's not necessarily going to blow away the top players in the NHL, right? But he's very, very good. He's like, that's where Robert Thomas fits in. Does that put them over the top in any way? It probably helps shift to shift, right? Probably helps 5-on-5, and it just gives you a better option than a Cop, who's getting good numbers because of who he's playing with. And DeBrincat, I think, has played terrific this year. He's a very skilled player, very smart player, great shot, everything. Good, much underrated playmaker. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, the potential you have with Elias Peterson is he's got an elite level shot. He is an excellent playmaker, but he does not have the motor. So you're like, well, does he fit well on a second line somewhere? And can he produce big numbers on a second line? That's the potential. A guy like Trocheck is smaller, good motor, good hockey IQ, good skill. He's a little older, but again, they're second line guys, right? That's what I think is happening here.
It's like one of my big things is like, they always talk about, oh, we'll punt it to the summer. It's like, well, why wait? If you're gonna go big in the summer, go big now, and then you potentially make the playoffs, and you got them for another playoff run if they make the playoffs, right? Like, if you're gonna do it later or revisit it later, just figure it out now. Like, what's the difference in price? Like, I'd even add an extra piece now just to get the opportunity.
Like, not to cut everyone off here, and I'm sorry for I had to get coffee, I had to feed my dogs and take them outside, so I do apologize about that. But some updates out there in the NHL trade deadline world: Minnesota acquiring Nick Foligno from the Chicago Blackhawks.
They got both Folignos now.
I love that.
And apparently, the ask for Oliver Ekman-Larsson is a first, a second, and a prospect. How comfortable of an overpay do you guys feel on that one?
Who's the prospect?
Does seem high, doesn't it?
That's what it boils down to. So he's going to play top. You got to look at it realistically. I don't know why we undervalue him. He's won a Stanley Cup. He plays 20 plus minutes a game. He's a big body that plays really smart positioning with an active stick. He shoots the puck real well. He's a guy that can get you 10, 12 goals, maybe 15. He slots in a lot of different spots. He comes in this team. He might be your second best D. Like he's probably got better offensive production than Edvinsson. So you go, okay, well, if I have him and he's cheap.
Yeah, 3.5. That's very
free. Like he should be double that.
You're essentially replacing the Justin Hole contract with a way better player. With a way better player.
What are we talking about here? It's a major upgrade over Ben Sherrod.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Red Wings fans, and back to this topic too, is that while some may say that Oliver Ekman-Larsson isn't that much of a needle mover, I mean, 35 points in 61 games for a defenseman, that's really freaking good. Don't cut him any type of slack.
Their peeper.
The thing is, though, you look at it from Michael's standpoint, is that Oliver Ekman-Larsson would be the third best defenseman on the Detroit Red Wings.
Maybe the second.
Maybe.
Nah,
maybe. I'm going to hesitate a little bit on that one, Michael. But
he's got better offensive production than anybody except a guy named Mo Seider.
But to your point, he has won a Stanley Cup. Veteran guy, cheap deal.
So the risk is what I said before. If that second round pick ends up being JP Hurlburt, you're going to kick yourself. I think Hurlburt will go in higher than he's being projected right now, but right now that's where he slots. That's the only guy there that worries me. But other than that, that's worth a first and a second. You got a stacked deck. He's going to be here for 3 years, and he's cheap. The cap goes to 104 next year.
This is his best offensive season since 1819.
1999.
1899.
18 and 19. This is career high, or not his career high, but his previous high up in the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, 44 points, 14 goals, 30 assists, 81 games played with the Yotes, now known as the Utah Mammoth.
I mean, that definitely
he's not that OEL, right? Like that was when he was a young man. They were a struggling mess, and he got away with a lot of stuff because it was like he was their only horse back there.
Yep.
And you look at his plus minus, then it was like horrific, But yeah, he's a 30-point defenseman that can get you 10 goals, like 9-10 goals.
Yeah, like you said, and it stabilizes the defense a little bit because I think he has the ability to play his offhand if needed.
Well, good point.
Or Aljo could even do it like that. Like we said earlier, that could be an Aljo partner potentially.
Aljo's got no offense, like zero, right? Like he's a great skater, but he's not an offensive instinct.
I don't know, Michael. I would disagree. I would hesitate on that a little bit. I think he has a little bit of offense there, a little bit of the sandpaper, but it comes in the waves, right? Where he just has that one random wicked wrister of the East and just puts it top shelf on a
there's no production there. I mean, you're getting production every game out of OEL.
Yeah,
you're getting the type of production you want from Edvinsson.
You're getting a guy that can move the puck and get it out of your zone, make that first pass. Yeah. How many nights have we watched the Wings and that third pair is just hemmed in the zone for multiple minutes because they can't get the puck and get it out of the zone like that? Yeah, that's the one thing. Like with defense, and it's a type that everybody wants. They want that guy that can be that guy to just get the first pass. That first pass is so important. If you can move the puck, get the puck and move it, it makes sense. I'll say that.
And he's cheap, I don't know. We have two great pieces in ASP and Edvinsson, and they have good production, and you stick him right in there, and that top four is a lot better. Like if you have OEL with ASP, and you've got Edvinsson and Seider, you get to bump down Sherratt, and he's much better in the 5 spot.
Which even then, when his extension kicks in, you're paying under $4 million for a bottom pair guy. Like that's not that bad.
Anything that bumps him to the bottom pairing is so much better because he does some stuff you like, but he should not be in your top 4.
An update from Ansar Khan on Red Wings. More tighter on David Perron's influence in the room. His care level is just really high. He always thinks about the guy next to him, never puts himself on the first position. And that's something we really admire and appreciate. So if anyone had any doubts on Big Daddy P's influence on the locker room, kind of shuts it down a little bit. Carlo says in our group chat that according to DFO, I'm sorry if you guys already touched on this, but I'll touch on it. Wings are, and that's daily face-off. Per them, Wings moving closer to Ristolainen.
Really?
Stevie loves them big guys, man. He loves them.
Clip that reaction, please. That was hilarious. Someone clip that. That was hilarious.
I'm not gonna fall in love with it. This is like, I don't get this. Like, he's just never done it for me. I don't know.
But you look at it, and Steve, I mean, we talk about the draft picks. Like, he definitely has his persona type, right? And
he's a 6'5" Gustafson.
But what's his personality like, Michael? Maybe he's got a really good personality. Maybe he gels really well in the locker room.
He's Finnish, and they're Swedish. That's not going to work. You ever met a Finn?
Honestly, that's a good question. Have I? Maybe.
They're very blunt and stoic, and that's why they're successful as a team, because they have this philosophy of Sisu, and we always talk about it on other podcasts, where the stoic determination that gave them the strength to beat the Russians back, like in real life, like in war, like get out of our country. Like, the Russians didn't want to, but when you have a conversation with them, it's a little rough, like the Swedes are a little more fluid and they play that way. And then the Finns are like very, like, it comes across as confrontational. I don't know if
Edmondson wants him to be more sandpaper.
I don't think he's sandpaper. I don't know. I don't get that.
Maybe his personality will come out in the game. Hopefully, if that were to come.
He's like an old guy now, right?
He's 31.
Yeah. Is that it? He seems like he's been around forever.
Well, Michael, we do have his profile pulled up too, if you want to check that out real quick. But 31 years old.
Difficult to talk to.
Difficult to talk.
No, I'm sure he's a good person, and he looks like he's shrunk too. He's 6'4".
Was he injured this year or something? Yeah, he's only played in 26 games.
26, is that what it is? 26. Yeah, I don't know. He was a guy that was like a 55-point defenseman early in his career, and everybody's like, he's good offense. He's on a terrible team. They gave him a lot of leeway, and then they're like, he's actually pretty horrible defensively. Just a weird. I don't know.
It's another Buffalo project that didn't work.
Well, that's the truth, right? Like, there's no.
I don't want projects worth $5 million to be completely honest.
So, like, what was this? Like, where's the big math? Where's the big numbers on this guy? Let's see.
So his best seasons are definitely well behind him. Whereas, I mean, he got 33 points in 19-20, and then 18-19 he got 43, but not very much else from that. I mean, he got 20 points in 22-23. Last year, he was at 19.
Why should got Rasmus Anderson would be better than Rasmus Ristolainen.
Ristolainen's played one full season in his career, and it was 15-16.
Oh my God, he never had a 55-point season. Why did everybody talk about this guy as a big offensive defenseman?
44 points is the most that he's gotten in a career. 43. Or 45, sorry. 45 and 16-17. I missed that. He was a consistent 40-point guy, though, there for 4 seasons.
He was also getting number 1 pairing minutes.
Yeah, and he was probably getting pretty bad plus-minus numbers, too. They don't show that here.
His plus-minus is brutal. Like, if you look at those teams, it was like minus 32, minus 21, minus 25, minus 41, minus 18.
Oh, yeah, his first couple of years with the Buffalo Sabres. They weren't doing anything. Actually, I don't know. He's never made the playoffs.
Never made the playoffs, guys. Let's get that guy.
Eiserman's like, that's exactly who we need. We need a guy who's never been in the playoffs.
That's reverse motivation. He hasn't made it, so we'll take a flyer.
If you're gonna work hard for a trade, that's why I don't know.
I'd take OEL in a heartbeat over him.
For sure.
He is so, and you watch him. If you just watch him in the game, and you rip off his name off the back of his jersey, you notice him all the time. That's why I was like, who's that guy? Like I kept remembering, he's really good. Like he played well in Florida and he plays well in Toronto. I think Toronto's a mess.
Hey, I got to take off. Thanks for having me, Zach. Appreciate talking to you, fellas. Hopefully we see anything progress.
We'll do the damn trade, right? Something. Guys, I thank you for having me on. Zach, ping me not on X, because apparently I don't get messages there. So.
Yeah, I got you, Michael. Yeah, I'll start texting you from now on. But yeah, all right, Justin already left. Bye, Justin. Bye, Michael. I appreciate you sticking around for so long.
No problem. See you guys.
Have a good one.
What is this going on in the chat? What is all this nonsense?
I can't see it.
Oh my God. I had to block whoever that was. That is insane. I have to block him. Oh my God. What is going on? How do I get there? What is this? This is insane. Get out of me, chat.
Oh, it's really quiet, like very quiet, which isn't that shocking. I don't think. I think this, like they said, there's so many options and the prices are so high. I think there's a little sticker shock out there, which
I agree.
Doesn't surprise me all that much. I love that. I love that deal for Minnesota. I think Minnesota's having a pretty solid depth day. Like they are.
That's really all they needed, right? Outside of, I guess, another centerman. Did they already adjust that need or no?
Yeah, I think the guy from Philly is the center, Bobby Brink.
Yeah, they said I did see something about him and Boldy. They played together and they had unreal chemistry. So that was probably one of the reasons why they got a Bobby Brink.
He's not big though, 5'8".
I saw that. I was like, short kings prevail, Travis. Come on, man. Let's go.
He's a right winger, but it's depth up front, and I think that's all they really needed to address. And now you add Foligno, like the Foligno brothers get to play together down the stretch and into the playoffs. That's a really cool thing for them. So it's going to be interesting. We got just under 3 hours yet, and it always seems like it heats up in the last couple hours. So maybe something Spurs. I don't know. Like there's always that one, right, that comes late. Like it was Marchant last year. It's always that one that nobody sees coming and it comes out of nowhere. Like it's fun to always try to think, like even the year, like I know I said it in our group message, like the year Mantha went, like nobody's seen that coming. Like that was so far out of left field. Like there's always that one, and you just wonder, like, what's it going to be? I wonder, like, if this could potentially be an option now that they're selling. Do you think Trevor Van Riemsdyk could be a potential option for Detroit? Like, he's a right shot, plays defense, like reunite the brother, like unite the brothers. I don't know that that's maybe the right option, but
it's an option.
Like he's 6'3", 210, so he's a bigger body.
Yeah,
like he's got a little size. I don't know that that's really something that is out there, but I just wonder from like a vibe perspective to get the brothers together, like that could be fun.
Yeah, I did that experiment actually because someone brought that up to me. I think it was I Am Sunday. I don't know if you're watching this, but we connected. But anyways, he brought that up to me. I looked at the stats and I never talked about it on record or anything, but he just doesn't get a lot of ice time currently. So for a depth piece, like you're saying, I think as a seventh defenseman, I I would entertain that 100%. And if an injury happens, then it's fine. But I think he's averaging less than or around the 14, 16 minute mark. So not exactly the greatest numbers, but from a depth perspective,
but they have like that. That's the thing too, that like they've already, like you've got that with Bernard Docker, ASP. Like that's where you gotta go for the top 4. I know I brought this up as like just like something that I thought of because they just sold Carlson, but
right.
That's a depth guy, and I think they've got enough now that you sit here and think about it. But I don't know. Like, where else can you go?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like at this point that the main concern for Steve Yzerman, I think on the offensive front, it's fine. I think we can get by, especially if you do make a move to include an MBN. I think it would be silly not to give him an opportunity to at least give him another short run to see how it would pan out. And then if it works, then it works. But the main focus here is getting a defenseman who can play 18 to 20 minutes. That's what we need.
So here's my thing with MBN. And I was going to bring up earlier, but we just kind of kept rolling. With MBN, and this is a great time for Brandon to jump in because I think.
Where's Brandon? What up, though?
What up, boys?
Is he a lobster?
I was gonna say he doesn't look very red. He's looking like my color a little bit.
You know, I only got sunshine one day in Florida, but
that checks out. It's either sunshine or rain.
Yeah, but I'll take it because that day that sun was out, it reminded me how much I hate hot weather.
Heard.
What's going on? What have I missed? Anything in the last 10 minutes? Are we still sitting on our hands waiting?
Still sitting. We were talking about
MBN.
top needs. We were talking about it's definitely more focused on a defenseman. It seems like that is the front for the Red Wings. Daily Faceoff says that Red Wings are heavily on Ristolainen, but then we're also hearing about Oliver Ekman-Larsson. But we were just talking about NBN, and it would be cool to see him get a couple games, see if he can make a fit, because I think the forwards right now are pretty good for the Red Wings. I don't think that they go out and get a top 6 forward, but if they can add another depth piece, cool. But I think MBN's probably going to be that guy, and Steve Yzerman goes in post-trade deadline conference and says, NBN's the ad that you've been waiting for. What do you think about that, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, with how he's playing, he really is that trade deadline acquisition, right? You get him back up there. Can he consistently come in and perform like he's doing in Grand Rapids and Detroit? I think so at this point. I think he's fully adjusted to the style of hockey over here. I think he's adjusted to this organization. I think he's comfortable, confident. And if that's your acquisition and he performs like he has in GR, especially over these last, 13 games, easy move. You don't have to spend anything to do it. You've already got him. It gets him there. I just hate it for the Griffins, obviously.
Let me ask you this. You're at every game. We cover the Griffins. If he's not playing in the top 6, would it be better to just leave him in GR and let him just go nuclear through the rest of the year and into the playoffs? Like, I don't know if I want him in the bottom 6, like in Detroit. Like, does it help there? Absolutely. But now you're limiting his minutes, and he's performing in the top 6 in Grand Rapids. Like, he's been playing first, second line for the last 2 months. Like,
yeah, obviously that's with, injuries and things like that too. We've seen him bounce all over the lineup since his time in GR, but it's a tough call. You've seen Todd's approach with calling guys up. He puts them in the situations where they've succeeded in the AHL, like he did with John Leonard. So I would assume that he's going to put MBN in the top 6. And then, yes, I would assume you're okay with that call up. If he's playing bottom 6, you just let him go off in GR. Say, we'll see you next year, kid, in Detroit. You're coming straight there. Get ready. Go do your thing. Go win GR Cup. I think that's the move.
I think what helps this too is Mazur coming back. Like, it gives Detroit a little more flexibility to bring up an MBN because now you're replacing him with a Carter Mazur.
That's a very good point, Travis, actually, that we haven't touched on yet. So that's a great call out for sure.
Yeah.
On top of that too, I do want to make this point too, is that if the Red Wings were to choose to bring up NBN now, I do agree with you guys. I think it's top 6 or nothing. Keep him in GR if not, because I mean, we're seeing to the point where Michael Rasmussen's getting top line minutes. Just put NBN up there. And you look at it from not just the regular season. I'm looking at it from the playoffs. We just looked at his numbers earlier, Travis, his playoff numbers, whether if that's overseas, for the short time that he did for the Grand Rapids Griffins for those 3 games, he was a point per game there. I'm bringing up NBN, not for the rest of the regular season. His sandpaper is going to be great. I want it for the playoffs. Because him being on the top line with Larkin and Raymond, they're going to need someone with a bit of sandpaper.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you have to put him in the top 6. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the David Perron thing addresses the bottom 6.
Yeah, correct.
Especially like Brandon, you said yesterday, put him with Casper and Finney and let him go. And like let that line go. Like Appleton, he's still a depth guy. Like there's JVR. I think you would see JVR stay in the lineup. I think you would see Appleton stay in the lineup in the bottom 6. And then Elmer, I'm sorry, you're the odd man out. Shine comes back down. Like, let's be real. Shine's going to be down here for the playoffs. Like, he's not staying in Detroit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like, there's no way around that. And the David Perron, I think, is the Shine replacement. Like, that's what you're like. Shine's been in that 3rd line right wing, 4th line right wing role. Now you just substitute Perron in when he's healthy, and you can send Shine back to Grand Rapids.
Let's have some fun with this. So Puck GM mode, right? Do they have David Perron on here already? They do. So he's on injured reserve. So we're going to change that. Let's make some changes. So Dominic Shine, press box, David Perron. You guys are saying 3rd line. So it would be this.
That's how I'd roll it.
Yeah, fire me up right there. I love that. Well,
But
obviously,
then
I don't love
also-
Rass at the top there, but you know.
But then we bring up Michael Brandzig Nygaard, right? And we're saying top 6 somewhere, just putting him there for now. So then you also have Michael Rasmussen as the odd man out, which I think he would be the odd man out. You need JT Comfort there to play the center, right? As the 4C. Who do you trust better? Interesting, right? How would you approach this? Because I think MBN is a better top 6 forward than Michael Rasmussen is at this point.
Probably, if they went that route, I would say Comfort because he's a right shot. I don't know if and he's making almost he's making $5 million. Like, that's where MBN call up. Like, this is where it's one of them things of like he's taking a job from somebody. Like,
has Michael Rasmussen or any of these other bottom 6 guys, like, do they deserve a spot more than MBN, who's been showcasing? Give me a call up to the big show. Because it comes down to Soda and Rasmussen for me. JT Comfort as well, but JT Comfort just plays that premium position. So it's a little more tough.
Well, they've had Raz in the middle too. So
correct. They have. Yeah. And it hasn't been bad.
And injuries are going to happen probably.
Correct.
There's a potential for that to where they're not in every night. Doesn't mean they're not going to play. So I think stylistically you'd flip Kane and Raymond. Put
Corey Perry to Tampa.
Confirmed.
Wait, what?
Confirmed Elliot Friedman.
What? He was just talking about signing an extension with the Kings.
No, well, he's going to Tampa.
Wow.
Ken Holland kicking those tires, boys.
That's
kicking them tires. What's that?
Ken Holland kicking tires is never a shock, but
no, it's not. I do slightly feel for Ken Holland though, because he's probably like, I should not have let my NHL players go to the Olympics. Why did we allow this? Because of the Kevin Fiala fiasco. You just traded for Panarin, and now you're trading away Warren Foegele, so they're shutting down the season. And you only technically get 1 year of Panarin now. Kind of feel bad for him, but I feel like now he's
2 years. He got an extension.
Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, Travis. I forgot about that. Yeah, so you get him for 2 more years. Okay, but I don't know.
I look at LA now, and I'm like, who's available? Like
that? Yeah.
Like, who else are they willing to part with? Is there anybody out there on that roster that can help you? If they're selling, like, I don't know. What do you
Zach
think, Brandon?
DP says, can't forget if MBN comes up and plays one more NHL game, he burns a year on his ELC. That is correct. And Michael and I, we did touch on this. Travis, I think you were around too, and maybe you weren't. So
I wasn't.
But we'll touch on this again. Is that maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing for MBN if he is this hot, and we do expect him to be a top 6 forward based on the way the contract situation is going for salary cap and these players in the future. Wouldn't it be easier and make more sense to do that for someone like MBN so you can get them on a better deal that won't cost as much? You can look at it from two sides, but does that not make sense to look at it from that perspective?
Brandon, what's your thoughts?
What would you guys rather do? Would you rather burn a year or not?
I'm always against burning a year. I don't know why. I just always am.
Also,
tough, man.
Zach DP also says there's still questions on MBN's pace and ability to keep up in the top 6. Brandon, do you wanna? I
have no doubt that he can keep up in the top 6 at this point in time. His pace has improved so much. His strength has improved in such a short period of time already. And I know it's AHL games, but these are not just, nobody teams that the Griffins play against. They play against some of the toughest heavy hitting teams in the league. For him to be able to keep up his pace, be able to get around guys when he needs to, being able to set up guys, being able to get his shot off, and not just that, being able to still put up 6 or 7 hits a game as he's been doing down there, leading the Griffins or the next closest Griffin by over 30 hits. He's still doing that all while putting up these insane points recently. And he's unlocked the Griffins power play recently, which if you've listened to us for a while, our power play has just been atrocious for so long, especially at home this season. Even with this incredible season, there was a point we were rocking a 10% power play at home. And all of a sudden we have some back-to-back home games where we have power play goals thanks to good old MBN there. So he's kind of just becoming an everything player.
Which is exactly what Steve Yzerman wants out of all of his players. I mean, I remember when he got drafted and they asked him what's his best quality or what's his shot like, and he's like, oh yeah, he can really rip it. So it's good to see and hear that he's translating very well and going to be a really good player for the Detroit Red Wings down the line, and hopefully isn't involved in any trades that Steve Yzerman does for players this season or moving forward, because I do believe that he can be a really good top 6 forward for the Detroit Red Wings. You got to put faith in your general manager, and we look at their scouting department. I mean, they've done a really good job with, you look at Moritz Seider, you look at Lucas Raymond. Lucas Raymond was probably a no-brainer, but you look at the shocked looks of Moritz Seider and maybe Casper and Edvinsson and maybe some of these other names too. So I think sky's the limit for someone like MBN. I don't think we should really be worried about him. But Corey Perry was traded for a 2nd-round pick. So Tampa Bay sent a 2nd-round pick to LA.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that.
Here comes your 2-year league minimum extension. I low-key love that for him in Tampa, though. Like, that's Tampa going, like, you know what? He was so good for us here, despite, losing in the finals. But,
well, that's what he does
running
best.
Back. Yeah. It's been 4 times,
Tampa's
3
going to
times.
the finals, and they're going to lose to probably... How funny would it be if Edmonton goes to the finals and Tampa goes to the finals?
I just want it to be at least one different team this year. I thought it was cool to see the back-to-back, see if Edmonton can get their revenge. But I just want one different team, even though the other team would probably be another Florida team. Dang it, man. I hate this.
Florida's making the playoffs. I think we're good there.
Well, not Florida Panthers, correct, but one Florida team will be maybe in the Stanley Cup Finals. It could be
the East. Anybody in the East could make it. Like, I'm just going to say this. I wouldn't be shocked if Buffalo makes an out of the left field worst to first run here to make
kind of like finals. A St. Louis Blues situation.
Like they're at like an 8-13 win percentage since December 1st. Like that team is on fire.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
And they haven't gotten any worse in the last 24 hours.
And all they did was fire their general manager, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty crazy? A team bump from firing your general manager? Jeez. New York's a crazy place, man. It really is. Never been there, but just see all the stuff. and hear about all this stuff. But outside of that, I guess going back to this roster here, I would be okay with this.
I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier or not, but can I just say, as a Griffins fan, how happy I am that David Jiricek's out of our division now?
Oh, it's great news.
We did touch on the Jiricek trade, so
I'm so happy.
How many more times do we got Iowa?
What is it looking like for it? It sounds like the Grand Rapids is way ahead of the curve right now. Where are they the only team in a lock for a playoff spot, or is there other teams?
They're the only team that's locked still.
Okay.
Providence is not far behind. Honestly, I mean, those are your two top dogs in the league. They both have a .8 or higher winning percentage right now. So those are the big dogs, but that division is also chaos. The AHL playoff format in general is chaos, as Travis always says. Everybody gets in. I think collectively only like six teams in the league missed the playoffs, I believe, if I'm doing my math right, which is absurd. But yeah, it's the spread that the Griffins have right now and the distance they have behind anyone else in the division is insane. I mean, you look at the Griffins with 88 points, second place is 67 points. So there's a massive separation there, but you look at the separation for the league title there. Griffins at 88 points, Providence at 85 points. That's the race that we'll be watching, because I don't think there's any other race for us to watch. But when you look at the rest of the Central Division, this division gets weird every year where it seems like nobody wants to make it in that bottom four, maybe. And you look at fourth place right now, or sorry, third and fourth place tied at 54 points, Milwaukee at 51 points in fifth. Then there's some separation finally between Rockford down there, who's been just awful as of late, at 42 points. So it kind of looks like the playoff teams are set unless some dramatic fall off from Milwaukee or Texas happens. But it looks like it's going to be Grand Rapids, Chicago, Manitoba, Texas, and Milwaukee in the Central Division this year.
This might be a tough question. Maybe not. But I think it's easy to say that maybe last year's playoff for Grand Rapids was, maybe this is a harsh word, disappointing. They got knocked out, right? 3 games played.
Oh, it was incredibly disappointing.
Okay. So I'm not stepping out of bounds with that. No. I would probably agree. I think that's a little disappointing considering, you looked at some of the names that were over there, and then Travis saying, what they were missing based on what Nick said. Maybe you agree, Brandon, is that they needed veteran players. They went out and got those veteran players, whether if that was from already in Detroit's system and they just got bumped down, or they went and got players like Trail Mix or whoever else that they added, right? Ian Mitchell, some other names. It's cup or bust for them. Is that safe to say for Grand Rapids?
I mean, it's never cup or bust in the American League, if you want to call it the development league that it is. But I think with this locker room and the way these players are approaching it, yeah, it's cup or bust for them. They want it. They have one goal in mind, and that's it. They've said it all season long. I've never heard a team confidently say, like, that's our goal to go win it all as early in the season as some of these players did. And it shocked us at first, but then you look at the group and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. These guys are just a unit. They want to go do the thing. And congrats to them for having that confidence that they can go do it. We've had players in post game literally look at us and go, we walk into this arena expecting to win every night, not just expecting for a good game, expecting to compete. They expect to win. Not many teams have that mentality.
Yeah. No, and that's what you need, and that's what separates the winners from the losers, right? And I hate to say it like that, but we got to start saying it like that, right? Because we're not here to breed losers. We're here to breed winners. And if that comes at the cost of keeping someone like MBN down there, not saying that bringing MBN would not keep them from winning, and it wouldn't provide Detroit Red Wings added help, but it solidifies that more for Grand Rapids and boost the confidence regardless of all the players around there. So yeah, I agree with you too. I think that this should be, or maybe not agree with you. So I will say, personally to me, I'm going to look at it this way. I'm going to say it's cup or bust for them. Maybe it's because I'm the outsider perspective looking in. You guys are seeing it a little bit more than I am. So I definitely appreciate your perspective on that. And I definitely follow suit with you there. I just want to see them do well. I want to see them be ready for the offseason as well and kick the doors down, so to say. Like, I want to see Carter Mazur and Amadeus Lombardi, because I did say this to Michael, before Travis joined in, that it does seem like that even the players who haven't stepped on to North America or to Grand Rapids, that maybe there's a little bit where they're slightly ahead of some of those guys because of injuries or whatever else it is. But I know you guys get to see them a lot more, but I would love to see them get a cup, come into training camp and say, no, I still want a spot, because I still do have hope for some of these guys. So for anyone who may have concerns about Mazur or Amadeus Lombardi, we talked about William Wallander a little bit, Shai William, some of the, I don't want to call them unforgotten prospects. Michael said that they're old prospects, and Travis laughed and I laughed too. 23 years old is old, right? No, not exactly. But to that point, right? Like, I would love to see these guys make it up. So what are your thoughts overall on that, on what I just said about these guys and maybe them still having an opportunity to make the Detroit Red Wings roster?
I mean, you look at guys like Dominic Shine, right? Anyone could make an NHL roster at some point in time. It just depends on the timing and how long you grind it out and how much work you're willing to put in. Are these young prospects still willing to put in that work to get there in the time frame that we want them to get there? That's up to them at this point. And some of the guys that you really want to, like, I want to see Shai William pan out. I really do. And there's nights where I'm left scratching my head going, kid, what are you doing? And there's nights where I'm like, oh my gosh, he looks amazing out there. The same thing happens with Wallander all the time. Granted, since Christmas, he's been great. But before that, he'd make a move at the blue line, lose the puck at the blue line. I'm just sitting there up top, shaking my head going, come on, kid, like, get it together. Let's go. I think with these guys, the older prospects, I like that term now. That's fun. It's going to be fun to watch them hopefully go do the thing, because at the same time, it's going to tell us a lot about them, because I don't think people realize how long the AHL playoffs run. I mean, last year, the Calder Cup was awarded basically the night before the NHL draft. It takes a while. It is a grind, and there's not much of an off season for those guys. So what do they look like when they come back for opening night the next season? That's what tells me a lot about those players at that point in time.
Yeah, that's great. Honestly, yeah, I'm right there with you too. And I do want to say this. Someone in the comments, Zach Brown, before I forget, because I thought that this was interesting. Doesn't say who the source was, and I haven't seen it yet either, but says confirmed that Trocheck will not go to Minnesota. Detroit and Carolina are front runners.
I haven't seen that yet either, but it's interesting.
That is very interesting. And I will pull up his profile here, Trocheck. Vinny, how would we feel if we got a Vincent Trocheck? Especially if we don't include, because I think a lot of fans, and I've said this too on air, in a perfect world, I would like to include Copp or Compher going back. If that doesn't happen, how would you feel about getting a Vincent Trocheck and you're running your center depth of Larkin, Trocheck, Copp, and Compher going into the playoffs?
Travis, this is your question, buddy.
Trade more for Thomas.
At that point, at that point, I would probably agree.
Trade, just give up the extra assets and go get the point per game player that's 26 years old. Like like I said earlier, you have to bridge this gap, right? Larkin's closer to 30, DeBrincat's closer to 30 than 20. Then you have the younger group, like with Raymond, Seider, Edvinsson. They need somebody that's younger than Larkin, that is going to grow with the younger core while still be able to help the older guys. And Larkin's not old, but he's older than the younger. There's two different timelines here. They got to juggle. And I don't think Trocheck long-term helps that, because he's already 32 years old. Like, does it help in the short term? Yes. But like, if you're giving up a first plus a prospect plus more, just give up the extra picks and prospects and go get the big fish you need, especially if none of these centers project to what Robert Thomas is now. If they can't, if you don't think they're going to get there, but St. Louis values them in a trade, you have so many picks and prospects. You can afford to give up 4-5 pieces for a guy that's going to be here for 5 years and 5 potential playoff runs. And when his contract expires, is still 31 years old. Like, that's how I feel about it. Is Trocheck a help? Absolutely. It helps. It slots Comfort or Cop to probably the third line and Comfort to the fourth line. But if you're going to give up 3 pieces to go get Trocheck, go give up 4 or 5 and get Thomas, who's under team control at only $8.1 million. You could have 2 guys between Larkin. Your first 2 centers would be making roughly what? $16 million versus some teams that are, it's like 30 and they're point per game players. Sign me up. Like, that's how I feel about it. I would love Trocheck, but pay more to just get Thomas. Like, just do it.
Yep,
yeah,
100% agree with that.
Yeah, go deep into that, Brandon. Spit your take.
I mean, look, I'm no expert when it comes to cap and contracts and all that.
Your take is still relevant, buddy. We love you. Don't worry about it.
At the same time, I mean, Thomas, I think, is going to be more impactful down the road. I like his game. I like what he brings to the table. I'm more willing to part with pieces because at the end of the day, you know, I watch and cover the team where those pieces are going to most likely come from, and I know that trade's going to hurt. It's going to sting. It's going to potentially derail what we're doing here in GR. But at the same time, you got to look at the big picture and understand that that's a player that can make that impact to get Detroit where we want it to go a lot quicker than what maybe some of these pieces will do. Like, I don't know what pieces would be included in it, what you're giving up. I'd love to hear what Travis would want to give up in that trade. But at the same time, I think the Thomas trade would work way better. Trocheck's a great player. I wouldn't hate it, right? But I don't want to pay on arm and a leg for a guy, 32 years old right now. I don't want to give up that many pieces, and I agree with just throw an extra piece or 2 in there to make that deal happen and get the younger, substantially maybe better player.
So Brandon, this is like you said, where it's going to hurt GR.
Yep.
But would you do, say, 2 firsts, Danielson, roster player, MBN or Bear to do it? Because you got to figure you're going to probably be able to keep MBN or Bear long term. You're giving up 2 firsts that, if this goes well, are in the late teens or the 20s as you get, you know, that could put them into the contender status of you're going to win a round potentially. So then you're into the 20s. Like you're talking 2 picks probably between 18 to 23, somewhere in there. And then Danielson potentially, or Casper potentially, whichever one, you know, St. Louis values. And then you're probably going to lose an MBN or a Bear, and then maybe even a Finney or a different roster player. Like, I still think you do it. You have
I don't think you give up MBN in that deal. It's the one like hard stop for me is giving up him, but all the other guys you listed, yeah, sure, send it.
Like, just, and that's the hard part, right? Like we just talked about with, you know, I know it's nowhere near the same, but like Toledo gave up 4 pieces and they gave up an impactful player in their bottom. So like you have to give up good to get good. Like that's what it takes, right? And like if you say you moved a Danielson, like you still have, look at your center depth, Brandon. You still got Casper, you still got Ammo, you still got Becker, you still got Plant. Like there is so much depth. Like it's time to make an impactful move.
And let's be honest too. If you do that and you're talking about depth, I mean, you have Larkin, then you have Robert Thomas. If you somehow don't move on from a Danielson or a Casper, then that's your 3C. And then, but either way, 3Cs and 4Cs, you can get those in free agency or via trade all day long. Not so much the second line or the first line centers. These players don't come along all the time in via trade. Go ahead, Brandon.
I think like I said, like with that trade being MBN being the hard stop, MBN's going to be that player in the playoffs in the NHL that every fan of the team he's playing for loves, and every fan of the team we're playing against is going to absolutely hate. He's going to be that guy that can drag this team into the fight when we need him to. I just hope he can stay disciplined. I think that's my biggest concern is the player overall is just staying disciplined. But at the same time, I think that's the one that you keep around for the playoffs. And the other guys, sorry, we loved you here. Bye.
I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to do this with Coach Watson. What is what's his inside take, I guess, on MBN? You know, is he like a player's coach? Is he very coachable, you know, likable guy? Like, what's the inside depth of Watson's insight on MBN?
Yeah, he's an extremely coachable player. Loves to absorb, loves to learn, willing to go do whatever assignment he's asked. And he just, Coach Watson seems to love him. And there's other players that we've mentioned that you ask Coach Watson about those, and he's got something of criticism of like, they need to improve here. They need to improve here.
And he should.
You ask him about MBN, and I don't ever hear criticism. I hear how much he loves his game and what he does and what impact he's had. And look, he came to Grand Rapids after being in Detroit with the perfect attitude, the attitude that Steve Yzerman loves. I'm going to come here, work my tail off, as he said in an interview with just a different word. I don't know if I can say that on here or not, but at the same time, he did. That's exactly what he did. He came down here, worked his butt off, and now he's being rewarded for it and rewarding the team as well for working with him and helping him develop with what he's doing on the ice. So it's Coach Watson's perspective, loves the player. I mean, Travis has watched Coach Watson for a lot longer than I have, with him being down in Toledo. MBN is a Waddy player, 100%. The tough guy that can go out there, lay the body, but also have a high skill set. That's Coach Watson's favorite type of guy.
You know what? I love this, and I've seen it. I only seen it once in post game, and I don't remember if I think all three of us were there, and MBN scored, and you guys asked for him, and he's like, I just close my eyes and shoot the puck as hard as I can. Like, I love that. I love that mentality. Just rip it and pray. That's pretty much what he does.
Yeah, what is that old Call of Duty saying? Just go in there and spray and pray, right?
Yep. Pray and spray, baby.
Oh, Brandon, you missed it. I made a what player was it? We were talking about Dougie Hamilton, Travis, and then I made the Jimmy Neutron reference to Michael, and he's like, who is that? I don't get it. We all just started dying laughing.
Yeah, that was a good one. Funny moment.
That was pretty funny. But there is a trade update here. The Minnesota Wild have traded Vinny Hinostroza to the Florida Panthers for future consideration. So Minnesota Wild, they're not done. They must have another trade incoming. It seems like that they just keep on moving cap at this point.
Well, I think they're done with Trocheck. Like, I don't see Trocheck happening there myself.
Yeah, I don't see it either. Hinostroza is an interesting one to just let go, but at the same time, all right.
I wonder. I think for them, they're just, like you said, maybe clearing a little bit of cap. Maybe they went over the cap, so they had to move something.
Right. Yeah. Let's pull up their profile real quick, actually, and we can take a look at that. But I'm not sure how up to date Puckpedia is because of, I mean, right now it says that they have $1.3 million in cap. It does have that trade implemented already, at least on here. Vinny Hinostroza, what was this cap hit anyways?
Like Leigman.
$169,000. That doesn't seem right. What in the world?
775.
Okay, there we go. That must be what is remaining for the whole entire year. Okay, yeah, that's what that is. Okay, at 100% paid, it'll be so Florida has to pay him $169,000 left this year. Nice. Carlo had a really good question I wanted to share with.
Yeah, where's he at?
He is his daughter is under the weather. I guess she has a fever, so he's popping in and out. He was in here earlier today, but he'll probably join back in at some point later today. But
okay,
he did have a hook.
He's off.
Yeah. Hey, I'm still waiting for my bacon and eggs, Carlo. Where's that at? I know you're watching and listening to us, but he did have a really good question. It's actually a twofer. I wonder which one should I ask first. I'll ask this one first. This was the second question he asked, but I think it's easier to ask this one first. Are we a contender in the next 1 to 3 years or 3 to 6 years?
Depends.
I don't need an in-depth answer, but if you guys can answer that with a yes or no.
Say 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 to 6.
3 to 6. Okay. With that, do you think we can address a top 6 forward and a top 4 D-man for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, Danielson, Wallander, and Bear?
Who's he want? Justin Falk and Robert Thomas? Because you probably have to add a little bit more, but I'd probably still do it. Call me crazy.
That's probably where he's leaning towards it. But I guess without the names, a top 6 forward and a top 4 D-man, does all of that get you that in this year's trade deadline, or really any trade deadline? Is that enough to get that done?
Well, I mean, you've seen defensemen go for seconds this year, so I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of
3 of them.
Yeah.
Like it's NHL DM mode, franchise mode.
If you go and value all that, it's equivalent to, I think, what, the 19th pick. So, I mean, that was
take all 3, trade up.
Yeah. Like, I think that was a tidy piece for you. Like, dude, Utah,
I think that's good.
Set for a while. You
look at the amount of picks they had. Oh yeah, same with the Sharks. That's why the Sharks are able to just mess around with picks like it's free candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. James Woods, yeah. So I would agree with you guys. I think it's, when I hear contender, I'm thinking like Eastern Conference final, Stanley Cup final, year in, year out, right? That's what I think about cup contenders. I don't think like second round, like the Maple Leafs, they were never cup contenders. They never made it past the second round. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. I'm sorry for the Maple Leafs fans if you are in here watching and listening. We got 81 people in here. Holy crap. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us on today's NHL Trade Deadline Day. I'm here joined with my good pals of the Hockeytown West podcast, Travis and Brandon. Nick, I think you're still in the comments. You're watching and listening to us. We miss you, buddy. We wish you could join us, but we got beautiful special guests joining us in and out throughout the day. We had Pucks and Dreams, Michael Devolano on here, Justin Satawa on here. We should be having some other people join us as well throughout the day. Carlos in and out due to illness on a family matter. So he's like I said, he's in and out, but he did just ask us a great question. I think it's 3 to 6 years. Do I think that's enough? I would like to think that is enough. And I do think out of all the center prospects we have, it's either Danielson or Plant is the most expendable in terms of what you can give up in a trade. Because I do really like the idea, and I said this to Travis earlier and everyone else, Brandon, and let me know what you think about this. This line in the future is Casper, Genborg, NBN.
Oh, fire me up. I love it.
Dude, yeah, right?
I'm here for that. If those that all panned out like that, that's a great win right there.
There's your 3 to 6 year window.
Yep. That makes sense.
And that's if everything goes well.
Yeah. Everything's got to go right.
Are fans ready for that though? A 3 to 6 year window, still to wait for to be a contender. And I'm putting the label, it's you're in and out of the conference final year in, year out, or the Stanley Cup finals.
Look, I think this fan base just wants a playoff. Like that's once we get there, I think they'll start to get maybe a little more antsy, but they just want to get in the playoffs. And then maybe next year you make it to the second round or the third round, whatever. You just keep them, as long as you're improving.
Yeah,
that's fine. And if you make it to the conference finals and lose one year, oh well, what can you come back and do? There's 32 teams. What 30? How many? I don't even know anymore.
32.
Like,
yeah, a lot too many maybe.
Well, wait, Atlanta will probably be here tomorrow, right? No, I'm.
Quebec too. Yeah, Houston. Maybe.
It's gonna take time, but if that's our window, that's our window, and we just go do it. And then it's just how do you continue to build after that?
Right.
Yeah, you even have someone in the comments saying, I can wait 3 to 6 if we're at least start to make the playoffs this year. That's all we want. It's just that playoffs.
And I think some fans too, they like to, and I tend to do this sometimes too. Like I'm already thinking about the playoffs, but it's like, we got to focus on the now where it's like, there's still an opportunity where the regular season can get underneath us very easily. There's still an opportunity there. So we have to take baby steps with this. And it's very easy for us to get lost into the future and overlooking and saying like, oh, there's a good opportunity for us. Like, oh, I hope we make it into the second round. Like, no, let's get there first. Let's worry about that first. So let's take care of our dirty laundry and our dirty dishes first. And then let's worry about vacuuming the dirty floor, so to say. I don't know. That's a weird analogy that I just did there, but I hope you guys are picking up what I'm putting down there. But hopefully it's, at the very least, I still want to see Yzerman go get a defenseman. I think that would help increase our shots at maybe making a second round. My expectations, all I want first, make the playoffs. Sweet. Once you get in there, make it as challenging for the other team as possible. Even if you lose. If you lose in 7 games, I will be so proud of this team. I will be so proud. What do you guys think about that?
I 100% agree. I mean, I'm just going to be happy if they get in and win a game. That's all I want. I'll be totally
happy if they just get
that.
in. Getting in is no guarantee.
One.
Guarantee is making it is no guarantee.
You're right.
If you look at what Columbus has done the last few weeks, Ottawa's on fire. Like, I don't think playoffs are a lock at this point. Like they got work to do. Like I
agree.
There's they got 20 games left.
20.
They probably got to win 12-ish somewhere in there to make it. I would say, with how hot the rest of the league is.
And that's the other thing too. And you got to look at it. We talked about this earlier, is that you're looking at these other teams. You look at Montreal hasn't really done anything this trade deadline, but they did things middle of the season, Philip Deneau, and then they went out and got Noah Dobson. You look at what the Buffalo Sabres just did. What are you going to do to keep up with these teams? You're going to have to play one of those two, maybe Tampa, who knows, someone on the other division, who knows. So what are you doing to prepare yourself to go up against potentially, it could be Montreal or Buffalo based on the way it's looking right now? Because in your division, you would play 2 and 3 play each other, right?
Yeah. Could you imagine if Detroit and Montreal or Detroit and Buffalo played in the first round of the playoffs? Oh my God. Sign me up.
Oh yeah.
The world needs Detroit and Buffalo. The two longest droughts ended and they go head to head. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't love our odds in that series because we don't play well in Buffalo, like, at all. So I don't know if I would love that matchup, but good God, would it be fun? It would be so much fun.
Yeah, I that would fire me up. Friedman just posted an update. Kraken captain Jordan Eberle extends with the Kraken 2 years, $5.5 million.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that here too. Wow, good for him. You know what? Some of these players are getting their bags, and honestly, they need it. And honestly, we talked about it with the way that the salary cap is going. And you look at the Kraken, honestly, I don't think that they're going to be good for a while. They have to meet a floor, just like some of these other teams. I saw that look, Travis. I like their players. They're just having a really bad year for whatever reason, so I don't really have too much hope for them.
Seattle, they're in the playoffs right now, buddy.
Are they still in a playoff position?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they got knocked out. Well, good for them.
They're 3 points clear right now. I like what Seattle.
Oh, in the wild card, they are. Oh, yes.
San Jose's battling. They're battling. Yeah. Like, that could be. They're trying hard to make the playoffs, and it's easier said than done. Like, just to make the playoffs it's no guarantee anymore. Like, especially out west, what helps them is they're in the West. Like, the East is like dogfight, and it's like in the West, if you can get anywhere near 93 points, you're probably going to make the playoffs. But
yeah, is it kind of sickening that the Vegas Golden Knights hold the first place in the Pacific with 72 points?
There's your loser point every OT loss. If you're going to have a loser point, like, you got to implement the 3 points for regulation.
I'm with you, and I think that's where majority of fans are leaning on now, because it's a little ridiculous, because the Red Wings would have made the playoffs if for that one season, right? That they didn't because of Washington Capitals, the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah. Yep, they lost on the tiebreaker.
Yep.
And even right now, I think the Red Wings would they have more points if it would be the 3-2-1 system?
Oh, I'm sure they might. I don't know how many more, but there's a lot of changes that could happen and should happen, but they won't. Like, the 3-point system's one. They need to change the offside rule. Like, that's my biggest one.
That needs to happen sooner than later.
Determining edge is the blue line, the edge closest to center ice on both sides. Like, it shouldn't be the entry on the far point of the blue line. Just as soon as the puck hits the blue line, it's onside, and away you go. Like, Ken Daniels has talked about it for a decade. Like, it doesn't change the rule that much, and it keeps the offensive zone the same length, entries and exits. That's one for me that I've always wanted.
So Ryan Hanna from Wing Wheel Podcast, who is a former beautiful guest as well on our show. Ryan, I don't know if you're watching or listening to this. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But if you are, feel free to hop on. I'll send you the link, buddy. But he tweeted out best guesses on Let's Go Red Wings. Trocheck interest is real. Drury set a high price. It may not blink. Guesses it would be last minute if it happens, which we've seen Yzerman do so many times. You brought up Mantha earlier, Travis. I think we've seen that in previous trade deadlines with Steve Yzerman too. I think that kind of happened with the Peter Mrazek trade with Joe Veleno and everything. Goes on to mention St. Louis doesn't have to deal Thomas, evident by their asking price, which is true. Part of me thinks they would be really silly to do it, but I understand why they would at the same time. Also says he thinks that Ristolainen and Oliver Ekman-Larsson are most likely options for a deal, maybe Falk. So there's still some good defensemen out there. I agree. I think all those names actually were on our big board, trade big board. So thoughts on that real quick, boys? Trocheck? Sounds like it's getting closer and closer.
I mean, it depends on how high Drury set the price, right? And is Steve going to pull that whole weight around and see how desperate people get to move at the end and catch them with the lower price? That is kind of his MO at this point.
I'm still, like I said earlier, just go buy Thomas. And while you're at it, grab Falk. That solves two big issues right there, and you can figure out plug and plays later, in my opinion. But I won't. Here's the thing: I wouldn't be like pissed if they get Trocheck. I'd be happy because they are improving the team. That does help the team.
Absolutely,
but if, like I said, if you're giving up 3 or 4 assets for Trocheck, just go give up 4 or 5 and get Thomas because you have the longer runway. That's just me, though.
Let's see here. Just reading some of the chats. Which team is going to lower their ask and scoop up some assets? There's definitely demand. That's kind of what it's coming down to, right? I mean, this is why it seems like it's being a little slow so far today. I mean, we only got 2 hours and 8 minutes left at this deadline. Usually all the reports come out at the last minute of the deadline anyways, but I feel like it's been a pretty somewhat active trade deadline than it has been in recent years. I felt like in recent years it's been
especially at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like in the past it's been more like leading up to the trade deadline, but this year it seems like it's a little bit more closer to the actual date and the deadline. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I feel like the big ones are done, though. Like a lot of the big ones are done. Panarin got done early. Quinn Hughes done early. Like if it's going to be a big one, it's probably going to come in the last minute, not out of nowhere. Like that generally is how it goes.
And is that because, I mean, it could be a multitude of reasons, but I feel like one of the reasons because of that is because there's always that one GM that says, I have to get him before another GM decides that he wants him too. So I have to do what I can to get him first. Whereas all these other guys now, they're going on day of or day before. They're all kind of like similar, but in their own different ways. I feel like it kind of goes that way.
Yeah.
Good players got to be targeted first and go first before actual trade deadline day, before anyone else has an opportunity to take them. Whereas the David Perrons of the world, they can go whenever because there's so many of them, right? Maybe a difference here and there. So you take your pick on what upgrade you want when it comes to the depth guys.
Here's the thing, too. Like, look at some of the pieces Detroit has to offer. Like, we haven't really even said them, but, like, could a goalie be in play? Like,
right.
So you are so deep in net that, like, like Brandon, we've talked about it before. You got Kosh, you got Trey. Pastava's having a phenomenal year with the Griffins. Guylander's been phenomenal when he's been with GR, and he's had a good year in Toledo. Then you look at, like, you drafted, what was it, Pradel last year?
Yep.
You've got Rudy in the queue, like he's going to college, but like that's like I feel like there's options there. Like who would go? Like I don't think that Coast goes anywhere until you see Trey in Grand Rapids.
Correct.
Like if Trey comes to Grand Rapids and plays down the stretch, if MSU gets knocked out early, because I think then Brandon, maybe you disagree with me, but like if Trey comes, Griffins have already locked up a spot. They're probably going to get first. Like I think you see a three goalie rotation like down the stretch.
I hate it, but yeah, I agree.
It's
I think
probably
it
what's going to
happens.
happen. Like, and it sucks because like you've seen it with Coast. He went to Toledo. Like Trey, I don't think he goes there. He's probably going to Grand Rapids, and you don't want to give Toledo a fourth goaltender like just to get him games. Like it's like where's the pathway for Trey to play after this year if he signs? And I think it's Grand Rapids in a 3-man rotation like that.
So great point, because I did talk with Michael about that, the goaltending situation and Trey and everything. I know that some Red Wings fans have their hesitations on Trey's not going to sign with the Red Wings. I think that's really silly to me personally, but I understand the disparity there, the uncertainty of Trey Augustine signing because he hasn't signed yet and decided to go back to MSU for one more season. I firmly believe Steve gave him the opportunity to go back there, said, hey, you can do this or you can do that. Take your pick. And I think that's great that a general manager allows their players to do something like that. I am curious to see if there is room to be had to maybe make an upgrade from Talbot. I was going to ask you guys, do you put any blame on Talbot on the Vegas Golden Knights game? And does that come into play with it? Does Steve maybe see if there's an upgrade from Talbot or move on from Talbot and just bring up Kosa? Because of your point, Trey, if he doesn't win a championship, gets brought over, signs his deal, goes to Grand Rapids. Postava is having an unreal year. You got Gylander, when he gets called up, he looks pretty good. He's having an incredible year with Toledo. There's also the opportunity for 3 goaltenders next year. Travis, with all that in mind, what do you think of all that? That was a lot, I know.
I don't think Talbot goes anywhere. I don't see it. I think he stays and backs up Gibson, and they ride Gibson hard down the stretch. That's just kind of what I see happening. And the only way Kosa is going to play games is if a goaltender gets seriously injured and doesn't, right, and can't play. Like that's the only way you're going to see Kosa. I think their plan is to Kosa go lead Grand Rapids to a title. That's kind of where they're at. Like I think if you were gonna see Kosa at the NHL level, it would have been Wednesday night or tonight if Gibson couldn't go. Like that was the window to do it. Like,
and they did announce that he is playing tonight.
Yeah. So like for me, I don't think you see a Talbot move. I mean, unless one phone call changes everything, you never know what's going to happen. But I don't see a world where Talbot is moved and they call up Kosa. I think Kosa, you look at his numbers, they're on the screen right now, 927, 1.99 goals against average. And I know we've talked about it on our show. I wanted to see Kosa in Detroit in December, play 5-ish games, see what he is. If he's capable, then maybe you shop Talbot, but that didn't happen. And it's clear that they want Coast to take GR on a run. I think Brandon would probably agree with that. So goaltending wise, the only move I would see is like if you're that deep, can you, like me and Brandon had talked about, like, is there a move that you move a depth goaltender for depth in maybe Grand Rapids in a position of need if Detroit were to make a big trade? Like, I know we've talked about that, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a kid. If they do make a move that hurts Grand Rapids and you got to get some pieces, do you move a Gylander to get some pieces back? You know, it's so interesting to. Yeah, I mean,
is there room for Postava to potentially, I mean, could teams be interested in Postava? He's what, 25, 24 years old? It's not like he's that old, right?
He's a year older than Kosa.
So 24, 23?
Yeah.
Okay.
23, I think. Yeah, there definitely teams could be interested. I mean, what this kid's been able to do has been nothing short of impressive. We had no idea who this kid was when he came here. He was that signed late in the season last year to come over this year, and partner with Kosa, where we all thought it would be Gylander and Kosa and GR this year. That's what we thought until that signing happened. And I mean, even going to the end of the season, we were still thinking it could potentially be Gyro and Kosa and GR and Postava and Toledo, maybe. Who knew? And then here comes this guy putting up a 1.88 and .934. Like, he's been sensational. And mind you, that was also getting hurt and missing, a month and a half of the season. And when he came back, it was like he never left. He didn't have that slow build-up period to get back to his usual self. He came right in and continued playing. I think teams could be very interested in him if they wanted to do something crazy, but I would hate to lose him.
I mean, it sucked to lose him, but you've seen what the guy in Toledo can do up there too. Like,
I know.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
it almost seems like it doesn't matter what guys in net in Grand Rapids. It's just going well, and that is a credit to their team defense as a whole. I mean, they're definitely helping the goalies, but the goalies, you look at the three guys that have played games for the Griffins. Postava 188, Kosa 199, Gyro 157. Like, the goals against, they're all sub 2. Like,
yeah, it's insane. It really is.
Real quick, I thought this was really interesting. This literally just popped up on my feed, but Perron went on Sportsnet and says he wasn't sure if the fit was ever that perfect for him in Ottawa. Looking forward to going to Detroit and the opportunity there. Dang, dude, that is
not a surprise.
Wow. Okay, I didn't bring this up earlier, and I kind of tiptoed around it. Can you guys remember the last big name free agent player to sign with the Canadian team? Who was it?
Tavares.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
I mean, and he was going home.
This is my hot take, and maybe it's not even that hot, but Canada has truly lost the NHL. Players just do not want to go there because their media and their fans are so toxic. I'm sorry, Canadian fans. If you're in Canada, if you're Canadian, I'm sorry. I think partially true. Actually, no, I'm sticking with it. I think that's fully true. I think Canada is losing the NHL, driving players out, and no one wants to play there anymore.
I don't know about that. Look at Edmonton. They got McDavid to stay at the same cap number for 2 years, and they got Draisaitl under 15 million. Like,
to me personally, I think McDavid is doing it as a favor to them. I think he likes being there. I'm not sitting here and saying he absolutely hates it, but I think he's doing it now actually as a favor to them. Like, okay, I'll do this, and then as soon as we win it, or if we don't, I'm still out.
You look around the other markets, it definitely makes sense, but like Hellebuck stayed, Scheifele stayed, like
there's decided. Yeah,
it's the quieter markets in Canada that have a better job of retaining guys.
Yeah, Kyle Connor with Winnipeg too. Winnipeg in general, like you're saying.
Yeah. Like, look at Vancouver. That's a tire fire. Thanks, media.
Dude, it's always been that way. Yeah.
Toronto's got 20 guys in the locker room every night. Like, Ottawa, they're, in Montreal. I mean, Montreal's done a good job at retaining their guys. Like, they got Caulfield signed. They got Slavkovsky. Oh my God, Slavkovsky signed. That Hudson re-signed. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't say they're losing guys. Like, I'll say this. Like, I think the media ran Marner out of Toronto. Like, and you really see how bad that hurt that team. Like,
yeah. What do you think, Brandon?
I got to step out. Be back.
It's so tough, man. I think Toronto and Vancouver are probably the two biggest culprits of that whole situation, like Travis said. The Toronto one, it's just awful. Like, I don't know how any guy would want to play there and deal with some of the stuff they have to put up with. And I know these guys make millions of dollars to do it, but just the mental health side of the game, and overall, it's just like, who lets these people ask these questions sometimes? And where do they think in the right mind to ask these questions? I don't think, Canada's lost on hockey entirely. I mean, obviously you need the Canadian teams to be successful for the league to be successful. It's just shocking how long it's taking for a turnaround up there. It feels like there's a curse, and they need to they need to reverse the curse like the Lions did, right? That's exactly all of Canada somehow it's it sucks because I want some teams up there to be in the mix. I want some teams in those matchups in the playoffs because it's just better for the league. When you think of like your Montreals, you think of Edmonton. God, I love Winnipeg in the playoffs, right? Like, no, who doesn't love a Winnipeg whiteout?
Right.
That's what you want. You want that. Ottawa, don't care. They can kick rocks for all I care. But at the same time, it's just wild how long it's taking for a Stanley Cup to return to Canada. I know the odds are not in their favor with how many teams there are in the US, but
Right.
it still is just insane to me.
It is. Yeah. It really is. It's you know, I'm an American. I live in the United States. I live in Michigan, you know, but I am part Canadian, so part of me does feel a little bad for them. It's part of me. It's part of my blood, you know. I want to, and I love, you know, good talent. So like, as much as we are Red Wings fans, and just talking about myself, you know, I can appreciate talent, and Canadian teams, yeah, they always have really good talent, and it's always so sad to me when I see the good talent, and I hate to say it this way, maybe I don't, but just get wasted, right? And because they have so many opportunities to actually go out there and do it, and sometimes I feel like it just gets ruined by GMs that maybe don't really know what they're doing. But really, does any GM know what they're doing? No one has that crystal ball, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, being a GM is just throwing darts at a wall and hoping you hit the board, right?
Did the noodle stick to the wall? Is it done?
Exactly. It's a job I don't envy. You know, GMs, coaches, I don't envy, because you make one wrong move and you could screw the entire thing up for many, many years.
Yeah.
Ken. You know, it's, I don't know, man. I hate this time of year because I always think player first. I always think about how are they feeling right now. There's guys sitting on pins and needles, not knowing where they're going to be playing tomorrow night, and that just sucks. I couldn't imagine, but at the same time, they make millions of dollars to play this sport, and we don't. So that's where we can understand it.
Some of us can easily relate. People, me, you, people in the comments right now, people watching and listening. You know, companies go through massive layoffs all the time, and then you're wondering, "Hey, am I next? Am I on the chopping block?" So yeah, you can feel bad for them to a certain extent, but it's like, well, you make like at minimum $750K, so I don't really feel too bad for you. That's like 50 times more than what I make. But I do want to hit up some of the people in the chatters in the chatter box, because Guitar News is saying hello from Belgium in Europe. Hello. What is up? Thanks for joining us. Missed anything in the last couple of hours? Just finished work, 7 p.m. here. Well, Guitar News, and for the Detroit Red Wings, not so much. Yesterday they got David Perron, but there have been moves in the NHL a lot. I don't know if there's any specific ones that you're looking for, if there's a team that you're looking for, but let us know and we will definitely touch on them. We're touching on pretty much almost any trade that's going on, but primarily the Detroit Red Wings and what's going on with them. Steve Yzerman, sitting on his hands, maybe eating a hot and sweaty currently, trying to push a trade through to contribute to that. I did my part the other day, actually. I got hot and sweaty, and I said that to someone. I was like, I'm contributing my part to Steve Yzerman making the trade here. So come on, let's get going. Brandon, real quick, funny side note. I have this random theory. Are you ready for this one?
Ready.
Little Caesars Arena, right? Little Caesars in general. You've probably had their pizza before. What would you say is the quality like over there where you're at? What would you rate it compared to like the arena?
The arena's got the best Little Caesars pizza, dude.
Thank you. Oh, okay, my theory is that the closer you are to the arena, because that's the hub of the pizzas, right? So the further it goes out, the worse it gets. Because mine, compared to the arena, it's like a 10 to a 5, bro. Like, it's so bad. It is so bad.
There's one Little Caesars location near me that's been like family owned for years.
Oh, so it's one of those old school ones. Does it have a drive-through?
It does, and it's got the Little Caesar statue on the building still. That's the best one in town, but still the arena is the best Little Caesars pizza. It's unreal. Hey, some news out of Nashville for you.
All right.
Eric Haula and Jonathan Marchessault not on the ice for practice for the Predators today. Ryan O'Reilly and Steven Stamkos are.
So it is. So David Pagnotta just quote tweeted that, because it is reported from Alex Dougherty, whatever that I can't say their last name. Dougherty, whatever.
You did better than I would.
David Pagnotta said he's told that Haula has a convenient maintenance day. And that's with quotes. We'll see what happens here. Was told this morning talks quieted on him less than 2 hours till the deadline now. Yes, we got less than 2 hours now to go. It's been a great, fantastic trade deadline day so far. Honestly, I don't have any complaints other than, I still want to see Steve Yzerman go out and get that top 4 defenseman. I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but he's got to do something here.
I want some team to make some trade that we could talk about here because we're gonna have to start talking about AHL level trades at some point. I think this is.
Brandon, someone brought up Alex Lyon. Rue Ready I2C Alex ... Lyon was fantastic both seasons before he got run down by overuse because other goaltenders not being available because of injury. And you look at how that's turned out for the Buffalo Sabres, and it was really sad to see him go. And I thought there would have been an opportunity there, and mistake to let Lyon go and keep Talbot, Brandon?
100%. I think they should have kept Lyon. I 100% agree with that take.
He was such a great guy too, like locker room guy, his bug eyes, all that. Sorry to cut you off there, but he was such a that's another locker room guy that I think the Red Wings kind of goofed on, like letting go, like not only on the Perron, and then full circle, you trade for him because you let him go. Like at that point, why'd you do that? So now you kind of look at the Alex Lyon, same thing there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that was a guy, like, fans loved him. The guys loved him. Everyone loved Lyon, and he was just overworked. They ran him until the wheels fell off. That's exactly what Detroit did to him. I love the success that he's having. I hate who he's having it for, but it does show that we probably should have held on to him. And like you see these comments, Lyon and Gibson, what we could have had this season, it would have been insane to see. Like, no one would have been talking about we need to see Kosa up this year because those two would have been tearing it up. Oh boy, Travis is back.
Hey Travis, welcome back. How was your ride?
He can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Pretty soon. We'll give him a second. But yeah, nothing yet. Loved Lyon. 100% agree. Dude, Lyon and Gibson. We could have had this whole season. Yeah, Travis, we were just talking about how it would have been cool if we had Lyon and Gibson for the season.
Yeah.
Clip that, please. Clip that. Someone clip that, please. That was great. Oh man, what's up with Holland signing Fogle and Corey Perry in free agency and is able to trade them for 2 seconds and a third? Why hasn't Yzerman ever made these kinds of moves during the rebuild? He kind of did, but wasn't really able to get those types of assets in return. I don't know. What do you think about that, Travis?
It's good asset management.
Like, that's exactly right.
If it's not going well and you think if you think you can get something for him and you don't think you're going to make the playoffs, you might as well flip him for something. I mean, Corey Perry fetching a second. That's impressive. What is he, 41 years old? And he's fetching a second round pick.
Yeah, that's insane.
Back to Alex Lyon, because Rue Ready also says here could have had an extra goaltender to trade at this deadline too. To that point, that may have been true. You know what? You look at the Buffalo Sabres defense compared to the Red Wings defense. Can we really say that we're surprised that I love Alex Lyon, so I'm not trying to take away anything from Alex Lyon, but you look at their defense compared to ours, I think it's safe to say that Buffalo has a better defense than the Detroit Lions. So it's kind of easier for Alex Lyon to have a really good season. Or am I taking away from Alex Lyon here?
I think he's done it for a longer stretch now than he ever has. Like you look back to when he was with Florida, he went on that heater into the playoffs. Their first year they went to the final and then lost the job after a game in the playoffs. And then he comes to Detroit and you'd see the stretches of 4, 5, 6 games. He's done it all year now. Like he's been a big piece for them. So is probably as a whole, start to finish, the best year of Lions' career.
Yeah, I agree.
And then, what was I going to ask? He has never traded guys. He signed in free agency. Oh, this was what I was going to ask. So, Andrew Parsons, does Comfer fetch a first? We're not laughing at you, Andrew, but it is pretty funny because, I mean, if some of these other players are getting a first, shoot, what could you get for a JT Comfer? Considering that, I mean, we're going to keep going back to conversations because you guys are bringing up good topic points for us. The cap's going up. Teams are going to have to meet the floor. Is there a team out there that would take a JT Comfer for future considerations, or we can move him on for a lighter pick? Is that something that we could possibly consider?
Probably not.
Probably not. I'm still shocked we couldn't move Gus. Like
I'm
Gus
shocked he
clearing
cleared waivers.
Gus clearing waivers back to GR
fair.
is the wildest thing to me this week. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I really don't.
We're lost in the twilight zone now.
Yeah, I mean, you do get lost in this, but like when I saw that, I was on vacation and saw that he cleared, and I'm like, there's no way. How at this time of year does a team not take a chance on him? And is someone going to give up a good amount for a guy like a JT Comfer? I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it.
Switching over, Jordan Shaver, I do apologize if I say these names wrong, but is asking, is Trocheck to the Bruins a real possibility? We are Red Wings first, I will mention that, but we will touch on anything that anyone brings up because we just love the NHL and players that much. From a Bruins perspective, as an outsider, I think the Bruins aren't in a position really to be buyers, to be honest. I think they kind of just ride the wave. What do you guys think on the Bruins? As a Red Wings fan, I don't want them to get Trocheck. I think it kind of buries them a little bit more if they go and do that, though. Long term.
It'd be a wild move to do that right now for them. I don't know really what they're trying to do as an organization at this point.
Yeah.
It's like kind of kicking the can down the road. Like, does he make their team better? Yeah, of course. But like you said, long term, what's that do? Damage. I like this comment.
Alexander Holtz on waivers?
Yes, he is on waivers.
Really?
Yes, claim that.
I would claim that instantly. I thought I like Alexander Holtz. He just kind of got misused, I think, with the Devils, personally, to me.
Yeah,
and then he got shipped off to
that's a no-brainer.
Where did he get? Vegas?
Vegas, yeah, because if he clears, he'd go to Henderson, which would be a massive, massive boost for that team in the American League.
Yeah, it looks like we got some other people saying as well to make a claim on an Alexander Holtz, and I would take a risk at that. It's not even a risk, really. You're just claiming them off of waivers. And have the Red Wings even claimed anyone off of waivers this year? No?
I don't know. We have not.
I didn't even know he was on waivers.
No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know. It must have just been reported a little bit ago.
Well, waivers doesn't come out till 2, so that would have had to been yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see that yesterday either.
Let's see. Holtz.
I mean, I think you pick him up.
You can't just look him up by typing in Holtz, so you got to type in the full name.
Waiver day yesterday, yeah. And Cole Reinhardt, both from Vegas, got put on waivers.
Mike Gould, this Gould, or however you pronounce his last name, the guy who always has the infamous ratio tweets, I guess. He really hates Patrick Kane for whatever reason. I don't know, but he's like, today Kevin Ball is making $5.35 million a year and Alexander Holtz is on waivers. That's pretty funny. But
hey, you could also claim off waivers a Luke Glendening.
I did see he was on there. Yeah, that would be an interesting pickup, right? Definitely a depth guy. Come back home. You're from here.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean,
Holtz is only 24.
Yeah, this is. I say do it.
Oracho says these prices are insane. One wrong move, and you can set your org back 2 years.
I agree with that, but I think we say that every year at the deadline.
Well, and that's kind of what I was thinking from the Boston Bruins standpoint. I was like, I mean, it would help them out today, but I feel like it would kind of set them back. Because if the Rangers want a first plus, does Boston even have the assets to do that? They probably do, but they don't really have James Higgins. Maybe a couple others. Oh, they got Mitten, right? That one guy from that used to be Toronto, right? In the Brandon Carlo trade.
Yeah.
God,
what did you find?
What's so funny, giggly bits? Share it with the class.
I'm just having a conversation with a buddy who likes Seattle. Brandon, I think you know who this is.
Yeah.
He's like, I hope we improve the PK. And I was like, do you want JT Compher? And he goes, keep JT Compher away from my hockey team.
We'll give you a free year supply worth of hot and sweaties if you take them, though.
Oh, man.
That's a good deal.
That's a fair deal. F50 Alex 17. I want truck check for I think he had a typo here. I'm on truck check so we can push jerseys like Comfort down the line with less minutes. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of going out, that if we go out and get a 2C, and if Cop or Comfort aren't going the other way, then you just bump those two down. That's what you're looking for. But Kaspers look good at the 3C. So do we make changes with that? Probably. Shift them back over to the wing eventually. Who knows? What's Todd and Steve thinking about this? How do they envision them going into the playoffs? What is the realistic roster lineup going into the playoffs for them? Because that's probably what they're thinking about right now in the war room.
I wish we knew what they were thinking. This would make our jobs way easier.
Dude, I wish I was a fly with a body cam.
It'd be wonderful.
You wouldn't be able to see anything because it's so small, but yeah.
I just sit here waiting for the 3 o'clock AHL deadline to hit and not seeing Dominic Shine assigned yet. Like I'm just getting nervous.
What's up with that too? I mean, we haven't heard about Kosa or Shine getting sent down yet. So,
you know, a guy I really wonder about that apparently is not skating this morning. That didn't skate this morning.
Oh,
Jonathan Marchessault.
Yeah, we talked about that when you walked away. Yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't hate not giving up a lot for him.
I mean, he's not the Vegas Marchessault anymore, but like 3 more years at 5.5 takes him to 38.
Yeah. Like I said, I wouldn't pay a lot for it.
That was a brutal contract at that time. But I love Marchessault and what he brings to the game too.
Just in general, like is anybody out there got interest in a guy like that? Like a winning pedigree. Like I don't know. I really wonder.
Nashville seems like the team that kind of fits the bill of where I think some of these teams are going that want to go into a rebuild, is that they'll move on this guy and they'll want to retain cap. So that way they don't have to go in free agency and sign bums for more money. So that way they meet the floor. I don't know how much cap they'll have for next season. I'll check that out actually right now.
I think if they're going to retain on anybody and get a big return, it's Stamkos.
Their current cap space is $33 million, it says. Their projected cap space for next season is $32.5 million. What is
like
the forward?
Eric Halla? Somebody's got to make a move for Halla, I would think. He'd be a rental most likely, but
yeah, they're saying he's being sat for maintenance day 2. Very convenient timing, right?
It's just one of those things, I guess. I don't know.
St. Louis Blues Doug Armstrong is meeting with the media at 3 p.m. Central Time today, has been reported.
That's 4 o'clock here. So,
yep, right when we end our stream. So GM's already announcing when they're going to have a presser.
Seems most of all of them have something after the deadline. That's just kind of
right. Kind of odd though that they're announcing it this soon. Usually we don't get word of it. We just kind of automatically assume when we get that one notification that says, "Oh, Steve Yzerman's ready in 20 minutes. Be ready."
No, I think 4 o'clock's pretty fair to schedule something like an hour after, because some stuff does go like there's always that you get on the phone call at 3:59 and like there's always you generally got to wait about a half hour, I think, after the deadline comes to see what's up, because like I said, there's always that one late one. And wow, 50% retained for second round pick for Perry. Wow, I just can't get over that.
And he was retained too.
50%.
Yep. How much was he making? Couldn't have been that much.
I don't think it's a whole lot.
Minimum 1 milli. All right, we're getting down to the wire. Just an hour and 34 minutes left to go in today's NHL trade deadline day. Things have extremely slowed down. It was kind of going for a little bit. Things were picking up, and now it's really slowed down. And I think this is where the seller GMs might be trying to get what they can.
Yeah, I mean, you got an hour and a half yet. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I mean,
it's been
called
slow.
out the Mantha deal, remember? So a situation like that. Is there do you foresee maybe Steve Yzerman moving on from Minnesota, maybe Rasmussen or anyone on the team?
Yeah, I think if it makes them better now and long term, I don't think anything's out of the realm of possibility. It shouldn't be, at least. Like, that's where I'm at with it.
Rue Reddy says, send Comfort to Seattle. We will take Shane Wright off your hands. Send that to your buddy. At 50, Alex says Casper and Finney on the same line was looking good. I really like that line, but you, with the addition of Perron, like I think you said that, Brandon. Yeah, that's the replacement for Appleton. I think Perron is very similar to Appleton, but I would put Perron a little bit higher up there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that line would be a lot of fun to watch.
I wonder then if Appleton is out to play.
I think with Perron's status being unknown, probably not.
Yeah, I wouldn't think he's in play. I don't think. Like, from a roster standpoint, like I could see teams looking at like an Soderblom before Appleton, just because he's younger.
Mm-hmm.
Can they find anything if there's an untapped potential, it'd be in Soderblom, I think.
I would agree with you, and I said that earlier today as well, that Soderblom is the odd man out for the Detroit Red Wings. It's unfortunate, and I do think that there is untapped potential, and unfortunately, it's just he won't find that with Detroit. It's just gotten to that point where he didn't, and it's not on him. It just didn't come quick enough, but really, did Detroit ever really give him that many opportunities? He got opportunities on the top line, but you might be right, Travis. Soda might have to go find someplace elsewhere. Shoe happens. Thanks for the dono. Definitely appreciate it, buddy. You didn't even ask a question or anything. Definitely appreciate it, though.
Soda's the guy.
Oh, he did here.
Wanted to work out, but it just needs. I think he just needs that change of scenery.
Yeah, I agree. Robert Thomas or bust from Shoe happens. Once again, thanks for the dono. Robert Thomas or bust. Not trading for him would be a huge missed opportunity.
I agree. We all agree. We want it. We're ready for it.
If it's true that St. Louis is asking for a lot, or they're at the point where we don't really need to move on from him, but if the right deal comes along, then we would. Do you guys want to take a crack at your offer to Robert Thomas? I know that's hard.
JT Compher. No, I'm kidding.
Just straight up.
Future considerations.
Yeah, even better.
No, you want like a legit offer for Thomas. You're talking 2 firsts. You're talking Danielson probably, or Casper, one of those two. You're talking potentially a Finney. You're talking more on top of that, potentially MBN or Bear. Like, it's gonna take a haul to get a guy like that. But again, this is like what I've said, I think multiple times now. Like you have enough depth that you can do it, and you'd still be fine. It's gonna hurt Grand Rapids, and that sucks for the three of us with Nick not here. But ultimately, like, it starts at the top. If the Wings want to do it and get serious, they're gonna do it. Like, it's just part of the business, you know. Brandon, you know that. Like, it's just how it goes. Like, your parent club is your parent club.
I mean, we say it's going to hurt Grand Rapids, but we've seen how many times this year with big pieces being out of the lineup in Grand Rapids, and they just keep winning. Maybe it won't hurt as much as we think it's going to.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, they're still winning without Danielson playing. You take MBN out, but you're basically getting Mazur back in. Like,
and there is one player in GR that seems to play better without Danny in the lineup. So
you're not wrong.
It's statistically proven at this point.
As long as Shine's in the lineup, they'll win games.
That's also statistically proven.
Going back to it, I feel like Danielson is the most expendable player. He's not as physical as Marco Kasper is. He's got a good two-way game. I have no doubt about that. I think he will be a phenomenal player in the NHL. But going back to what Carlo was asking, are we a 1 to 3 year team or are we 3 to 6 year team? What does Steve Yzerman view us as? Does he want us to be more competitive than what we are now, right now? Or is Steve Yzerman in the mood to continuously wait for his own homegrown talent to get him to where he wants this team to be? So does he want to keep staying patient, or does he want to be a little bit more involved in the playoffs?
In all the years past, it seems like he's great with staying patient. Like, that's what he wants to. It seems like this year, though, there's a different mindset in him where he's like, all right, it's time to at least make the playoffs. And yes, growing the homegrown talent is wonderful. You can trade some of it. Like, I am 100% okay with losing a Nate Danielson and a Robert Thomas deal. I am more than okay with that. There's very few prospects that I say you can't touch, you cannot trade. And Danielson is not one of those.
And I'm kind of slightly changing the subject here. Not really, but not trade perspective. But Emmett Finney, a former 7th round pick. What's his value? Is he an untouchable guy?
No. He's a 7th round pick. He made the show. That's a huge accomplishment if somebody's willing to buy high, like sell high. If you can sell high on him to get a Robert Thomas, I would include him on a Thomas deal, to be honest with you. Like, here's where I'm at with it. Like, if you were to give up multiple firsts, a Danielson, a Finney, and another piece, if you can keep MBN, there's your Finney replacement right there.
I'm kind of doing
Finney
that.
Allows you to keep, if giving up Finney allows you to keep an MBN or a Carter Bear in the situation, you do it. Unfortunately,
I don't think
fans
enough.
are going to hate that.
I don't think it's enough. I think you need more value, which is where you're going to be costing like an MBN or a Bear.
Can I interest you in a gently used JT Confer? I keep telling you, man.
Jesus God.
We do have Justin Hall still as well. You guys can have him.
We do still have him. I can confirm.
I want to throw a name out there.
Do it.
Okay. So earlier we talked about OEL.
Yes.
There's another guy on Toronto I think would be a very interesting fit if you want to add some sandpaper to this team that Toronto's.
Brandon Carlo?
No.
Oh, okay.
Scott Lawton.
His name's been flown out there. I think a couple of chatters have been chatting him up too.
You want some sandpaper, if you go get OEL, see what the extra cost would be to add a guy like that. But then again, like, do you want to go heavy price for those two guys? Like, I would do OEL, but like, I just think of like, what's the acquisition cost if you were to add like a Scott Lawton? Like, that's a playoff type guy. I think, like, heavy presence, plays hard. Or can you just replace that with an MBN? Like, again, we're back to MBN. Like, it all comes back to MBN, it feels like. MBN.
He's the savior.
They're all saviors.
Let's ask. Okay, here's a good question. What is the pecking order you think other GMs want in terms of Red Wings prospects? Like 1, 2, 3. Who are the top 3 that you think other GMs want from the Detroit Red Wings?
Can you define, like, does Casper count as a prospect at this point? Or is he is he completely out of prospect? Is he graduated and he's an NHLer?
I mean, I guess we can count him. Sure. Yeah. You could throw in Casper, Finney, ASP in there. If you're going to say those are the 3 because they're on the NHL roster, then let's say no. So I guess it depends on what your answer is.
I would say myself, if you're including those 3, I would go Casper, Danielson, MBN in no particular order.
Yeah, I would say Danielson.
Unless there's a goalie needy
I don't
team.
want to say the same 3. I would say, like, yeah, there's a goalie needy team out there. Any of them? If you're a GM, you want any of them? Like, all of them are good.
Yeah, who do you think are the top 3 that most GMs would want from the Detroit Red Wings? F50 Alex says Casper, Danielson, ASP. Rue Reddy says he gave 4, but Bear, Danielson, Casper, NBN. I'd probably say, yeah, it would probably be probably Danielson, ASP, and